like I chose it intentionally low so that everybody has the minimum baseline. Don't be discouraged by the fact that you're only doing the bare minimum baseline. You're engaging with the challenge in the first place. That already like sets you above many who are not doing it at all. So here's the thing. I put it up at the top of the space. You do 15 push-ups, you limit alcohol intake ideally to none, switch to a high-protein, low-carb diet, cut out sugary drinks entirely, stop eating snacks, and that's basically it. You can also like do other things like walking. You can exercise your head on top of that if you want to exceed to the bare minimum. And waking up early is also important. Read books if you can. It's good for your attention span. Good books, not weird pulp fiction dog shit.
You're the last person that lets us wake up. We can't even sleep on time. Let's go and wake up on time. What the fuck?
Hey, I always wake up on time because I don't sleep.
True.
I don't need to wake up because I'm never asleep.
Wish I could do that.
Although I do actually I do sleep. Yesterday I fell asleep at a good time.
Nice.
I wanted to play some Halo, but then I was so tired. I was like, nah, fuck this. I'm gonna go to bed.
Fair enough.
I was gonna like either do PoE or Halo because I was like, I'm so fucking exhausted. I can't like even do PoE. It's too much brain power. Okay, let's just go blow some aliens up. Let's play Halo. And then I was sitting here like, nope, let's go sleep.
Halo's nice for that. Just turn your brain off and just blow shit up.
Yep. You found a mode where you don't even have to fight people, so it's like the bare minimum, man. It's fantastic.
It's pretty cool. You should join us, Paul. It's like just the multiplayer. It's free to play, so.
Yeah.
I am so tempted, but I have so much shit going on in life right now. I'm using PoE as kind of a mental break retreat, and then heads down with everything else.
Pretty cool. Have you played any PoE?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Why, so did you give him a key?
I did, yeah. You play at the beginning, and then you just didn't keep playing.
You fucking dipshit. Just wasted a key.
I told you guys, I can't make it past this point. And you guys are like, I'll help you out, and then you never fucking help me out. Yeah, because you never logged back in.
Exactly.
Because, like, whenever I log in and I try to fucking play that shit, I die instantly. You gotta get
Right.
There's stuff in the guild stash for you.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Take shit out from there. Like, whatever you out. What did you choose? What did you choose?
I don't even remember.
If you chose the monk, you're gonna be cracked.
I thought it was Sorceress he chose. I can't remember. I think Sorceress.
We got a lot of equipment for Sorceress. We can hook you up.
Okay.
Bump up the defense, put a little DPS on that shit. One shot a few bosses for you.
Oh, yeah.
Running you through the acts is going to be no problem whatsoever. You just kind of have to follow us. Like, I can run ahead and just be clear, Elias can pick off, and then you just pick up items that you see if you like. We have also very good rarity on, so there should be good stuff. Because I'm not picking up anything that drops, it's all garbage to me. Except for if it's the staff of the cage guard, then I'm going to be all over that shit like fucking... I'm not missing it.
If we can get it to Raps, we can, like, power level up super fast. Like, if we can get it to
You know, all over it. A Japanese one of these are on the Japanese counterpart.
Oh my god, no. Fuck no, what the fuck? Jesus, man. Dude, imagine if we have like an international community, which I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure we have an international community, and it's like, wow, this is what an American just like casually says. You know, so you got an American person here, you got a German, you got whatever out it is, you got a Canadian that's Belize. Yeah.
I'm a bit unique as Americans get enough of this are not like me. I'm a bit of an outlier, so please disregard any cultural insensitivities.
It's actually a bit of ways, but he's a very in-liar in other ways. In-liar doesn't exist, by the way. I just made it up.
Liar. Sounds like it could be a thing.
Yeah, it could be a thing, 100%. I just don't know if it is. I just fucking put it together in my brain. I'm more so, like, if you wanted to look at what an American is, or, like, could be, I kind of fit the bill, ironically enough. I know I'm supposed to be like a German. I have German tendencies. But I'm more so by execution and by the type of values that it represents, like freedom of speech and various other things that are quite, prevalent in America, or should be prevalent anyways, and should be defended. Like, I represent that, and I like those values quite a lot. Without that, we have nothing. That's why America as a country, to me, is very interesting, and I like it. It's actually the most interesting country there is, like, literally, it's fucking wow. Are you not interested in global superpowers and what they do? Like, you should be. But you know what else? But you know what's funny? Normally, that's a thing that everybody should be interested in. However, the American mainstream is the fucking worst. Like, especially the mainstream that deals with, like, the weird, irrelevant culture stuff, like listening to celebrities. But I think what we've seen over the last couple of months, almost like half a year at this point, is that people don't genuinely listen to these celebrities as much as other people would like to have you think. Because look at something like Taylor Swift and her endorsements, right? It went nowhere. It just fucking died on arrival. Look at like Cardi B and all these fucking sellouts and whatever else were made. And then what was Mark Ruffalo, who was like raging about Elon, and then he even dragged me into this as well by saying he doesn't even have his own accent anymore. I'm like, this motherfucker.
Wow.
So I know for a fact that Mark Ruffalo knows that I exist, and he does not like me.
That's funny. Yeah.
She went a little hog mode there, but realistically, the way that it looked like was just. It's like an Avengers Endgame, the first part, man. You got a little something going on there, but then you kind of killed it with that last reference there, not gonna lie. I mean, if you want to go full, you want to go all the way, you're gonna have to name names, man. Like, if you're gonna name drop me, then I appreciate it. I wouldn't even be mad at you. Hey, listen, but make sure you name drop. That's the thing. I say, like, whenever there's a thing where somebody dislikes me, I'm a very binary person by preference. Like, when it comes to other people's preferences, you'll either really like me or really, really dislike me. There's like hardly any gray area. You'll start to realize how binary the universe truly is by liking me and not liking me. And then you'll understand what looks like a conceptual gray area. That gray area is just whatever topic I happen to riff about at the time, which you will dislike me for, or like me for. Because there's a bunch of stuff that people will agree with me. Like, there's stuff that people agree with me with, but like, so there's other stuff that people just vehemently. That's like, okay, cool.
Or because you burp into the mic or something like that,
Yeah, people have like a problem with that, even though it's funny as shit sometimes. I mean, I don't do it all the time. But I do it quite frequently, right? It's a bit of a distinction. But yeah, I think it's funny. People think it's funny. They laugh like crazy about it. It's
story. I once did a film system installation many years ago at a film studio locally here in Philadelphia, which I won't name. It was in sense an NDA back then, but it's some of the tightest security I've ever been through to just go into this facility, and they work with a director that's also Philly based, which anybody with half a brain could probably guess, but I also won't name. Loves the horror genre, if that makes it any easier. And it was crazy, some of the stuff that I saw, and just even some of the titles of people that I was programming into the phone system. I heard an awful lot about the dirty underpinnings of the film industry by just being on that site in those studios and deploying a phone system there. It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
If I know DeepSeek's system prompt, like, is that something I'm able to say? Like, is that okay, or do I get fucked somehow if I do that?
They're a Chinese company. Do you travel to China often? Are you worried about being subject to their jurisdiction? Or are you in a country where extradition might be a problem?
No.
Do you have a
But
plan?
you're referring to a large hornet's nest, so I'm probably going to hand it to someone who has the ability to withstand hornets, but also probably not.
They did open source it, and they did publish all the papers around it. I'd say let it rip. You're
Yeah, true, but they technically didn't open source it. That's the problem. Like, you can't modify it. It's available, but you can't modify it. We had like that discussion with Metaphor earlier, where they basically relied off of open source stuff, but didn't really make it open source itself. They didn't open source the result.
I didn't look into it. I thought that was out under the MIT license. No.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Okay, so that's not being... Okay, got it. Thank you for the clarification.
It's open weights.
Yeah, you can call it open weight. There's a big difference between open source. If something is open source, it's recreatable. It's not recreatable because they haven't given us everything built up. Yeah.
So that's a big L internationally, because they basically took everybody else's shit that was available for free and turned it into this. Pretty cool. Like, I will say that was a very Giga Chad move on their part.
Takes up the landscape, yeah.
I think it's interesting seeing how other people respond. This might have been like a Photoshop or somebody just editing something and throwing it out there just for impressions. But I saw somebody had access to Grok 3. I was like, oh boy, here we go. It's going to speed everything up, which is fantastic.
I haven't seen too much about it actually in action yet, but excited to try it when it comes up.
By the way, Adrian, I used to go.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be back. Maybe I'll be back. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, sure. Let me, actually...
You see, Elon announced that SpaceX is actually going to bring home those 2 stranded astronauts, and he said it's terrible that the Biden administration left them for so long. So, yeah, that's probably his ass.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Yeah, very true, very true. It's good that they got out enough.
I was a little surprised when I read that. I saw that poster earlier too, and I was thinking to myself at the time, like, I thought he already did that. I thought he brought them home months ago, and I guess that never actually happened, and they've been up there all this time. That's really sad that I forgot.
Yeah.
posting today a bunch. Felt that was funny. Then I think there was a bit of a bot purge, so that was interesting too. So my following took a bit of an impact there, but not that much. Still interesting to see though that they are in fact still cleaning the bots, which is great. So yeah, that's definitely cleanliness. And I got into a bunch of fights with people. That was pretty cool also. Disagreements in the usage of a term in reference to something that they don't even do themselves, which I was like, okay. Cooked a little hard there, which was very good. Resulted in the removal of both me and that person this time from a group chat.
Which was a lot of fun. It was good. It was a good development. I gotta say, I wonder with that one nether sides in their space.
I'm gonna
So
cut
that was
that was fine. Net win.
absolutely.
I just took a look at your account, by the way. I didn't get a chance to say it before, but congrats on 250. But now that you're back to 249.9, I'm going to get to say congrats again. So anybody that's in the space who's not following Adrian, do it right now so that we can put him back up over 250K. Go.
Yeah, it's only like 33. Actually, I need less than 33. That's like 23. If 23 people would follow me, then I'd be back at 250. The quarter mil.
Big milestone, yeah. You see that F-35 crashed near Fairbanks, Alaska, but the pilot ejected safely. It was like on a military base, an Air Force base. That was kind of spectacular looking. Good thing he's safe though.
Those things don't have a great track record, do they? The F-35s. That's outrageously expensive.
Yeah, I think they are super expensive, yeah.
Gonna explode.
We might have, just for people to know, we might have another showing with Nick Fuentes. He's going to be debating somebody about something. Could be really fun. This time it's going to be a bit different. It's not going to be a person on the left. It's just going to be a person who's been subject to a few of his claims and probably would want to defend themselves. It would be interesting because the debate's out there. People are looking for it and they're thinking, okay, you know what? Yeah, this could happen. We're going to do it. And yeah.
Awesome.
Should be fun.
Oh, yeah.
What is this?
X has entered into partnership with Visa to introduce X Money accounts, apparently. So that's kind of cool. That'll be for U.S. customers first, I'm assuming, yeah.
It's true. We're going to have X money soon, it seems, per their own announcement. So,
Cool.
hell yeah.
Good stuff.
So we're going to have it. It's going to happen. It's going to be incredible. And it is all coming together. Would be really good if they had their own wallet or something so that you could trade and Doge and do whatever you want. You know, give somebody a little Doge on the side like, hey man, I love your art so much. It's worth a couple Doge. Here you go. Be amazing tip.
Really cool.
You should do that. You should really do that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, tip of Doge.
Not going to be any tax on touch soon, and hopefully no income tax either. I can't wait.
Yeah, sorry.
I got my IRS forms from my employer today, and it's disgusting how much money goes out in taxes before I ever even see it, before I get taxed on it again, spending it.
The double tax,
Yeah.
double tip.
And I could probably support 3 or 4 other families. It's just horrible watching it go right out the door. income tax going to the federal government in a very similar way as Social Security and Medicare taxes going to the federal government. Social Security is kind of a corollary for the rest of it. So I pay Social Security, and if it's still around by the time I retire, if it remains solvent, which is questionable to begin with, I'm going to get such a low return on that investment that it's really a loser relative to inflation. So I'm basically getting robbed to subsidize, folks that started this thing many years ago. But income tax really isn't all that different. I'm paying income tax, and the government is taking it and using it to do a bunch of different things. With or without my approval, they don't give a shit. And maybe those things are a net societal good, but I think my return on investment there is still pretty damn low. And if I had that same amount of money in my possession and under my control, I could make much smarter investments with a much higher return and do a lot more good than they ever could in a million years. So let's get rid of that. Off my soapbox.
Yeah, that makes sense. By the way, just for my own personal curiosity, I would love to know this. If, say, for instance, a tipping feature were to go live, right, because, you have X money, so probably you'll be able to send, money to other people. Let's say hypothetically, that is available, and if something like that were to be available for me, would you tip me something? And if you could, how much would you usually tip me? Like whenever I had like a space or something like that, there would be some stuff that I do that you'd like. How much would you tip if you were to do it in the first place? Just wanted to know. For my own personal curiosity.
There is a tipping feature in X. I haven't turned it on for me yet because I just don't put out enough content in a regular way that I would want.
Yeah, but it only goes to the problem is it goes to Patreon, and then I don't want to go to Patreon, so it's like, nah.
Oh, it does? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, it goes to Patreon or Bitcoin. Not everybody's gonna have crypto, right? So I don't know I don't have my fiat that in crypto because I don't want to liquidate. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think a couple of bucks at a minimum is fair. I look at it in terms of entertainment value. I look at kind of games and stuff the same way in movies. You go to the movie theater and you sit down and you watch, say a 90, 120-minute film, whatever. After you get, snacks and, something to drink, call it $20 a person. So you're spending $20 for 120 minutes of entertainment. Rate's pretty high. Games, much less so. Everybody complains about the price of games. If you play a game for hundreds of hours, you're getting every ounce of value out of that investment. And I think that spaces and podcasts really aren't all that different. Come on here and you end up hanging out and chatting for hours at a time and learning stuff. And being entertained and laughing your ass off like different times and engaging with cool people. I think there's some value in all that. So I don't know. Maybe we could probably come up with a pricing model for it, but I think I don't know, $2 to $10 is like a gross, disgustingly broad range. It's probably appropriate depending on the individual, the evening, the topics, how entertaining it was.
Yeah, somebody said they'd be willing to spend like 10, 15, or sort of 5, 15, something like that. $1 to $1. Actually, the thing you can do at the moment is subscribe to me. So I feel like if you haven't already, you can in fact subscribe. There's a little thing there, the purple button. So you can do that. You gotta subscribe. I'd recommend doing it on the website because that way I get more money. Because Apple is a piece of shit, so they want to have a cut of the money, which they don't deserve. They deserve literally $0 for whatever my fucking effort is. They did nothing. They don't deserve it. So just basically, I'd say just do it via the browser. Subscribe to me via browser, so I get more money that way.
Yeah.
I think that's really good. So there you go. Is he president of the
Yeah, it's
Olympic
funny. That might be one of the more interesting things that comes out of the whole X payments system in partnership with Visa is I think X may potentially be big enough that they could challenge Apple over that policy, over that big. Apple could potentially pull X from the App Store, pull Grok from the App Store, but I have to wonder if Tim Cook has the stones to challenge Elon in that way.
It'd be popular for sure to try to do that in both directions. More so popular for, anyone who wants to see Apple finally be taken to task. There's a reckoning that's long overdue for shit like this. Like, what's your fair share? Like, this is the thing. It's also funny. It's the same thing that the socialists, the communists are doing. Like, mainly the socialists are extremely stupid. Like, they say you have to pay your fair share. They always say, like, about the billionaires and such, like, they have to pay their fair share. They already paid. They already pay taxes. They're already paying taxes. They've just set themselves up in such a way that is very financially competent, right? So if you look and say, what is their fair share? It's like with this here, it's like Apple wants their fair share. What fair share? Their fair share of something you didn't make? There is no fair share. There's my fucking shit and no one's shit. Fuck your fair share. There is no fucking fair share. What do you think this is? I took my time, my effort, labor, and exchanged it for someone else's currency. And then somebody comes along and be like, oh yeah, I want a piece of that. Who the fuck are you? Like, it's like as if you go on the street, you just did something for someone. Let's say, for instance, you had a blown up tire, and you just like fix this person's car, and that person's about to give you like $100, and it's all like $1 bills. So it gives you like a little stack of cash there. And some random comes along and says, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna take like $2 from there." Who the fuck are you? Who's this motherfucker? Same thing. You're gonna let that happen? You gonna have a problem with that? Probably yes, because it was not their money; it was your money.
Really interesting. That. I agree with you wholeheartedly, but there are interesting precedents set around that come from fields like medicine. And the example that I remember, and I'm not as well versed on this as I probably should be, but it's somebody that is incapacitated and gets hospitalized. The hospital, they didn't ask for services, they didn't consent to receive services, but the hospital is duty bound to try and save their life anyway, and whatever expenses they incur along the way, they're more than legally able to go recover and bill for, even though somebody never said, yeah, never did it, they still received it and got benefit from it. So I hear you completely, and I think that might be some of the precedent that Apple is leaning on conceptually. I do think it's totally unjust, though. It makes sense for something like an app where it's like, okay, they built the hardware platform, they created the Swift coding language, and they expose a large audience to, authors and firms that are building apps for the App Store, and they provide payment services and make that kind of easy. But is it, a 30% cut? No, about that.
Apple is one of the worst political censors on the internet, and practically nobody knows about it. Because if Facebook censors someone who has a lot of followers, or if old Twitter censors someone with a lot of followers, people notice. If Apple censors an app, nobody notices, right? Because the app just dies and it doesn't have any users. And so they've been censoring consistently, right? Gab.com has not been able to get an app on the App Store, on either the Apple App Store or the Google App Store. And because Gab is so politically controversial, no politician will touch it, right? Or so they haven't been able to get back onto the App Store. I'm sure if one congressman picked this up, they'd be able to do it. Parler, right, is another case of an app that got censored by both app stores, Apple and Google. Eventually, Apple let them back on, right, after a huge amount of lobbying by political types. But Apple threw them off of the App Store after January 6th, right, despite the fact that most of January 6th was planned on two apps run by a different company. It was planned on WhatsApp, and it was planned on Facebook, right? It's Facebook's event feature. Now, whatever you think about it, and then what happened was Kara Swisher did a disastrous interview with the CEO, disastrous with the CEO of Parler,
and a bunch of left-wing activists decided they needed to get unpersoned from the internet. So Google banned them, Apple banned them, and AWS booted them off at the same time. But like, it's really insidious because Apple has this, it's like the last bastion of censorship on the web. And the problem is nobody sees it unless you've been directly or indirectly privy, right, to that censorship because you happen to live in a part of the internet where you actually notice stuff really, really early on, and then it gets censored. So like, I don't know if they're ever going to have their reckoning because nobody notices the kind of shit that they do. But like, when they definitely do it, it's super insidious. It was a key part of the censorship apparatus that was operating most of the internet from 2017 until Elon broke the spell in 2022, and they're still doing it. So they're not a good group of people.
I completely forgot about Parler. I think you're
and
really
Parler was busy. They were growing, and they had, I think, 16 million registered user accounts, and half of those were MAUs. Like, they were crushing. And then January 6th happened. Parler had nothing to do with it, right? And Apple decided, Parler, so Parler, Apple, Google, and AWS within 24 hours all made the decision to deplatform Parler, and Parler was dead in the water. Like, just like that. And like, the other these people who work at these companies, they all know each other. A lot of them are ex-DOJ or, ex-law enforcement in various capacities. They all go to their little conferences, they would hang out together, they would call each other on the phone, and what happened was the trust and safety people in all these companies, at some point, they just decided, you know what, we're going to call up all our buddies, and have them, this company's going to disappear. And that's the way things, that was the way things worked back in 2018, 2019, 2020. And like, Apple's a big part of that. And like, the crazy thing is like, Twitter took tons of flack for censorship. Facebook took tons of flack for censorship. Google took some because they were messing around with their sort of page ranking algos to do things like downrank Breitbart and Wikipedia and things like that. But Apple, surprising, not many people know just how censorship they should. And continue to gather on the App Store. It's been now what, 7-8 years. So it's still, they're still engaged in political censorship, contrary to, what's going on in the U.S. government right now. The Overton window, like, moving rightward at light speed. Apple doesn't give a shit. They're still going to do censorship. And we're never going to find out about it because if Apple censors an app, it never takes off. No one ever finds out about it. And, nobody knows.
That's crazy. So Apple is such a good censor that you didn't even know that the censorship was happening unless you were directly involved with like the apps, like you were there.
100%. Unless you're there paying extraordinarily close attention, you don't even know what happens because they basically will crush an app before. It's like anything in technology, right? Like, you make the most money if you're the earliest, if you're, right at the beginning of the trend, right? Nobody knows most of the world doesn't know about shit. Like, half of the people who are going to know about something find out about it in the last doubling, right? If it's an exponential thing and it's growing, if it's being adopted in that sort of way. So Apple gets you, right, when it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent. And so nobody finds out about it.
That's wild.
And the interesting thing is the DOJ under Trump 1 knew about this, right, and didn't do very much about it because I think Trump 1 is very different from Trump 2. Obviously, under Biden, nothing happened, right, in the censorship front because the censorship just increased like crazy. So, it'll be interesting to see if anything happens under Trump 2. But, I think it's just, again, it's one of those things where, like, you could talk, I guess you could talk to, and if you look at, like, where Congress was sending all of their subpoenas and information requests and other things, like, they're sending them to Facebook, they send them to Twitter, right, or they sent them to Twitter after the Republicans took the House. But, like, I can't recall Apple ever getting asked, hey, have you ever engaged in politically biased content moderation or censorship? Like nobody has even asked them if they've done it, even though they very obviously have. And it's annoying because like I want to use apps I want to use on my phone. I don't want Apple dictating to me what I can use or how much I have to pay. I mean, I subscribe to Adrian and I use the web page to do it, and I recommend everybody do that because when I subscribed to Adrian, women found me more attractive. Now, my life improved. I started making more money. I started dressing better. Like, subscribe to Adrian. It's really going to change your life. But I did it via the website. And like if I did it via Apple on my phone through the convenient interface, they charge I think 30%, which is usurious. I don't think any payment processor in the world does that. It's just a huge amount of money.
This conversation, I already wanted it, but I want it so much more now in this conversation. Just really push this even harder. I'm really looking forward to XFun. It's obviously not.
It's not gonna happen.
I'm not sure if anybody's working on it, but it has to.
Nah, they're already hardware. Yeah, I think there are already hardware manufacturers out there. I think like if Google stopped being such a shitty company, like all it takes is like Apple and Google to not be shitty, and like you don't need that product anymore. And I wonder if we can get Apple and Google to not be shitty at some point in the near future.
I think of the two of them, Google's probably better. I like Apple's hardware a little bit more, but they haven't innovated in years and years and years, and Apple Vision doesn't really count, I don't think. But
didn't they kill Apple Vision? Is that done?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, I think they make it.
Price point was way too damn high for a consumer good.
It's too bulky. Yeah. What was it for? Was like for
I think it was 3. I tried one on. I went to the Apple store just to check it out, see if it was any substantially different from Oculus. And I was talking to the store, and I'm like, take me through some use cases. Like, what would I use this for? He's like, oh, check this out. You do spatial images. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. I don't think I might do that like once. Be going out of my way to put a headset on to look at pictures. It seems a little weird. Take me through some productivity use cases, and the guy was beside himself, scrambling, trying to figure out how to maintain that Apple Store geek ethos and not choke and still hype the product like it was something I was actually going to buy. I'm like, all right, man, you guys are not ready. Thank you, but I'll see you later. I didn't have to make an appointment just to try it.
Yeah, that was part of the problem when they did it. It's like, yeah, you have to book an appointment. So it's just like, okay, well, this is New York City. I'm not going to strap something on my face that's been strapped onto the faces of hundreds of New Yorkers in the last week.
They clean it and they put a thing on there. So they are. That's one of the reasons you needed an appointment. Was they clean them thoroughly. So
yeah, I mean that was one issue. The other one was like I saw the demos look kind of cool because like you put the thing on your face. I'm like, oh cool, I'm wearing this thing on my head, and now I have this like jumbotron monitor. But like that's why you have a jumbotron monitor, right? You don't necessarily need to like have a thing on your face, like so that you carry your monitor with you everywhere, so that it looks like it's just sitting in the corner of the room. I like the idea of maybe computers just kind of blending into the background, so that so you can do the work without actually looking at the screen. And I think with AI agent stuff, that's probably where we're going to wind up. Is you'll just sit there and like have a conversation with your computer, and shit will just happen. And then what will happen is when the work product's done, it'll get served up to you. You get to review it like on a monitor or something like that, and then you just send it off. I'm not sure you need to like carry the monitor with you everywhere. Just like oh yeah, cool. Like I'm sitting here like with this giant set of goggles on my head. Why don't I like listen to music? It's like I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know. It's not very intuitive. Like
So they just have a music box on the thing on my head.
Dramatically cheaper, more straightforward solutions for that. There's a lot of just glasses that are the size of regular glasses with a little bit of apparatus on the side that isn't particularly heavy. That if the only thing you actually need is like a second screen, it makes zero sense to get a VR headset for that. So and I think you're right on the AI use cases. It's like, am I going to look around a headset for some of the stuff? Do I really need this as the space? I don't think so. I'm yet to see true immersive use cases for these things. I think the closest I've come is actually inside Oculus. Dev environment. They've got like a world building thing where you're using the hand controls to pinch and shrink things and move around in three-dimensional space. So I think for like CAD applications, potentially, but even then, you kind of need the keyboard to be like punching in like tolerances and diameters and specifications and whatnot. Generally not so production stuff that doesn't have those things attached to it where you're just like, hey, I'm just going to pinch this and make it smaller. I don't see it as the long and the short.
Yeah, it needs to get to the glasses form factor before there's any like widespread adoption of this. That's my opinion.
I think it'd be cool to have like a HUD. Like, so if you had some glasses, you could just have like a heads-up display, and then like I don't know, like you can have a drone that follows you around, and like if anyone tries to mug you, the drone kind of flies into them or something. I think that'd be cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, like sort of like you walk around, your whole interface would just be like Halo 2. Like that, I think that'd be great.
That's nice.
There's I forget, maybe it's open AI, I don't remember. One of the companies had a phone app where it would turn on your camera and you could walk around a room and it would record information about the space. And then you could ask it questions about the things that it saw. I think that is pretty close. If you could have something like that was integrated into a headset, I think it gets pretty damn close to HUD, the kind of augmented reality use case, which would be really cool to see. But as far as I'm aware, nobody's even thinking about that right now. Does anybody know what model it was or what app it was that I'm thinking of?
No idea.
Not sure.
I will go hunt and see if I can find it and report back.
Looks like iPhone's latest software update has Starlink introduced Starlink satellite support, so that's kind of interesting. 18.3 iOS version. Interesting. That's for T-Mobile users.
So like what? Like Starlink internet, like native in the phone?
Yeah, it's just saying there's going to be support for Starlink satellite network in the latest iPhone update. So yeah, I guess it's going to be a beta that's going out to T-Mobile users, basically allowing them to directly connect to the satellites for communication whenever they're limited on their communication.
That's fucking awesome. That is so cool. That is so cool.
It's pretty cool, yeah. It says right here, currently limited to texting. Okay, so I guess that's their limitation right now. That'll change.
Yeah, but like, imagine how useful that is. Like you're off in the mountains or something, and you're
SMS or something. Yeah,
right. And then all of a sudden you trip and you break your ankle, and you get a hold, like boom, it's like cool. There are no buildings around here. I'm on a fucking mountain.
Yeah,
clear view. Still intact. That's dope. That's very, very cool. I mean, this is a problem I have all the time. Like I get stranded on mountains like at least twice a week, and this is something that
I go on mountains quite a bit too.
It actually is. It is kind of. It can be a problem if you're into skiing and shit, and you want to go down some like really hairy trails and stuff. Everybody has their cell phones with them, but like let's say, I don't know, you get in a stupid position or something, your cell phone might not work if you're on the top of Killington or something like that, and you break your leg or you're injured, and then it's some random ass trail that people aren't going down all the time because it's a double black dot in the trees in the middle. And like you could be totally like borked, like you could be in major shit. And so like this solves that use case perfectly. Like because otherwise you need a garment, right? You need an inReach or something.
So Killington, you ride the outer limits, man.
Okay, yeah, look, I know Killington is not exactly the most extreme map in the world, but like they do have.
No. I'm laughing because I spent some of my youth in Woodstock, Vermont, and I spent quite a bit of time in Killington, so I just know it well. East Coast, friend.
Excellent. Yeah, no, I was just up in Woodstock a couple weeks ago, and I'm trying to convince my wife that we should buy a house there, and she objects to this because she thinks that we should just go to the Woodstock Inn instead of getting a house. So that's a discussion. That's a conversation.
Yeah, so Woodstock Inn is cool, but having a place is much cooler. Inn's kind of like down in the village, across from the green, which is like, all right, yeah, that's neat. But you're also kind of in the town. So if you're in a house, just statistically, you're likely to be at least halfway up a damn mountain.
Yeah, so like,
it
depends on the use case for the house. So like my use case for a ski house has it's like a dual purpose, right? And this is not something I'm planning on doing in the immediate future. This is like a pipe dream kind of thing. So like use case number one is that it's somewhere cool, like you get to go skiing and it's winter, whatever, beats getting it beats just like being in Connecticut where it's just cold and it sucks and there's nothing to do. So like at least up there you can do like stuff outside. That's fun. The other one is like if there's a nuclear war or societal breakdown, like I feel like I can survive better in Woodstock surrounded by aging hippies than I could like in southern New England where there are people from New York and the cities and other kinds of things and suburbanites who are under the age of 50 and just like psychotic. So I just have a feeling that like that would be a better place to ride that out. And I'm still kind of not sure whether that's going to happen in my lifetime or not. So it's kind of like, on the one hand, ski house, but on the other hand, like bunker, where I can just like hang out with a lot of guns and have some tin food. Like, does that? I mean, that's fun, right? That's fun. Everyone thinks that would be fun.
So I've had similar thoughts, and what
everybody thinks this.
I'm not a prepper. I don't have like basement full of cans or anything like that. But I think as somebody with a family, if you're a man and you have a family and you're not thinking about, okay, what do I do in this scenario? You're negligent. Having lived in Vermont, though, what I'll say is it better be canned food because the growing season is dumb short. So you're going to struggle if you don't have a lot of stuff prepared, ready to go to ride you out like 9 months, possibly a year.
The math actually works out. So there's a guy, I can't remember his name, but his blog was called Hand Waving Free Calorie, which is like because he had like a prepper blog, and basically he did the math, and he's like, listen, it's actually statistically likely, like 1 in 3, you have a 1/3 chance in a typical 80-year span of life that the United States is going to have some like absolutely cataclysmic domestic conflict. So like it actually kind of makes sense if you have an alternative plan. Like what's the chance that you're going to get a hurricane or like a really bad earthquake or something like that in your lifetime, right? So like if you're in the Pacific Northwest, I think it's like 1 in 3 or 1 in 2 in the next 30, 40 years that the Pacific Northwest is going to get an absolutely cataclysmic like mega thrust earthquake, and that's something you should prepare for. Like it might not happen, but there's a good chance it might. And if you look at like the Revolutionary War as event number 1, and then the Civil War as event number 2, and you look at the time frame on which those occurred, the likelihood is basically statistically 1 in 3 that it will happen again, right? If you were born today in the next 80 years. So it's something that you might want to think about. So like that's kind of how the analysis works, and as long as you can hang out and have good beer and pizza and like awesome skiing at the same time, I think like you can address both of those use cases well with a ski house.
Dude, I love that we're sitting here, we're talking about a doomsday scenario, and you're like, pizza and beer and skiing. Fucking Chad.
Make the best of it.
Funny enough, I actually was concerned that 8 days ago it was going to be exactly that, and I was really, really surprised at the lack of crazy outburst from Trump taking power. I suppose it's still possible, but considering some of the sweeping change that's happening right now, I'm less concerned than I have been in the last 10 years.
But
It's
this is
not even close.
they don't it hasn't even really fully registered yet what's happened because most of the EOs they'll have like an implementation lag. Both like there's an express implementation lag like of several weeks in a couple of the executive orders because the department heads have to go and implement the policies. I think the affirmative action executive order was delayed by there's like a month-long implementation period. And things like that, but like it's already affecting. So like this funding freeze that happened today, I'll tell you a story. So that my town is building this absolutely stupid community center at the cost of $24 million, right? It will never make money. It is the dumbest project. They're debt financing the whole thing. And part of it is that, and at the moment they're in these like final stages of implementation where they're preparing like grant applications and they're about to go out to referendum and various other things. So for fun, I decided I was going to do an analysis of how many, of our existing public space that we have and to see how much space was actually used, like for community center style space we currently have. So I published a blog post over the weekend, got absolutely rinsed like by the Democrats in town for doing it, but basically determined that the current spaces the town has are only utilized to like 10%, right, of their capacity, 10-15% utilization. And I had to do that by basically the town, they hit them with a FOIA request and they dumped the raw calendars, right, literally printouts of calendars from the beach and rec department. And I had to go through them by hand and then a printout of like booking reservations from the senior center, 4,000 rows of data with no hourly times on them. And I had to fucking go through that by hand. And I did the analysis and finally figured out there's no this fucking doesn't work. Like you're building a community center, it's all empty. Anyway, so part of the game.
And then they told you you're misunderstanding, you need to watch the field of dreams, you just gotta build it and then they will come.
Exactly. So that is incidentally that's my favorite movie.
Didn't understand the forecasts, sir.
Well, so basically I had to get this done because they're running into these timetables for referendum deadlines. So there's a referendum deadline for March 18th if they want to that's one deadline for various reasons, like for bid timings. There's another one on May 6th, which is another referendum deadline because it's also the town's annual budget referendum, and they want to do the budget referendum at the same time as the community center referendum because all the parents who want the schools to get lots of money show up for the budget referendum. So that's like the timeline. So I had to get this data analysis done. So I did, got pushed it out the door, great. The hiring freeze, and they're sitting there, the board of selectmen meetings are having like, listen, we're working on this grant funding. The grant funding is about to be finalized. Like it's just total pork for like town employees. Anyway, the funding thing hits today, and I'm just like, this is amazing. They're going to probably wind up missing both of the referenda deadline for the next 8 months. Like assuming that the grant freeze holds just because like they were trying to rush this stuff out the door at the tail end of the Biden administration because that's what they were doing, right? They were approving grants, they were just shoving money out because they had to get it done, they had to push these referendums done. And so like it's entirely possible that the executive order that Trump put out today will kill this project, which is just like this $24 million ridiculous pork project. And that's like happening everywhere, right? So like I think the reason there wasn't any pushback, you mentioned like you were January 6th or January 20th, like everyone was kind of bracing to see what happened, and nothing happened, right? It's because first like the Dems were totally spent. They spent $2 billion on Kamala Harris and it went nowhere, and so they're all just kind of sitting there like, what the hell went wrong? A, B, like Trump came out the gates like storming, right? And I think he's going to have like, what is it, like 100 executive orders he's signed in the first week or something like that, which is more than any president in history. And every every single one of them was surgically targeted at some huge part of the administrative state that has like been really fucking with everybody's lives for a long, long, long time. And he's just one by one, just like they don't know where to start because he's just dismantling huge chunks of it. This thing where they're offering federal employees 8 months deferred service is fucking brilliant. These people don't do work anyway, so it's like, great, we'll pay you for 8 months to still not do work as long as at the end of it you resign. It's just fantastic. It's the most wonderful thing to see. Like one by one, just watching these orders come out and just like totally ruin all of this infrastructure that's been used to interfere with our lives for such a long time. But yeah, to answer your question, for my free time, I submit FOIA requests to my town for data on the usage of the senior center and other facilities, and then manually go through them by hand so that I can write about it. That's how I spend my free time. That's what I do for fun.
So I have a friend that is one of my coworkers, and he and I do something very similar. He does a lot of FOIA, and he's currently in the middle of like 3 or 4 different lawsuits with his town in Massachusetts, and they're related to corruption in the local government. Not terribly dissimilar from what you're talking about. Less wasteful spending, more corrupt behavior being swept under the rug with multiple agencies involved, and non-compliance with FOIA type requests. And collectively, this is the kind of stuff that we do in our free time. It's that and reading like Supreme Court opinions, analyzing application to other things, and kind of reading between the lines. So I feel you. It's fun.
I see someone in the audience, their handle is Spurger Research, and I have a feeling that like they might also find this fun.
Sure, pretty much.
Sure, a request.
How does that work for you, Glenn? I've never actually hosted or co-hosted a space. Is it just like show up in like a list? What's the UI like?
You did actually co-host once. So basically, it shows up in like a list of, there's a list of requests that you can see. You click on it, then you can see which ones are trying to request up and join.
Yeah.
Normally it works this way. For the host, it's practically impossible to see it for some reason. So like right now, I know that there are requests, but I don't see any requests. All I have is a gigantic mute button. That's my thing.
For me, it brings all the requests at the top. All the requests.
Yeah, like requests need to be handled a little bit better. It's fucking terrible, man.
I've seen
You get. Sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, I've seen that mute button in action. I think it was the Laura Loomer Spaces when she was coming in the conversation. Like, it's basically like the scram button on a nuclear reactor. So too many people are talking, just
everybody's talking.
serene silence.
Yeah, you gotta balance it.
That's what it felt like with me.
My CNC.
The whole thing, oh my god, the whole thing felt like it felt like Chernobyl in a sense, but actually hopeful. It's like that's what I even made like as a metaphor. I dropped that because like I'm feeling with Chernobyl here. I'm bringing up a god, and thank God he actually answered. So he's giving me another chance to control this. That's what the space feels like. Like it's entering critical meltdown. I'm lowering the control rods, which is the fucking mute button. But dude, it's just delayed. It doesn't work properly. In this case, it actually did. And it's like, oh my god, what are we doing? And we have zombie horses now, so the radiation is getting out. So like,
It's 3.5 rotation. It's not too good, not too bad.
I've always wanted to go to Chernobyl. That's like it's interesting. Like the series is really.
Is anybody saying anything right now?
Yeah, we're talking.
We're talking.
Yes.
Well, fuck me.
course, it means you're hearing because you heard us enough to say fuck me.
Yeah, it said he was having connection issues a minute ago, so I don't know if it just disconnected or something.
Last couple of weeks, I know I've only been on a handful of times, not nearly as frequently as it was like back in like November, December, but I've been having a lot of trouble hearing Alma every time. I hear just fine when I'm in the audience as a listener, but as soon as I come up to speaker, it's very, very jank.
Yeah, we hear you.
I hear you.
Okay.
Talk Periscope. I know that if anybody who's listening to this who works on Spaces, I know we get priorities and such, but goddamn it, please get rid of this fucking protocol. And it needs to be taken out from X in all of its entirety. It's a worthless piece of shit. Like, I'm not hating on the products, nor am I hating on the person who has to maintain this, or the people who have to maintain this. I'm just stating the obvious fucking fact that this thing is in fact a piece of shit, and it's fine, like it still works, but it's like virtually unusable in some ways. If your internet is just a little bit wonky, then the connections are fried effectively. I have to restart the thing multiple times on my phone. And if it somehow it doesn't catch properly, I don't know how the protocol works, it doesn't make any sense to me, but like somehow if you don't launch the space properly in the exact perfect sequence, then the space will not attach to a chat, and then you're fucked. Then the space doesn't reach as many listeners as it could, so that nobody can actually comment in the space because there's no comment section, right? You see a little chat bubble there, you click on it, leads you to the post, right? You can actually communicate there. That's really nice. However, if I like pre-schedule unrecorded spaces, for instance, it just literally never works. Like, no matter which sequence of events I follow, it just doesn't fucking work. I would schedule my spaces, I would do this, I would do that, but it just doesn't fucking work. I have to clear my cache, restart the phone, restart the app, do everything so that the space can actually launch properly, so it is literally not dead on arrival. So that's the problem with space. But aside from that, it's an amazing fucking tool. I love it. That's why I'm here every single fucking day, so I get to complain a little bit, just a little bit.
Absolutely. And the clearing cache thing does fix a lot of issues. So, Paul, if you clear your media storage in the app, that might actually help when you hear people and stuff having issues.
So I'm running out of browser, so I'm in Firefox on Windows 11 desktop, so I will definitely clear cache and see how that goes.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
For anybody that's for anybody that's in the out of the 600-ish people that are in the audience listening, Adrian just gave you a massive business opportunity. I suspect with an LLM and a little bit of global infrastructure knowledge, you could probably build something that would beat the shit out of this in a couple of days, and then find a way to flare it to Elon and get bought out quick.
It's almost like that editing tool. Remember, people don't remember this, but do you guys remember Dittmann?
Yeah, I've used it.
I've never heard of it. Tell me about
I
it.
used it the other day. You can make memes on it.
It's an image editing tool, effectively. It's an image editing tool. Very good. It was created by a guy named Yassine. At least that's what his tag is on here, his handle. His screen name is Yassine MBB, that guy. He created a thing called Dittmann. Actually wanted to sell it to Elon X, basically. And that really didn't work. However, he did get a job at X. So now he has a job at X. He created a thing, has a thing, still has the thing, and has a job now. So that's pretty cool.
Win-win.
And he's crazy, but in a good way. I like him. He's the guy who, by the way, turned the gun emoji into the actual gun emoji again.
Hey, base. That's base.
He was super
And he's the guy who said that.
Good shit.
Did you guys see the post, the exchange between the guy that created Doge and Elon? I think it was last night or the night before.
Yeah, Bill.
Think on your mind.
Apparently he's gonna get a job at the Doge. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Very appropriate.
I think the post is deleted. He offered him the job, and then the reply to Elon offering him the job at Doge was, "I'm working on some personal stuff right now. Hit me up again in like 6 months."
I thought he okay. Interesting.
I think he might have in the end, but there's a point in time, like, there's a quick post up there, and I think Kettlebell Dan had responded to it. We're just like, dude, what the fuck? How are you turning Elon down? Like, you're the guy that made Doge. The organization's called Doge, and you're like, nah, I'm working on me right now. Maybe in 6 months.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's kind of sick. I hope he doesn't work there.
think that might be why he deleted the post. So he was like, wait a minute, this is stupid. Let me go ahead and say yes here.
Yeah, we'll have to consider it. But yeah, the golden opportunity for sure.
I can see Doge's fingerprints on the OMB announcement today, the fork in the road. Everybody see that?
No, I didn't even see that. That's funny.
Oh man! So there's a website for the Office of Management and Budget, which is part of the Executive Office of the President, and the website says, a fork in the road, and it says, if you got that email earlier today offering you the chance to resign, all you have to do is send, and you would like to resign, right? So Trump has offered everyone in the federal government something called a deferred resignation, which is basically where they'll resign 8 months from now, and they'll get to fuck off and not work, and they'll get paid the entire time and get all their benefits. But like at the end of that, they're done, right? They're out. So it's so the website simply says, if you'd like to resign, just send a message to hr@omb.gov, subject line resign, and hit send. That's it. Listen, just send us the email. That's all you need to do. We'll handle the rest, and we'll exit you from the federal government pronto. And so you get it reminded me of let that sink in, the fork in the road. Just it was a nice. I think what most federal employees won't understand about this is that generally speaking, in the private sector, I don't know if anyone's ever been through a round of redundancies before, but what happens is they offer you the chance to leave before you are pushed, right? So it's listen, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is you leave, you get a nice big paycheck. In places like England, for example, the paycheck is tax-free, which is really nice. So basically, you get a nice big paycheck, 3 months severance, tax-free. That means it's actually 6 months severance, and go hang out in your garden for a little while, right? And so you can do that if you know you're going to get cut. And I wonder if whether federal employees, it feels to me like this is the precursor, right, to something else, right? That the bigger cuts are coming, and they're giving people the chance to get off. And I don't think it's been made clear enough to them that this is their shot, right? You can do this now, or you can just put up with an unbelievable amount of shit that's coming your way in the next 6 months if you fail to take it. Because federal employees don't get fired, right? They just sit around and do nothing.
Severance, yeah, that's wild. My favorite thing was the Doge.gov. Did you see they actually, when it first launched, it had the actual Dogecoin logo, and then they changed it. But it also had, if you inspected, viewed source on the page, there's an ASCII Doge, in the yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Love it. Just a big comment.
Yeah, a big comment of an ASCII Doge, right before the logo. Yeah, it's pretty funny. You can see it on the Wayback Machine. I checked it out.
I love the current Doge.gov. It just says an official website of the United States government, Department of Government Agency. The people voted for major reform.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and the rest
of that logo, they have the actual Dogecoin there. That was cool. And then
That's fantastic.
You know what that website is? It's
what they're doing.
Very efficient.
Oh yeah. Maximum. Much efficient.
You should always be skeptical of a nonprofit that has a website that's really, really super slick and expensive. That's a general rule of thumb. It's if they've spent a shit ton of money on their website and they're a nonprofit, you should immediately be skeptical.
Yeah.
I have to say, on that note, I am yet to find a nonprofit that doesn't have massive amounts of overhead and doesn't have greater than half of their funds going to actual communities that they're supposed to be servicing. Does anybody know of one at all? had a few that I've fallen for over time, but most of mine I find out eventually, and I'm spending more on headcount than anything else.
Well, so my favorite nonprofit is the Marmot Recovery Foundation, which is this is completely serious. I'm not being facetious. So there's a subspecies of marmot on Vancouver Island in Canada, which is hyper endangered, and there are only like 20 of them left in existence in the wild. And they managed to bring the population back, but the way that they did it, I imagine there are overhead expenses, and there's some somewhat substantial. But the reason is because what they do is they send teams of volunteers out onto mountainsides on Vancouver Island armed with flare guns to shoot at eagles and bears who might fuck with the marmots, which is like, so that's like acceptable overhead. It's like, so what do your people do? Well, we send them up onto mountainsides to live among fat, rotund, like cuddly squirrels, and to defend the squirrels from bears. Like that seems to me like a good use of overhead.
Fuck no, that's a terrible use of overhead. I would do that for free. If I could find out where that is, I would book a plane ticket right now, and I would do that as a vacation.
So you can actually apply. If you look it up, every summer they take volunteers for the marmot keeper position, which is where basically, if you are a marmot keeper, you hang out on the mountainside with the marmots, you observe the marmots, and you scare off eagles and bears with a flare gun in Canada.
So where's the overhead? Because I know that I'm not the only one who would be like, yes, I would do that for free. Where's the overhead?
I don't know. I guess they pay people to do it, which is even better. Like there must be so much competition, right? That I suppose the best candidates for being the marmot keepers, like they want to compensate them, like even though they would do it for free, just to like make sure they can get the best talent.
Right, but like if it's that an in-demand thing, and I have to have a decent marksman, and I have to imagine that like if somebody else is like, yeah, the thing that I want to do is want to go guard some small mammals from some raptors and some other larger mammals with a weapon. I have to imagine you're going to get people that know how to shoot. It's something that
Flare gun. So you scare the
people would pay you for it.
You're supposed to scare the larger animals, not kill them. So it's a flare gun, not a regular gun.
Yeah. All right. So that
I'm gonna have such good accuracy. We're gonna take everything out with a fucking flare gun. Let's go. That's literally what this brain just did.
I feel like if your weapon is a flare gun, any idiot who likes to light off Roman candles on New Year's Eve and just fire them at friends and windows counts.
Or you can be like that guy. You can be like that guy from the Christmas market in Germany. You're like, hey man, you know what we're gonna launch this fucking rocket off into somebody's living room. Yeah, and it is literally. And the aim on that was so fucking perfect. You can tell this guy has fucking practice.
Speaking of the European countries and having just been to Italy over the Christmas season, can you explain Christmas World to me? As an American, my brain could not comprehend that goddamn thing. Christmas World. Apparently, it's like a European thing where they spin up like theme parks in like a couple of weeks, and they're insane.
I've never heard of it. Christmas World? I've never heard that. That doesn't make any sense. No. So the Christmas market, that makes sense. The Christmas World doesn't make sense.
So I had a layover in London, and it was a long layover, so we left the airport and went toward.
Oh, that thing! Yeah. So that's a big Christmas market, right? To go there, you gotta be all the shit there. Oh, yeah.
No. It's
not like that.
It's not a market. It's like a in the United States we call it a carnival, but this thing is unlike any carnival I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's like a Christmas carnival, if you wanted to put it that way. Yeah. It's pretty
It's got like full size like roller coasters and stuff like that. Yeah.
There's a lot of good shit there, man. They have like a variety of different foods and stuff that are pretty nice. From like all over Europe, you can get something. It's pretty decent. Or at least it used to be like this. I'm not sure what it is like now. But I've been there in a very long time. I think the last time I walked around the outside is fucking almost 15 years ago. So, yeah. I actually feel a little old now. Damn.
I saw the one in London, and then we actually actually took, we've got kids, so we took our kids to the one in Rome, and it was like the strangest cultural experience I've ever had. It was just downright wild.
Really?
And like a skating rink, even though Rome, it was in the mid 40s. Fahrenheit, that is. So like 10s, I guess, Celsius. But it was supposed to be modeled after Brooklyn. It was pretty damn funny. It was the Brooklyn Bridge over a skating rink in Rome. And we just come from America as well.
Mommy, you need to see this. Yeah, that's where I used to live. I'm making some food right now.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how's the steak?
Okay, my mommy's finished. I finished cooking. It's finished now. I'm gonna eat it. We serve back. That's true. More. The idea is, for me at least, when you want to be back, you want to be so back that the previous back looked like it was over. That's my philosophy. It's a philosophy of just exceeding the norm. Because as a matter of fact, we are always so back. There isn't an over to every back that you can lay up. It's to have the over be higher than the previous back. Like for instance, we so back. I got so many fucking engagements. It was a huge thing. And then it reduced by a decent amount. To now. But it's still a lot higher than it was before. So as a matter of fact, you're always so back, but you're going to be so back that the previous back is the new over.
So it's like kind of like one step over, two steps back.
More like 3-4 steps. There's more like 3 or 4 steps ahead, 1 or 2 steps back.
High lows.
But back is good in this case. So it's like, so when we say 2 steps back, we actually mean it's 2 steps ahead. Because it's over and back, not forward.
Oh, like that. That's what you meant. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a pun. It's like, instead of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, now it's 2 steps, 1 step over, 2 steps back. But the back is good in this case.
It's 2 steps over, because it's so back that 1 step towards over from back is the actual back.
Got it. Okay.
I feel like this deserves a little bit of capital adjustment. We should just call it Timberlake. Backstreet's back. All right.
Wow. Wait, you listen to Justin Timberlake?
Who doesn't listen to Justin Timberlake?
I had that shit burned into my brain in my youth. I couldn't avoid it. It was impossible. You couldn't go anywhere. Not a mall, not a dance, not it was in movies. It was on every single radio station. I could listen to a rock and roll radio station or a rap and hip hop station, and I'm still hearing that damn song. Yeah.
I thought you wanted to dance.
The Backstreet Boys thing, or?
Yeah, the Backstreet Boys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I take Dance any day of the week over top of that.
I like some of his more modern stuff, except for the stuff that's all weird. Like that one music video kind of was where it finished for me. You know, the one where he's dancing with demons? I was like, you know what, I'm fine. He's reached his peak now.
It's one of those live long enough kind of stories.
You know, I think he kind of peaked in like the early 2000s, and then it is an all-time low after that in like, 2016, 17, something like that. He was still pretty good. Like, he'd still fill a concert. Dude, when was the last Taylor Swift concert? I want to see how many people would go this year.
I have acquaintances that travel the world to take their kids to Taylor Swift concerts, and it makes me want to vomit. Like, I can't understand why.
Last one was in Vegas.
How old are these people?
They're anywhere between 35 and 45, trending towards the latter, and their kids are anywhere between 8 to 12, and it's horrible. I can't understand why they do it. If you're going to travel internationally, the thing that you're going to do is take your kids to a Taylor Swift concert. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Exactly. And also a message to anyone that does that shit. Stop it. Buy your fucking kid a computer. Buy him the latest computer and make him use Linux. If he can't fucking use Linux, call him a retard and make him use it anyways.
I love it. Teach him the graph. Come on.
100%, man. Like, fucking give him something. Have him beat this task so you can sit in a class somewhere and say, oh yeah, I know how to do Linux. How'd you learn that? I kind of told myself because nobody did it for me. Boom. Instantly a street kid grew up, bro. I mean, dude, who's going to be the most valuable thing in the world where, like, everything's run by information systems? The guy who understands how the information systems work.
I'm going to take that just a step further and say that the person that understands the thing that underpins how the systems work. So I'm on the infrastructure side of the house, but I also code, so I know about the interfacing all the way from literal zeros and ones, whether they're encoded in electrons and electricity or photons, and all the way up through how that data transfers from place A to place B, gets stored on disk, and all that into the actual code and applications and the logic and the application of that logic to business. And there's a lot of people who get really excited about the application side, and that's fantastic because it creates new value. But there is a huge gap in the number of people that, yeah, you know what's exciting and sexy, the fucking plumbing of that shit. I can tell you right now, you have kids and you want them to have a job that's going to be insane, teach them how the fucking internet works. Tell them to go chase that. Because that's going to be critical and fundamental, and it's what everything else runs on top of. So it's not sexy, it's not exciting, and just like plumbers are not sexy or exciting jobs today, the fact that there's not very many of them makes it a very lucrative career. Grade two.
That's a clip. Okay.
Gotcha.
I will say, plumbing is actually quite exciting. Like it can be, just like with engineering. You're just gonna have to be a person who's a little bit masochistic to do it though. Because you're gonna have to be dealing with some really annoying motherfuckers. And you have to take everything they say literally to a certain extent. And be sarcastic also, but only if you can afford it. Like, imagine what it must be like for a plumber in fucking New York, bro. Holy shit. They got this weird regulation for fucking standards where they have to install lead pans in the fucking shower. Like, have we learned nothing? I want to get rid of this regulation shit. Get rid of that. You don't need a lead pan in the shower. What's wrong with you? Well, they make them do it anyway. Because it's a good culture. The plumbers are making you lead pans. Isn't that fucked up? Yeah, it is. Why you do it? Because it's demanded. Wow. That could be pretty cool. It depends on what kind of plumbing you do, of course. Because sometimes it can get mighty fucking disgusting. Alright. At least you don't have the job of a sewer cleaner. That shit's insane. You gotta go down there, literally spray all the shit away, and get the fucking cockroaches climbing all over your ass. That shit's insane. My brain is weird. I like talking about the most disgusting shit shit that you can imagine. I'm just like eating this steak and I'm enjoying it so much. It's amazing. Like, I'm a total disconnect here. No fucking problem with me whatsoever. I can eat this beautiful fucking red meat and simultaneously talk about how they once blew up a whale with like a bunch of explosives that caused like a biohazard. Not really a biohazard, but it was like a hazard to people. Because they blew up a big fucking whale.
It was more an impact hazard than a biohazard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. It's just that people aren't an impact hazard. They fucked up a car. Like, imagine explaining this to your insurance. We went to this beach. There was a gigantic fucking dead whale. And a bunch of people came from the authorities, put a bunch of explosives in that dead whale. Then they detonated the dead whale, and a very large part of this whale was accelerated by the enormous force of however much explosive material was in there, that it launched up in the air and somehow perfectly landed on my fucking vehicle and completely flattened that bitch. By the way, this actually happened.
Yeah,
That's a real thing. When I just told you it actually happened to somebody, they're fucking calling it flaunting it by a piece of dead whale blubber. It's fucking hilarious to listen to. It's hilarious to think about, but fucked up to be in. Because imagine explaining this to your insurance company, especially the modern system insurance companies, the most of which don't even have any fucking honor. Otherwise, I'll let fire insurance be managed in California during the rainy time. That's fucked up, man. Mega fucked. Delicious. Preston, what do you eat?
so I eat once a day. That's my thing. I eat once a day. So
Nice. Sam?
yeah, once a day. And what did I have today? Today I had a sandwich. It was a turkey sandwich. It was pretty dope.
But what the fuck kind of metabolism do you have? Are you trying to lose weight or something? That is insane.
Yeah, basically. Essentially. that's the long. That's about the size of it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, recently took up going basically like this summer. Actually, it was last year. So last year, like I put on a bunch of weight. I was working at this law firm. Like crypto was in the shitter, so like it was really stressful. Put on a bunch of weight. Started having back problems. And like I had to do something about it. Got some shitty blood work and that kind of stuff. And I was like, fuck it, this is stupid. So adopted a new regime, going to the gym, running, eating once a day, all that jazz, and it's been extraordinarily productive. So, and critically, I think the most useful thing I did was stop working for a big corporate law firm. that was the best health move I think that I could have made. So,
Less stress levels for sure, yeah.
which is stupid. Like, it's just like you have this like. I have clients who, before when I was there, I was probably billing them, I don't know, 15, 20 grand a month, and like teams of associates and shit like that. Now, like I work for myself, I bill $2 grand a month, and like it's great because like I'm taking 100% of that home. I don't have any other overheads. Because basically the law firm economics, the way that it works is that you get paid roughly like 15 to 20% of what you originate. Right, so if you have a book of $1 million, like $250 a year would be pretty good comp for you, if that's what you're doing. Whereas if you're working for yourself and you make $250 a year, you take home probably about $230, right, $220. So like that means you can bill your clients less, you can work a shit ton less, and everybody's happier. It's just like a way better deal.
This sounds way better.
Preston, I gotta ask you, just knowing that it's still the only thing pinned to the top of this space. Did you do your 15 push-ups today?
I did not do my 15 push-ups today. I went to the gym. I got on the treadmill. I ran for 20 minutes, and then my knee started tweaking. And so I decided to call it a day on the bike after about 10 minutes on that. And so usually what I do is 20 minutes on the treadmill, 10 minutes on the bike, 10 minutes on the ergo, and then I lift. So it's either legs or arms, right? So today it was 20 minutes on the treadmill, about 6 minutes on the bike. Something was not right with my left leg. And I was like, you know what? Let's just call it a day, go home, chill out. Today's not your day. So I was one of those days where I just decided that didn't want to push it, and it cut short.
So you tell me how you feel about this. I was also slacking, and earlier on this space, I said, I'm going to do my 15. If I put in another set of 15 right a second, would you do 15 with me?
Hey, what happened? Can anyone hear me?
You should. I mean, I'll do 15 if you're going to do another 15. I already did 15, but I'll do another 15.
Alright, Preston, he's basically saying if he's going to do it, he already did his 15. If he's going to do another 15, will you do 15 with him? You fucking disconnected. This connection got fucked, but it's funny though.
I'm gonna do another 15 anyway, Preston. I'm gonna do it or not. I'm gonna do 15 right now.
Yeah, Preston. Did you hear what he said?
Nothing. No, my connection got bored.
Alright, so he said he has already done his 15 push-ups, referencing my challenge. He's gonna do another 15 if you're gonna do 15 with him.
Yeah, I can do that. That's easy.
Alright, everybody on the fucking floor right now. Everybody get up, do whatever, drop whatever you're doing. Everybody on the floor. Let's go, get set, get warmed up.
Get on the floor.
Okay. Everybody on the floor. Let's go. Let's do some push-ups. 15 in a row, baby. Let's fucking go. There we go.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Done.
And we're done. That's how easy it is, everybody. Get in on this.
I did, yeah.
You can also do the slow ones for extra growth. It's very good. Very, very good.
That's good. Yeah, that was surprisingly easy.
Rowdy, brother.
15 super easy.
Nice.
30.
Oh, well, look at you. La-di-da. Doing 30. Overachieving.
And pretty good. I was about to do 30 myself, but I had a bunch of food in my stomach. I don't know if I do it right now.
Let's go to the Slobo Gym.
I was about to do 30,000 personally. Just
This motherfucker. He's like 30,000 a
I'm assuming everybody's seen Anchorman, right?
yes.
I can't get over anytime somebody talks about the number of reps they put in. The whole, did you hear that? I did 100 of those.
Yeah.
Completely full of shit, soft body. Yep. Just as more encouragement for anybody that's out there. Prior to the start of this phase, I haven't done a set of 15 push-ups in probably 9 months to a year. So it's successful. Even if you can't do 15, just start for real. It's not that bad. And even if you can't do one full real push-up, do a push-up from your knees. Just get going. The key is to start.
Yeah, dude. That's how it works.
Yeah. I wonder if people in the audience are gonna join in. Let's see if there's any comments.
Yeah, man. It's a little stormy over here, so I've got a bunch of shit that's going on. But we're good. We safe for now. Everything's working as well.
Gina says, I can't even do one. Well, just try to do as many as you can. You know, keep adding.
We gotta get started. You gotta do it. Yeah, but then what are you gonna do? It's gotta happen.
You said it was Gina?
Yeah, somebody in the comments, yeah, she said, I can't even do one.
So if you can't even do one, try anything that gets you like partway there. So the reason I mentioned like doing it from your knees, instead of being normal push-up, you're on your toes and you have your hands roughly, shoulder width apart, maybe a little bit wider, and you're going down and then up, keeping your kind of midsection rigid. And with that, you're supporting your entire weight on the tips of your toes and on your, chest, back, arms a little bit. If you do it from your knees, you're giving yourself better leverage. So now you're taking the length of distance from your knees all the way down to your toes out of the equation. So now supporting your own weight and pushing up is a little bit easier. And you can even go further than that if you want to do yoga style. I think in yoga it's called the cobra position, where your hips are still kind of down and you're just pushing up with your arms. I mean, literally just lay down on your stomach and with your face kind of on the floor and just use your arms to push yourself up. Start there if that's how far you need to go. And just work your way, from there. And you just go up, down, whatever, until you get to the point where you can do one.
Is that how you do a push-up, fat boy?
I wish there was more video on X, but there's certainly a lot on YouTube. Just look up progression, how to get to one.
Keep doing it every day, even if you can't do it. And then eventually...
How about you make a demo video? Make a demo video.
I'll film it if somebody else edits it. It makes me not look like a fat ass.
Makes you not look like a fat ass. Okay, we can't do that. We're not geniuses.
Because I know.
Right, dude, right.
Now I'm going to do it wearing a suit. Somebody link me to a suit. I'm going to buy a suit. It's going to be really gross.
We're like, yeah. Dude, like the fucking like Chinese videos, like this Asian guy that's like cutting up some fucking watermelons or some shit. He does it in a suit for no reason. Yeah.
Get Elon Musk to do it.
We're going to do that, and then we're going to cut into the guy that does the really cool neon signs.
I love that guy. He's the best.
Yeah, Elon Musk.
No, the neon sign guy is different. That is a different guy. So Elon Musk, we all know who he is, but the neon sign guy, he'll do like the funniest Donald Trump impression you've ever heard. He's like, these signs, they're amazing, but like of course with a Chinese accent, it's like we're gonna make America great again. But it's so good. It's so hard to describe how funny this guy is.
Damn.
He starts with like a shitty liberal TikTok video and then he goes into it.
The push-ups actually are quite simple exercise. They're very nice. I like them. It's easy to get almost anybody started on them also. So it's one of them things, you're saying?
Like the diamond or close grip, wide ones.
Diamonds are a pro move. Those things are scary.
Oh, really? You don't like diamonds?
I have a hard time with diamonds. I find they engage, basically,
Fuck it, let's do them.
central.
What are you gonna do with the diamonds?
I actually don't know if I can successfully do a diamond. Let's see how it goes.
It's pretty easy, actually, because it's like less range of motion. Nah, you're right. They're fucking typical, but I can do them. It's pretty easy for me.
Alright, so I just did 2. I don't think I can get as is low, it takes a lot of it's not traps. What the hell's the muscle that connects like the backside of your upper back to your neck? I'm getting a whole lot of engagement there.
Those are deltoids?
Yeah, I guess it takes a lot of delts. Delts that I don't have because, like I said, I've done a whole lot of push-ups out of here.
Ooh, I did like 15 of them. Ooh, nice.
You got me, King.
It's right there with it's like where your chest is, you know? You feel like your breasts, they kind of like interact with each other for some reason. It sounds very wrong, but like that's how it looks like. But when I started doing it, I started noticing like these weird, the weird muscle shapes that came out of it. It was really strange, but really cool.
So another thing that a lot of people don't realize that I only noticed that I do fits and starts with exercise. So there's a period of time where I had a personal trainer. And when I was doing things like push-ups, she was telling me that I was an idiot and I was doing them completely wrong. Most push-up positions are not about your arms. Most push-up positions have a lot to do with chest and back. It's control over your pectoral muscles and your delts and whatever the hell it is in your shoulder. But I suck at anatomy, so you're going to have to excuse me, but your back muscles.
Yeah, like I got a really good looking back. That's something that people have told me. I got a really good looking back, and all I've done is calisthenics. No way training really hard. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, delicious.
Yeah, it was super fucking rainy out there, dude. I wanted to go out there and fucking run around in the rain. I'll probably do that. If the rain's still up, I'm gonna do that after I finish eating my meat here. And then I'm gonna run around the block shirtless. Let's fucking do it.
That's eating for all you perverts.
Wait, what?
I said I was eating starting with an E for all those perverts out there. You heard it wrong.
Jesus Christ.
That's the American, man. I can't help it.
I started this problem. This is my fault.
Good. Totally your fault. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm straight up degenerate.
I mean, hey, real recognizes real. You told me about the shit that you do. No judgments. No judgments.
Love it. What's the temperature?
I'm fine.
You said you're gonna get a long rain. What's the temperature where you're at?
No, it's relatively frigid. Not sure what the exact temperature is. I don't measure those things. I only measure like water temperatures in case of storms and things like that. But at the moment, that's kind of past. So you're just having like an entire array of like mini storms. I have to like check the map and see if there's something that goes wrong. Like there's a major weather system. It's like most models are freely available. And the U.S. government is amazing. They have like this thing called NOAA. They got like these different weather models and shit. You can use them. They're incredible.
Yeah, if anybody else is into, I do this a little bit. I'm not great at it, but I've done it a couple of times. That U.S. government weather satellites sent back to Earth, and you can see satellite imagery of weather formations for free. And
Is this legal?
filtered. Yeah, it's absolutely legal for sure.
Oh, wow. I want to see that. That sounds cool.
Yeah, so like all the satellites that are orbiting planet Earth that are sending back weather data, they're sending it back on frequencies and, in guides all over the internet for this. That'll tell you how to receive those signals and build antennas that are tuned to receive those signals. And there's software that's out there that you literally just like, you don't need to write code. You can just download and install this stuff and get those images so you can see weather patterns from space that haven't been run through government agencies, haven't been run through news station filters or anything like that. You're getting raw data.
That's crazy. I sure hope that what you said is wholly legal because if it's not, we're fucked.
No, it is. It's a broadcast.
Yeah, if it's over the airwaves and you can pick it up and you can decrypt it, it's legal.
It's not like it's not like intercepting like a police radio signal that's encrypted and decrypting it illicitly.
You could even do that. I mean, what you can't it's not the same thing as interfering with the computer system, right? Like if someone is broadcasting and they're emitting signals on the electromagnetic spectrum and you have an antenna, you pick it up, and you can, for whatever reason, like see what they're saying, even if it's like trumped radio for the police. Like I don't know how you're gonna decrypt it, but if you have the means to decrypt it, you can do it. Like they're putting it out there for you to read.
So basically, if you were to say use the internet, it's like it would be. So for the police, if they didn't want people to catch on to what they're doing, say for instance, you listen to those scanners, then if they communicated over the internet, it's actually better for them.
Well, I think what they generally do if they don't want people to listen to them is they just go onto encrypted radio. Which suck. So, and that's hard to, like, they're allowed to do it and we're not. So, like, you can't use encrypted radio, but the cops can. That's public disclosure, which is really
Wow.
But there's nothing encrypted at all about the weather satellite signals back to Earth. They are wide open.
Cool. So it's like basically public defense. So if I happen to pick it up, I just happen to pick it up.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're not happening to pick it up, even if you're intentionally picking it up, it's totally legal. Same thing holds true for like you can do this with air traffic signals as well. So if you want to put an antenna outside of your house and you want to listen to all the airplanes talking to air traffic control, whether it's a local airport or even like national air traffic control, and this is all U.S. anyway. It's international. May or may not be true in your country. So do your own research. And I'm not a lawyer.
One thing that is
not legal advice, but you can.
One thing that's definitely illegal to do is to broadcast, like yourself, to broadcast unless you have a license to do so now.
correct. Yeah. So if you
Like a ham radio license, like if you wanted to deal with something, even I think signal jammers, it applies to signal jammers also, like even if you were to say be a super paranoid schizophrenic, you wanted to like signal jam inside of your house, I think it technically falls under, you needing basically a ham radio license, is that correct?
if you use it, so
There's nation by nation.
If you use a signal jammer, you're going to jail. It doesn't, even if you have a ham radio license. So there are 3 tiers of ham radio license. There's the technician, which is the first one you get. The next one is general, and the next one is called extra. And basically, with the various tiers of permissions that you get, so when you get your license, you get a call sign in addition to that. So mine's Kilo Charlie 1 Hotel Quebec X-ray. And then what happens is you escalate through the tiers, you get additional privileges on various bandwidths. You can use certain things for data, you can use things for voice, whatever else. So, and if you transmit on those frequencies, like without having a license, ham radio people are like obsessive about policing the airwaves. So if you buy, some little, some Yaesu or some Baofeng handheld, and you start fucking with people on the repeaters, like they will find you. Like they will find out where you live by doing like direction searching whenever you're broadcasting and that are transmitting, and they will hunt you down, and then the FCC will show up to your house. Like they're rabid about that sort of stuff. But yeah, basically you need a license to do that. GMRS, you need a license. You don't need a license for Citizens Band. You don't need a license for like boat UHF radio or VHF radio, like the boat, nautical frequencies and things like that. But for most of the hand frequencies, you need a license.
So even if I was to have a system set up like press frequencies inside of my own building, I'm not allowed to do that, even if it doesn't leak outside.
Yeah, I don't think you could. I mean, if you're broadcasting on like 0.2 watts, like in practice, who the fuck is going to pick it up? But like, it's not. If someone does, right, then technically you're not supposed to be on that spectrum.
So I know this more from the data 802.11 kind of RF space, but I also have friends that are hams. I helped one of my friends dig an 8-foot deep hole that was like 3 foot in diameter to put in a concrete base for a 100-foot retractable tower, and he's got a ham license to do loves radio. And back in the day, he used to play like a CD tag running around to tri-state area. Preston, we got to connect higher on that because
we follow each other. So like, let's deep chat by DM tomorrow or something.
Definitely.
Where are you based? I'm in Southern Connecticut.
I'm in Southern New Jersey, so I could probably hit you if I keyed up hard enough.
Well, like we could definitely. Yeah, for sure.
So what I'll say to everybody else though is an easy way to see this that's maybe more relatable to somebody that doesn't understand ham, doesn't understand CB is just the 2.4 gig spectrum and the 5 gig spectrum as it relates to things like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and microwaves. Microwaves are legal, even though they put a ton of energy into the air. And Adrian, this might maybe more directly address your question. You think about how much energy a microwave is putting into air in a small confined space. It's lots and lots and lots of watts. But it's completely legal because those things have been tested, and it's kind of like a little Faraday cage. Like that energy is not escaping that little confined box. It's being put into your food, but it's not being broadcast out through an antenna into the space surrounding your house. And the same thing is true for, wireless communications, like from your laptop or your cell phone to an access point at a building, or even like on a campus facility. And at least in the US, the FCC governs what bands you're allowed to use indoors and outdoors, and also the maximum combined power you're allowed to output, which is a combination not only of the radio you're using and how much energy it actually applies, but also the antenna it's connected to and the amplification of that antenna. So you can do a lot of wild shit and technically be legal, but to Preston's point, if you're disrupting others in the RF space, you're going to get fucking found, and the FCC is going to bring a hammer.
Well, I think the other thing, though, the thing that makes it really fun, right, when you have a radio, is talking to someone who's on the other side of the fucking planet, right? Because it's point-to-point communication, and it's point-to-point. You don't have a direct line of sight. So the only way you can do it is by bouncing the radio waves off various layers of air in the atmosphere, right? And then having the light bend through the atmosphere over the horizon and get the signal. So yeah, basically it's not like a skip. It's just like you got to bounce it off a layer of air, right, in the atmosphere at the right time of day in order to get there, because it's not going to go through the earth. Like nothing's getting through that. Unless it's neutrinos, can't detect those with a radio. But so it's really cool. And like in order to get those privileges, you have to go through this licensing process, which is like it's part of it is like learning how this stuff actually works. I'm an attorney, right? Like I didn't know shit about how a radio works, from my professional training. And it's kind of cool. Like then sometimes you just chill, you just listen, you can hear people having conversations, all up and down. If you just like plug in, set up your antenna one night and turn on your radio and chill at home, you can hear people all up and down the East Coast just like chatting away at night, like having conversations point to point. It's just really interesting to think that like those guys are just chatting with each other at the speed of light with equipment, setting up in their yard and hooked up to a battery, right, or plugged in to a power source without any internet or anything in between or any infrastructure. So I love it for that reason. It's universe that you're just not aware of. I think it's a little less busy than it used to be, but it's so cool because people are just out there talking. The other thing that's cool about it is that in emergency situations, all of these guys who are hams wind up getting drafted into service as like emergency radio relays sometimes to get information if communications have been like completely wiped out by some type of natural disaster. So during Katrina, you had guys relaying messages back and forth between people who were stranded on the ground, right, and only had shortwave radio or short range radio solutions, and people who were farther away in places like DC. So someone who was nearby could relay that message, and then it could go, get relayed to DC officials, and then a message could get relayed back. So they were acting as kind of imagine like a public brigade, for trying to put out a fire, they just passing a message from one person to the next person to the next person. So there's this cool like civil defense like thing that very rarely is used. But it's interesting. It's cool that capability exists. In the event that you need it. So I highly recommend that anybody who's interested in this just go and get a ham license and go, hang out with some local hams.
So I have a question on that with that story connected to what you're saying. One is related to the NSL involved in the can't Are you participating in any of this? Is I'm sure ignorance here, but my friend who is the ham guy and knows the stuff really well, maybe like 2-3 years ago, was really excited about some ham protocol that was basically like IP over ham, and it was for that use case. He's a bit of a prepper. He's like storing tons of ammo and weapons and whatnot, food. And he's like, yeah, you know what? You should totally, erect a giant tower in your backyard and do this because then we can talk to one another over IP and have a network in case, everything goes wrong. Are you participating in that? Do you know what that's called?
No, I mean, I'm not. I don't use my radio as nearly as much as I should. But there are data protocols that you can use, and yeah, you could, if you wanted to, set up a giant antenna in your backyard and go, do text messages over one of the. If you've got the privileges, you could go send text messages back and forth with one of your buddies over, a data protocol or something like that. Like that's certainly doable. I think like from a prepper perspective, it's a very limited utility because ultimately, like if you're using that bandwidth, like from a big fixed, if you're sitting there transmitting from a fixed location, and you're doing it like a couple hundred watts or something ridiculous, and you're very visible when you're doing that. And so you're kind of advertising to everybody that you're there. So I don't think that that's a particularly viable strategy. And the other thing is you can get jammed like really, really easily as long as someone has more wattage than you do. So it's like it's interesting. I don't think it's interesting. It's cool to be able to listen to what's going on, but like the idea that just because you have a radio suddenly means that like you're going to be able to communicate in all scenarios at all times, and it's like a super secure way to do so is just not correct.
It's actually really interesting because my friend doesn't always think things all the way through. Vis-a-vis digging a giant hole in his backyard.
Yeah, I mean, if you're broadcasting, if you're transmitting on a radio, like you are advertising to the entire world. Here I am. This is my precise location or direction from you, and this is what I'm talking about. Because generally speaking, you're not allowed to. Even though the police can encrypt and the military can encrypt, you can't encrypt your communications because that's not allowed. So it's I mean, I suppose you could encode them as long as there's a weird rule where as long as the protocol is published, you can send messages which are coded and it's not immediately obvious like what it is as long as you publish the key, right, to how it works. But generally speaking, people who are hams and using radio and for hobbyist purposes they transmit in the clear.
So yeah, I guess that's the difference between encoding and encrypting. So encoding, you're putting data out, you're just doing it in an efficient way, and it's where things make sense, but it's not obfuscated, and anyone who knows exactly how it's done can do it. Encryption is meant to keep other people out and has private keys. guess at least in most situations, and is meant to provide that security. All right, so that was my question, was whether or not you're participating in that. So now I'll give you my story. And, Blythe and Adrian, by all means, tell me to shut up if this is a topic you don't want to carry on with. But going back to, funny enough, phone system work, there's a point in time where I was working for, as a consultant anyway, I was on a job helping a couple of government agencies in the state of New Jersey, won't name which, but deployed a phone system probably about 10 years ago. And it was when the Super Bowl was happening in MetLife Stadium, just outside of New York City. And because I was there doing the phone system, and because they were using Motorola radio, funny enough, super encrypted, and was covering the entire state, I was operating out of their emergency command headquarters, which are probably publicly searchable, but I'm not going to say where it is just for good measure. But the phone system I was deploying was Cisco systems, and I know a lot about Cisco and how they operate in the background. And one of the things that they do as just a value add that they don't charge for, and it's almost like a PR thing for them, is they run around planet Earth with this thing called the Network Emergency Response Vehicle. And it does a handful of things. One, it's basically like a big truck, I think like a fire truck in the back of it, instead of being a tank full of water and some pumps. It is a whole bunch of network equipment and space for operators to sit that can build out a network in an emergency and can operate comms, and it's got satellite links, and this is why it's relevant here, has the ability to tie into all these radio systems and bridge the radio systems with all these other IP comms systems as well over a network. And
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was at the time, it was, not so far removed from 9/11 that there was concern that, okay, the Super Bowl is being played in MetLife Stadium just outside of New York City, the Netherlands. It's possible that we see an attack here and there's a major incident and we need to be prepared and ready to go. And, the governor, Christie at the time, was operating out of this location. Like, if, things go bad, we need to have a way to actually
airdrop cheeseburgers.
Yeah, gotta get Christie's cheeseburgers for sure. So, I said it was really cool. And this same group, I've met them at a handful of occasions in Vegas and Barcelona, because they tour around with the company whenever they do conventions, and they've actually helped. Preston, back to your original commentary, in a lot of different disaster scenarios. I think Katrina was actually one of them.
Yeah, Katrina was fun to have guys like really. It's
exactly.
like they're always preparing for it and training for it, and the joke is that like it's just a bunch of old guys hanging out at like an emergency operations center that's tagged onto a municipal fire station, just like meeting once a week to hang out. But like when you need them, like in that one instance where like you really, really, really needed them, they pulled through, and that was Katrina.
Bingo. All right, how many people dropped off the space because they don't care for RF?
It's interesting, There's also talk about being able to transmit Bitcoin transactions over such radio as well, so I think that's kind of interesting.
Yes, people have done that, and it's interesting because you're not supposed to use the airwaves to engage in commercial transactions. So you're allowed to do things for scientific research or experimentation purposes. So if it's like an academic exercise where you want to transmit Bitcoin, right, or so what you'd have to do is you'd have to have a node that's hooked up to a radio that can receive a data transmission, and that data transmission would have to be a properly formatted Bitcoin transaction with the signature of the sender. And as long as you can get out to the internet, so you've got to hit a radio on the other side that gets out to the internet, and you can propagate the transaction, you could send Bitcoin via the radio. I don't think it's like a viable thing for. I don't think it's necessarily the most viable thing in the world in terms of like commercial stuff to do it over a ham airwaves. There's another startup called Helium, which they use a part of the spectrum called LoRaWAN, which is apparently aimed at like IoT and device control for farming and shit like that. And so what they do is they have people hook up LoRaWAN transmitters to Wi-Fi hubs and in their houses, right? And then what they do, and the LoRaWAN like has a 5-mile range or something like that. And so they're setting up this weird internet connected like IoT network via these transmitters, which are hooked up to the internet in people's homes, essentially. And by hooking in the transmitter, and particularly if people use it, that's how you mine the cryptocurrency token, which is associated with the project. So it's kind of a cool like way that people have tried to link up decentralized infrastructure with an incentive mechanism for providing it with this kind of funny way that you can go talk to machines over the internet in a mesh network, without necessarily having to have a direct connection to them. It's interesting stuff.
So, Preston, I definitely need to connect you with my buddy. He has a couple of those notes, and he's got a bunch of those coins mined from those things. And he's got a massive ROI on them. And I told him, like, dude, no, that's stupid. You're never going to make money on that. Like, that's a big outlay for something that's not going to make money. So, bitch, he's made money.
Yeah, those helium miners were so insanely profitable back in 2021 that like they cost thousands of dollars, and there were months long waits to get them and things like that. So because they were made by only a handful of people, and the network was insanely profitable. I don't know if it still is. I haven't looked at the project in like at least 2 years, maybe 3. But yeah,
LoRaWAN's way outside of just farming too, though. Like LoRaWAN is used in a lot of IoT applications. So it's used for things like when you've got, if you've ever been in like an airport parking garage where they've got lights over top of the stalls and they've got the counters that are telling you how many spots are open before you pull in, like that's LoRaWAN. If you've ever seen like weird boxes mounted on telephone poles, you're like, what the hell is that? Why are there antennas sticking out of it? That's LoRaWAN reporting back on like how many cars have gone through the intersection. There's a million different applications. And I don't want to go too far in what I'm about to say here, but I'll just summarize as I know a lot about a lot of U.S. national infrastructure around goods transportation, I'll say, and energy generation, and there's a ton of LoRaWAN that's involved in that as well. So it's not like a consumer; it's everywhere, and they're not connecting to minor nodes, but it's out there.
Yeah, like that's awesome. I haven't looked into LoRaWAN that much or how it's used, but now I will. It's annoying when this happens, when you're like, shit, like I've known about this and I know it's LoRaWAN, but I assumed it was for like farm equipment, and then it's like, oh shit, I've had this gap in my knowledge for like 4 years, and I just like never bothered to fill it in because I didn't even know it was there. So yeah, thanks a lot. That's really
manufacturing and control systems to a certain extent. I think a lot of those are still hardwired because factories aren't being refreshed all that often, and cable things are cabled and they work, but it's happening there too. SCADA also. Adrian, I think we're treading into your space. Are you seeing this kind of tech in the environments that you're in?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Are you seeing LoRaWAN in like manufacturing and production spaces?
Actually, what's the context of this? I had some stuff that I had to deal with here.
IoT, RF protocols.
Yeah, we were talking about.
Oh. No, go ahead.
Yeah, there was a cryptocurrency protocol called Helium, which basically LoRaWAN transmitters to someone's home internet connection, and so they basically set up a LoRaWAN global mesh network that was incentivized by crypto, and that just led us into a general discussion about LoRaWAN.
Yeah, that would be nice. As far as manufacturing, not sure exactly what blend in there unless we're going to talk about the mesh nets in general. Like, you still have, there needs to be a type of Internet of Things to a certain extent. It's the only time that becomes problematic is when the internet is not one that you control. That's when Internet of Things becomes a problem. So I think from that perspective, it's just a hive, right? I use it myself to a certain extent. I have my own mesh network for stuff. It's like it has, it's very isolated. There's nothing to it. I think even when it comes to factories in general, they use them. I think somehow, like if you did anything that has computer integration and do like a shipping a product, and even electric cars, I imagine the electric car, anyone like manufactures them, has to have like some sort of mesh network in their factory. It needs to like make sure that mesh network is not all fucking connected to the internet, because that's going to be a problem. Like say for instance, if you have to like do any software changes, and then you have to like, do something with the cars, there would be like a way to do that. You probably don't want to go physically to each fucking car that you have like sitting in a lot somewhere. So you just basically transmit it directly. And you need a mesh network for that. That is isolated to the factory specifically, I think. That would do well. Because if you try to do it via the internet, have the internet fuck with you. No. We don't do that. That's not a good idea. So that's be completely isolated if you're planning on doing that. Yeah. So security threat, if the security is like, something you can't even access, be completely walled off. Nobody get it.
I've become a big believer after seeing like a gazillion cybersecurity incidents with various, entities over the years. That like, it's like, I assume everybody on the panel here has seen the Battlestar Galactica miniseries. And I love the beginning, the first episode, where they're like, they're so
you're a Cylon.
Right, but they're like, remember at the beginning, Aaron Dorrell, the reporter, he's like, they were so afraid of the Cylons. Every system on this ship is wired. They were so afraid of them that they literally looked backwards in time for protection. And like, you wonder kind of like when, like that makes total sense that if you're running an industrial enterprise, you want to make sure that your mesh network on your production floor is air gapped. But like, it makes you wonder like how much longer it's going to make sense for people to be wired up until like, I don't know, adversarial capabilities with AI and things just get so good that you just have to disconnect and unplug. Something that sometimes people want.
Even that's not enough. So security is largely theater. I want to say it was Stuxnet was the name of it, but I mean, if you look at how the U.S. basically hacked Iran's centrifuges many years ago, they were ear gapped, and it didn't matter. The true fact of the matter is a determined attacker is getting into your technology, whether you want them to or not. Yeah. Technology and human beings, as a function of that, are implicitly vulnerable. There's no getting away from it.
Annoying, but it is what it is.
I get at least one a month. I get reach notification letters sent to my house like, hey, we lost your data. Hey, we lost your data. Hey, we lost your data. I'm numb to it at this point. The whole high society is kind of fucked. Yeah, it's crazy. Even companies that I had absolutely nothing to do with. I've never once engaged with Change Health, but sure as shit, Change Health leaked my shit.
Crazy. I'm gonna give you co-host real quick, and I'm gonna teach you to bring blinds up.
All right, let's do it.
I've given you co-host before, just for funsies, so you kind of know how the mechanics work. Once you're in, you'll have like access to requests only let blinds up.
Understood. So I'm gonna click this join as co-host.
Yep.
I accept co-host invite. Very good. Alright, so I see requested 7.
Alright, click on that.
I see Blas. I click approve on Blas.
There you go.
Alright,
Perfect.
Blas, are you up here?
There you go, there it is.
Thank you. Yeah, I got the
What's so funny is I can hear you, but I still don't see you up here as speaker.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it takes a while, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I have a mute space button too. I guess that functions like.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you just click it and everybody goes silent. Or at least there's a delay to it as well, so you can mute everybody.
God.
Very, very useful.
I guess because I'm not the host, I can't promote lives to co-hosts myself. You have to do that.
That's me. Yeah.
God.
You can add people up, and you can drop people also, and you can pin and remove stuff from the. You can remove other people's shit from there as well. From the notification bar up there.
There's an X up there.
Yeah. So if you were to click that, it would go away.
Okay, well, I'm not going to delete your post. Because I want to delete the post.
Yeah.
It's really
Yeah. I see the edit button for the title. That's cool.
Yeah. Do that also.
I see the post taken up, guys. I'm not inviting anybody else up here. Meta is back. Do you guys want to bring Meta back up?
Yeah, let's bring it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Bring him up.
Blinds beat me to it. He just disappeared.
You teach your fingers there.
Yeah, it's been doing that for a while now. I probably have onboarded more people into spaces and how it works than most people who use spaces. It's fucking funny as shit. It got to the point where basically we had to tell Elon how to pin a post in his space. That was funny as shit. He came to the conversation once, and actually he came a bunch of times. He came there, and then he was like, "How do I pin stuff in the how do I pin stuff?" And we had taught him how to pin stuff in the space.
That's funny.
It's it's so fucking hilarious. It's great.
Crashing the platform.
I know, right? It's like spaghetti code. It said something else. It's worse than spaghetti code. I was like, bro, this guy just roasted his own app. This is amazing.
That's one of the things I really love about Elon is he doesn't really filter it out and he calls it exactly like it sees it. And he's like, yeah, just because I own it doesn't mean it's not shit.
Yeah. He's constantly working on fixes and shit. Especially on the algorithm, where he complained about it, said I need to talk to the manager. Bro, what the fuck? It's just funny as fuck. Yeah, that's pretty good, Meta. What's up, dude?
Hey, I'm back. Just figured.
Good back, huh?
Yeah. You guys were talking about helium. I always thought that was an interesting project. I don't know much about how it was going to work. If anybody knows the mechanics, I'd be curious to learn more.
I haven't looked at
I actually know one of the people who initially started the helium thing, but they're probably busy now, but yeah.
Another time. That'd be cool.
I'll flip over to Discord real quick and see if I can get my friend. He's not big on X, but I'll see if I can get him to come over here and join the space. I don't even know if he's awake right now, but I'll see if I can grab him. Because he's deep into it.
Game generators really creative ideas, good ideas themselves, and I'm curious if they're using crypto as a launching pad because it's an easy way to raise money, or if they find the decentralized nature of blockchain is advantageous. Yeah, just generally want to learn more about those kinds of projects, not meme coins, but actual projects.
So the problem with those kinds of projects is that the U.S. regulatory environment has basically incentivized meme coins and disincentivized the project since they actually build useful. Because if you build anything useful, the SEC turns around and goes, "Oh, gee, it sounds like it's an investment of money in a common enterprise with an expectation of profit, which means it's regulated as a security. So fuck you, we're gonna destroy your business." And so they did that to Library, which was this social media website, and they had their own protocol token. They ran a website called Odyssey, which is a video sharing website. And that was a profoundly useful piece of tooling because it was a content addressable, pointers on the blockchain and incentivizing people to maintain those and allowing people to tip people, to their video on the basis of the content that they posted to the chain. So or posted online, which is content addressable on the chain. And so it was a really interesting early attempt at doing things that now X does as a matter of course, where you have revenue sharing for creators, right? So that didn't exist back in 2017, 2016. So they were doing this, and the SEC's Boston office, an enterprising enforcement attorney out of the Boston office, decided, oh, look, here's one startup that's in New Hampshire, and that's the only crypto startup in my catchment area. So I'm going to bring a federal fucking lawsuit against them. And it's going to cost them $3 million to defend against it, and we're going to bankrupt the company.
So like if you did that in the United States, you built anything even remotely useful in the last couple of years, you're rolling the dice on an SEC lawsuit. And incidentally, one of the last things that Gensler and SEC did before the God Emperor took power was they brought a lawsuit against Helium, right? Or they filed a Wells notice. It was either Wells notice or lawsuit. So intending to sue or that they actually sued. So like they're going after these projects because if you do anything useful with your token, they would turn around and say, well, you know what? That's problematic for us because people might buy the token because you're doing something useful and it might become more valuable later on in time. Hopefully that changes now that Trump's in power. And of course, David Sachs is heading up the AI and crypto division, right, that they're running, which is going to be great. But like that was the problem, right? Literally, you couldn't do anything interesting in the U.S. And then hopefully that now ends, right? And we'll see all of that innovation coming back home. Suffice it to say, my phone has been ringing off the hook nonstop for like clients, friends, others who are just so excited that like this is all going to end. People were going through. If you wanted to do a crypto token and you were based in the U.S., you would basically have to set up a Cayman foundation to issue the token. If you were going to receive the tokens from the Cayman Foundation, it could only be through a labs corporation that wasn't going to sell any of the tokens that would be incorporated in somewhere like Delaware. If you were selling the tokens to investors, you could only sell it to offshore investors and offshore funds. For most of these U.S. funds have offshore vehicles that were doing it. And then, right after doing all of that, you would only be able to get your token listed on offshore exchanges or the offshore shops of U.S. exchanges. And if you were going to get listed on a U.S. exchange, you were rolling the dice, right? Because you were like, shit, we're going to be on a U.S. exchange now. What's the likelihood that the SEC is going to name us in some stupid ass lawsuit, or that we're going to, or that we'll get named in a lawsuit against the exchange, and then they'll accuse us of being a security, and then we won't be able to get business and that kind of stuff. So like that's the show. Nonstop for 10 years, 12 years, but to a much more considerable extent in the last 4 years. Is that just like everybody's twisted themselves?
Yakon, this is the man. This is great one. Great one. How are you, buddy?
The earth is well.
So, Christian, do you know who this is?
Yes.
He is somebody that in Clubhouse Streets are running is not held in high regard.
Not held in high regard on Clownhouse. That's a fucking badge of honor and a compliment.
I'm going to make you mine there, my man.
I don't know how long I'm going to stay. I'm listening to the Elon Musk podcast right now.
So this is my arguably Earth. This is my proposal.
What?
Christian was asking what I thought about Trump's ban on trans in the military. I think the military should be only trans. That's it. Instead of only fans, the military becomes only trans.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can't stop a Marine from putting a wig and a dress on and singing a song on Christmas. Like what are they going to do during the next war when some Marine puts on a dress and a wig and sings a song? Are they going to shoot him? So, Christian, I know you're a young man. I would just encourage you to delete the app as soon as possible. Go to the gym, get a book, maybe just read a book on YouTube, and just limit your internet activities to that because, I know you hold Uncle Steve and all the nieces and all the nephews in high regard, but let's just say that there's a lot of broken men on this app on disability, and they're not to be admired. You should go to college, get straight A's, date the high school cheerleader, and have a family. And, God bless you. But this app is, an unhealthy, toxic cesspool unmotivated, unfulfilled desires. Run for your life.
Well, I've heard that millions of times, but as
Run for your life.
to say the least,
It's pretty high in the next 5 years.
that
If that's the
as there
case,
are
like, does it make sense to require companies to file a registration statement? I think probably not. Like, because at that point, you've got an advisor that can collate all of that information, and you have equality of arms with a hedge fund manager or with a professional investor or somebody else, because you've got different tools. So like, their laws do eventually like expire, right? In terms of their usefulness, their shelf life is dependent on a lot of factors. Some of them political, some of them cultural, some of them technological. And I think what crypto's been doing is been kind of like, we're at the end of one regime and we're at the beginning of another one. And crypto's this radically transparent technology where, like, if you wanted to examine a token, you just want to do diligence on it for whatever reason, you can find out very simply, very quickly, what the token distribution is. You can find out what the history of the token was, how it was sold, who holds what, which entities hold what, whether there's a foundation, how much the foundation holds, whether there's some other type of treasury, whether they've locked up a bunch of things in the DAO. Oh, there's a bunch of tokens in the DAO. Let's go look at the DAO contract. Let's look at the smart contract. Are there super user permissions? Can they modify this contract? It will. All of that stuff is machine readable, right? And so there's no reason why you couldn't take any AI, right, and just feed all.
I don't know who that is.
Who, Abraham? That's Lou. He's an AI schizophrenic psychic. He's an AI schizophrenic psychic.
Everybody knows it's degenerate stuff, right? And it's really, really super high risk. I don't think there's anybody who thinks it's safe. Or maybe there are. I don't know. They do refer to Bitcoins.
So I'm listening to Elon Musk right now talk to his lawyer on his X space, Adrian Dittmann. It's interesting. I'm surprised, Lou, you're not listening. But again, I know you don't think Elon Musk is Adrian Dittmann because you have the attention span of a gnat.
The SEC decides that they want to, wreck your life. They turn around, they bring an enforcement action, and you settle it by filing an S1, registering the token. The token can only be, custodied by, or traded, with the assistance of a transfer agent and a broker dealer, and it all has to be by book entry.
Also, Christian, you do know the secret name of Uncle Steve's creations, correct?
I do not.
All of his shows are secretly called How Angry Can I Make My Uncle Steve?
The government says, go to investors and
Check out my PCR.
investors are stupid thing. We're going to delete it. This notion that
maybe give your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool, but like, you do know that like he drinks whiskey, smokes cigarettes, and his teeth are running out of his face. You know they were.
Well, I mean,
you have more than 2,000 token holders.
You never heard him open up that Zippo and get that drag?
No, I did not.
If you
It
have 2,000
said
registered.
20,000 members
So, if you're in a particular.
smoke pot and drink alcohol on the show.
If you have more than 2,000.
Well, like I said, run for the hills. Go to the library, spend an hour there for every 1 second of Uncle Steve. That's my advice.
I think it's.
Yeah. Sorry. I meant it more like
Hey guys.
Hi, Patsy. Is this that ugly little satanic-looking baby with the devil teeth who's a rabid racist?
Wow. Of something?
This is kind of like what you described me to a T.
Did you lose weight or something?
I did.
Oh, so you want a compliment. Well, how did you lose the weight?
Dieting and exercising.
Oh my God.
Calories in, calories out, man.
Yeah, Yeah, shit in, shit out. What you eat and what you do in the gym. Christian, are you eating right and going to the gym?
Well, considering that.
Have you ever listened to the Crypto Town Hall? You see a guy named Alex who sometimes talks. He's the CEO of Hero Systems, HIRO. And he was.
You don't like cheese pizza and butter steak?
I do not.
So what do you eat?
Oh, it's very limited, to be honest.
How do you not eat steak?
He's got an autism spectrum disorder, bro. This guy doesn't live to eat. He eats to live. Come on, Patsy. You were fat once.
That's true.
The official designation was, and then at some point they were just like, okay, whatever. Like we're done. We're done doing that now because we're not security. We're decentralized.
To answer part of the question at least, yes, I do go to the gym.
Strong conversations with the regulator, but eventually the regulator fucked off. Now they've
And I lift weights and do cardio. And for the most part, I am not obese. So,
For the most part?
well, I got very broad shoulders, so I seem like I'm bigger than I am,
didn't quite work out that way.
if that makes sense.
Got it. Well, I don't think Uncle Steve has touched a piece of metal in a gym in maybe, 10 years. So at least you got that going for you. Oh, is that double agent?
You're tough on Uncle Steve.
Agent Malone is here. Agent Malone has been. Oh, good. He ran away. Don't even need to continue talking about it.
I like Adrian. Why'd you make him laugh?
I didn't. He just outs me all the time. He says, "That's Edmund. Kick him."
Nice. And just listed on Coinbase or Kraken, but what you're going to do
Well,
instead is
a
you're
lot
going to play
of
it
people
super
said that
easy.
you know,
Edmund, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I've noticed that the characters of the Randall McDickerson extended universe are without a home. I see you guys in like random rooms now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Casts, they break apart.
Randall was like your Thor and Oakenfield, right?
Randy McDickerson?
Yeah, he was there at Thor and Oakenfield, leading them to the promised land.
I mean, maybe because he was a successful troll, because you never really knew what he was talking
But
about.
what happened? Was it like a falling out? Was it a civil war?
No, I think people's accounts get suspended. They can't get back into the account or whatever, and then they have to create a new burner account, and then the whole thing just starts over again. I think people give up on, and plus, just finding the people that you were friends with, like, if you're not. You see what I'm saying? How when the account gets deleted, it begins to break and degrade the whole network. All the nodes start going down.
Restricted legend, all kinds of other shit that transfer agents usually do. Like, you should be able to do that. Put out laws.
Earth, I was expecting something more insulting. Thank you for disappointing me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Randy McDickerson, he always had this conservative troll about being cucks and how Republicans are bitches and you guys don't get it and this and that. And it was in hindsight, the fact that anybody ever listened to Randy McDickerson for so long is a fucking miracle. And the whole Bitcoin thing about going on, see, the most toxic room on this app, I don't know, it's not the most toxic. Well, I heard that the other day for quite a bit from Yael. She seemed to, anyways, we have a young man in the room. The point. Yeah. Anyways, the Bitcoin hypnosis room is I don't know. Everybody needs an electric current shoved up their ass or something, but to just go on and on about Bitcoin and leave the room on, for 12 hours a day, 24 hours a day, it's people need to go to the gym, I don't know, go get a book and go on a dating app because talking to somebody in the real world is so much better than listening to just this nonsense on this app.
It's why I've been spending all this time on this app.
Well,
but I'm curious though, Ryan. You haven't been saying anything. What? What happened? Let's get to the bottom of it. What happened? I see you
What happens is there's some custodian somewhere, and the guy is right. So, well, you're the beneficial owner of whatever the proceeds are to a share that's held in an account somewhere.
So there have been problems in the past where companies have had more shares issued on the public market.
I'll tell you, it's primarily the fact that people's accounts get deleted, and then the algorithm even like ranks you lower. So there's just a multiple variable thing, but I don't know about any like high emotional fallouts or anything with regards to that click, whatever the fuck you want to call that click. But once Jacques left, I think it all started disappearing. And Diogenes, and also the fucking neo-Nazi, what's his face? What was that piece of shit name? Cardano, yeah. I see him on Instagram. He shows up on the auto suggestions for me all the time because I think I follow him on a few accounts. What's his real name? Fred Rainey.
Yeah. Meeting maker or something like that. A what? What's what he laughing at, right? What does that mean? He calls himself the meeting maker.
Holder of record. You no longer have to act as a custodian who's holding your shares.
Something like that.
And if you're no longer short, then you can't borrow stock. So
People say that you are Adrian Dittmann. Is this true or false?
Yeah, I'm Adrian Dittmann, but Adrian Dittmann is Elon Musk. And so I film right now. I'm actually filming.
No.
Oh, I don't believe it, dude. I know it. You want to listen to their conversation? They're talking right now.
you control if you actually lend the shares out, you get full interest for lending your shares to someone shorting the account, the stock. You can imagine some lots of things going on for crypto, of course, but that's it.
That's not true. That's literally that's your opinion.
Okay, well you just gave your opinion. So I gave mine.
Well, my opinion is more in line with what most people think.
You have to listen to what he says, and it's obvious that it's just obvious, and it's an inside joke, and it also is kind of crazy because you're like, does this fucking guy have multiple personality disorder, or is he like, or it's not really, it's just a pen name, but people can't accept what they see or hear.
Don't promise anything economic, but they promise the right to influence the market culture. So you've got like a governance token or something like that. You've got other ones which are useful, right, for some useful function. So it might be something where you acquire it because you believe that more people want to acquire that particular function, but there's no promise, right, that you're going to get a good or service.
I wasn't trying to be harsh on Uncle Steve. I like what he does and I respect him, but at the same time, I mean, I gotta say, like, he is not maximizing, his effort in any way. I mean, he should have all of this on YouTube. He could actually probably, at this point, all the years he's been fucking around on this app, he could have had 10, 20, 30,000 subscribers. He could be monetizing, and he just doesn't post anything. Like, it's all just goes into a black hole and disappears. So, I mean, at least I've been filming this piece of shit app for years. I feel like my effort here is not completely in vain, even though I'm sure it is. But I just can't believe people just keep coming back and they're just coming back for the dopamine. And they've gained nothing. No knowledge, no real world experience, no relationships, just the dopamine. And, if you study meditation or you read books, you realize that most people have not progressed on this app. In fact, they've probably become more, the brain rot has set in even more.
Exist, but there are really tight controls. If you're operating a centralized venue for transacting in it, you've got to make sure that you do all of your KYC, shit you've got to do. And then if you actually issue it, you can't be aggressive about how you sell it.
Literally, most people on the internet, from X to Reddit, the one identifier is their lab.
I'm not saying they don't sound similar. I'm saying it's the most different.
They laugh identical. It's an identical laugh.
Yeah, well, I think their voice is significantly more.
Patsy, you think this is the only issue that Abraham is retarded on? He's retarded on a lot of things.
That's true. Well, I don't think I'm retarded on this one.
I don't know how to tell you this, but there is 100%. It is 100%.
No, dude, I don't think Adrian
It is. 100% it is.
I mean, the majority of conspiracy theorists think Adrian Dittmann is Elon Musk because they think that their laughs are identical.
You're gonna go off of a laugh as opposed to what the week on X? I mean, for Christ's sake, just go to x.com/Adrian Dittmann right now and listen to this fucking motherfucker for 10 minutes eating his butter steak, doing his diamond push-ups, going for jogs in the rain, giggling and laughing, talking about porn statistics like it's 100% fucking Elon retarded Musk. You just don't listen to the fucking guy. I've been listening to this faggot for 6 months recording his ass. I fucking know who the fuck this loser is.
And it has to be in a technology neutral manner.
Dude, but you're so like you're always great for that thing. Like it's all the time. You're just always on fire. I love it so much.
Well, I don't know. I'm technically a federal employee still, and they sent out the fork in the road email saying if you don't return to work, you're fired.
Are you gonna go back and work for Trump, the Trump administration?
I don't know. I'm like really. I really don't want to go back to work. I really don't want to go take the train and sit in the train with the homeless fucking parasites, and get robbed to go to some federal office tower that nobody else goes to. And you don't even want to talk to anybody. It's basically a paid prison. That's what a federal office feels like, a paid prison.
Did you get reach arounds in the shower?
No, but I heard Jane the other day in a room. And you were like, you were pretty explosive. Then you were like, I think the best thing we can do is let it go. You're going to have to let this go. Let it go. You did say let it go. Yeah, I don't know what you guys were talking about. It was like trans in the military. I don't know. It was maybe Jay Bresco's wrong.
So Jane, was someone to say in the deep state tomorrow? Now there's like everybody's talking about trade, like Trump.
Right there, you just described your life is over. Here's what I'm gonna say. In the deep state tomorrow, you're playing. What you're gonna say? You're gonna shut back room.
I'm gonna say my response to Trump banning trans
Have the SEC in the
military is to shut only trans militaries.
trans
Only trans.
rather than doing it again.
It's like only fans. The military now will be only trans.
If you go to a military formation dressed as a woman and you're a man, I mean, it's like it's and you were allowed to do it. The morale and the anger that creates in terms of uniformity is unbelievable. I mean, you want to fucking murder somebody who doesn't act like everybody else in the military. Somebody steps out of line and acts different. It is grounds for abuse and termination and like anger because the fighting force, becomes one. And when one guy decides to troll everybody and dress up as a woman, like at 42, now I would laugh about it. But like back in my early 20s, like, I mean, I would have applauded the guy's fucking murder.
Not like consensus in the traditional database way.
I mean, I would have applauded the guy's murder, but I when you're a young, aggressive soldier, the littlest things, the smallest infractions can it's life and death. Yeah, I was in the infantry and as a sergeant, and then I was an officer, intelligence officer. But it doesn't really mean anything because in DEI world, it's about a job program. It's not about going to battle with the Koreans or the Russians, it's all bullshit. It's one giant fucking baby state, one giant nanny state, job state. That's the world we live in now in the United States. But Trump is doing things that are just unbelievable. The gauntlet that he is bringing to force, the terminations, the inspector generals, the midnight firings. Like this is like the apocalypse for people because He knows what it was like the first time around, and the apparatus and the country is so big that you don't even know what the fuck to do or what is under your command because it's so vast. But this time around, with Stephen Miller and having a game plan going in, like we every day. I mean, this guy will be at the golf course as they're dismantling the fucking government, and it's all about the money and about control and getting rid of these deep state parasites. And this is like, I'm telling you, this is the apocalypse. Like, people are retiring, like they are calling it quits because they're probably going to become so demoralized internally, but nonetheless, like, this he is going to reshape the fucking country like a terraformer on Mars.
Or consensus via.
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually like does away with a significant number of agencies, repeals the income tax. Like, it could be, if you really want to make it a fucking golden age, you have to get rid of taxes, and we have to start taxing consumption and importation, and taxing international operations, etc. But if he really wants to garner favor with the population, you no longer have to file a fucking federal income tax return. It's over and done with. And if it'll crush industries like H&R Block gone, TurboTax gone, like Intuit gone. I mean, I don't think he's gonna do it, but if he really wanted to fuck shit up, I mean, he's got to go next level, deeper and deeper, and start cutting and slashing and burning. The closer he can take us back in time to 1776 or 1800 or 1850, in terms of maybe not the racial landscape, but I'm talking.
Slavery, what's your favorite part?
I mean, there's so many blacks that are with Trump because they have been disenfranchised with the importation of all these Venezuelans and other illegals and displaced, and they see that the resources aren't going to them in major cities, so they're pissed in the now, and they have historical grievances, but they, I think, just, I don't know. It's all over the board still. But do you remember during the Democratic National Committee, I have a video of it. It's the redhead. She's holding up a giant book saying, "This is Project 2025, and I'm going to share more about it with you tomorrow. Stay tuned." It was like the weirdest, stupidest shit. Is that her name, the redhead? She was hot.
On MSNBC.
I don't know if that was her. No, this was at the DNC during the convention.
Is that what that means is?
Anyway. Scott, good luck with your room.
Yeah, I might go into PB's room a little bit. I'm very popular over there.
PB? Yeah. Who's that?
She's nice. She's got a big room.
Politically correct one?
It's called the back room.
Oh, Plan B?
Yeah, the back. It's called the back room.
I don't know.
Let me go over there. Buddy. I'm gonna leave the room with you. I'll be back, maybe.
Okay, come back. I don't see a back room. But I got kicked out of Politically Correct today, the Gagosian room. He said he has spent 25 years reading conservative jurisprudence. He kept repeating it. I was like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. No fucking way this guy has read 25 years of jurisprudence, whatever the fuck that even means. Okay, this is the Elon Musk podcast.
In the state that you're describing, there would still be an incentive structure to use decentralized chains where they don't need to be used, and that's less energy efficient, and it's worse for the world.
I mean, I don't see any reason why you couldn't have a cryptocurrency. I suppose there's no reason why you couldn't have a cryptocurrency where you turn around and say everything's running on this machine, and that's that, except that in that setting, you might also argue that
that single central node where everything lives is just a money transmitter itself. Whereas if you have a distributed network of computers, you can make the argument that none of them is a money transmitter. So like there are lots of different moving parts, right, to this. And I think to a certain extent, you have to look at, the laws should follow what people are actually doing. And if you look at what people are usually doing in crypto, you usually have a decentralized network of computers performing some type of proof of work or proof of stake type consensus where it's possible to be a first-class citizen on the network, either in Bitcoin's case, if you're running a mining node or just a full node, in fact, or in something like ETH, like you can only be a node if you stake a certain 32 ETH in your node and that sort of thing. So like what people tend to do, right, what people are actually doing, if you're looking at what to regulate, you kind of have to look at what they're doing and then say, what's the appropriate rule set that we can craft for this particular, scope of area of human endeavor, right? Which currently doesn't have any regulation, which is drafted for it in a bespoke fashion.
You can also look at it from a perspective of what are they trying to do, not what they're doing, right? If what they're trying to do is work around the accredited investor rule or the qualified investor rule, if what they're trying to do is make it so that they can advertise and work around, the registered securities requirements, etc. If that's what they're trying to do, then why are they trying to do this?
Who's they? The government or the issuers?
Issuers of crypto coins.
Well, I think if you look at the issuers, right, like it's possible to issue a crypto coin in lots of different countries, right? And different countries have different approaches about what you have to do when you do that. So the Europeans say you've got to file your white paper, right, with your national regulator, and that white paper has to comply with certain disclosure requirements under the Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation, right? So that's their approach. The UK says you can launch it, but you're not allowed to talk about it, and you're not allowed to market it, right? And you're not allowed to promote it unless those promotions have gone through a registered, financial entity that's FCA licensed for the express purpose of doing that. And then the US, right, we have this regime where it says, well, if your token looks vaguely useful and you continue to develop the project after you launch it, chances are it's going to be regulated exactly like stock. So you have three different approaches there for three different jurisdictions. One of them, the Europeans, basically says, listen, you can launch, but you got to do some disclosure. The UK says you can launch, but you can't talk about it. And the US says if you launch, we're going to fucking sue you. So those are the three different approaches. And I think where the US needs to get to is like you can launch, but, right? And the question is, what is the but, right? The Europeans have said disclosure.
Robert, you come here all the time, but you haven't cashed in your pink ticket, Robert. Oh, great. I got another fucking robot in here.
I know who's advising the president. It's David Sachs. I don't know what he's advising the president, or what in Congress, right? What appetite there is to create new legislation, and what other sources outside of the United States
Robert Redding,
drawing from. Maybe we'll get something like Mika or Micah in Europe. That'd be interesting, but TBD.
So that we know two other people that are advising the president, right? Elon is also there. I would argue both Elon and David Sachs, from my understanding, are not the types of people who like inefficiencies, whether it be in government regulations or engineering design. So I'm proposing, doesn't it make sense to have regulation that encourages the use of the best technology for the job and not using distributed chains to work around regulatory requirements? Because I think you would agree a lot of the projects that, not all, but there are a lot of reasonable projects that are coming out and they're attached to crypto chains just to be attached to crypto chains to work around certain rules. And if those rules, let's say we abolish the requirement for accredited investors, you abolish the requirement for qualified investors, you abolish the reporting burden that comes when you have over 2,000 shareholders. If all you had to do was put stuff on Carta, wouldn't many more companies just go the simple route and be like, okay, we're just going to go ahead and do this?
I don't think you're going to get that, because I think you still have. So if you look at the Securities Act and you look at the definition of what a security is, there's a really long list of what a security is. So if you're issuing a share, right, it doesn't matter whether the share's on a blockchain or the share's on SQL or the share's on paper. Like that is
is going to be regulated like a share, no matter what technology choice you make. The problem crypto has is that in the Securities Act, there's a definition of something called an investment contract. And an investment contract, what the fuck does that even mean, right? Well, it's a contract of investment. And this actually had to go up to the Supreme Court to articulate a test for what an investment contract is. And they came up with this 4-part test, or 3-part, depending on how you break it up, called the Howey test. In this case, about a guy who marketed orange groves, and he said, listen, you can buy a plot of orange groves from me. And what I will do is I will maintain the orange grove, I will grow the oranges, I will sell the orange, and you and the other investors who bought these individual plots of land, I haven't sold you securities, I haven't sold you stock in my venture, what I've sold you is a plot of land on this farm. And you will get a portion of the proceeds proportional to the size of land that you have. Now, the regulator said, hold on a second, this is an investment contract, this is a security. He said, no, it's not, I'm selling land. Goes up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says, actually, this was a security, right? But what you were doing is you were elevating the form over the substance. And so they came up with a test called the Howey test, Howey, and it consists of 4 components. The question they say, if something is a contract, transaction, or scheme involving 1, an investment of money, 2, with the expectation of profits, 3, investment of money, 2, in a common enterprise, 3, with the expectation of profits, 4, arising from the efforts of others. So if you've got investment of money in a common enterprise, an expectation of profits arising from the efforts of others, therefore,
the big behemoth. It's literally eliminating it. That is what the intent is. And they're about to get some you're about to get some really big pushback from that. And I'll just drop it at that.
Yeah, so a few things here.
Here we go. Hold on, Gio. Here we go. Yeah. Here it is first.
Hi, Carrie.
Hey, sorry, I'm waiting for my daughter to leave the room. I was like, you need to get the fuck out of here so I can speak.
I think, well,
She said, audience, you're old. That is having a 13-year-old daughter right there. I just I feel like I'm almost a bridge here between what I've heard between Daniel and Gio.
It's so much different today. Building a network and saying we can set up a transactional system or a communication system that operates like as an application over TCP/IP and does all these things. Like it just wasn't within the contemplation of the drafters of the securities that people would do this and that they would also use it to try to replace money. Right? It's not something they ever thought.
The United States has been in for
Thank you for
the last
answering all those
20+
questions.
years.
I could keep asking
They
questions,
were
but
also
I feel
in
from the
for 30
today. I feel like
years
Adrian
prior
has
to
me a
that.
couple times. I'm
And
really
we've
calling.
been in non-stop conflict
You do.
because the only way we can
So it's also affects, but it's perfectly fine when we have the
and none of it's
opportunity, we can take it.
I just followed you. If you ever want to chat, just DM me. I'm happy to jump on a call whenever.
Sounds good. I tend to do them in random spaces here and there often. I think everything you said makes sense. If I was going to just push back on one thing on this, is the number 5 and number 2 in the executive order. Do make it clear that what this is not doing is encouraging the replacement of the US dollar with another currency. So I'm curious if your interpretation, based on, if I'm interpreting it correctly, that they're not looking to pivot in a massive way to be pro cryptos that intend to replace the US dollar. And if that's the case, then why hasn't the market really adjusted to that?
Which sections of the executive order?
If you look at the nest, I have but it's section 1, 2.
Section 1
The subject purposes and policies, yeah.
Promoting and protecting the sovereignty of the U.S. dollar, including through actions to promote the development of both lawful and legitimate dollar-backed stablecoins worldwide. So the story there is actually interesting. So with that one, the U.S. government is currently in a battle for global supremacy with the People's Republic of China. China has launched its own digital currency, called the digital yuan, or the ECNY, which they want to use in order to supplant the U.S. dollar as the center of the global
two potential approaches to how you do that. One of them is the approach that the Europeans take, because the Europeans are retarded and they want to have a digital euro, right? And they want to say that would be run out of the European Central Bank, run by regulators, probably on a centralized database where you're just hitting their endpoints. They have perfect visibility and they control the issuance and all that jazz, right? That's what the Europeans want. The United States, on the other hand, so you'll see the mention of central bank digital currencies, and I believe it's a prohibition. So if we go, prohibition, section 5, right? Except to the extent required by law, agencies are hereby promoted from undertaking any action to establish, issue, or promote CBDCs within the jurisdiction of the United States or abroad. So these two things together. One, the U.S. doesn't like central bank digital currencies from foreign countries. Two, the U.S. has their own stablecoin issuers like Circle and Paxos that issue dollar-denominated stablecoins, which are backed by assets like U.S. Treasury securities or dollars in an account at an FDIC-registered financial or an FDIC-guaranteed financial institution. The U.S. says, you know what? We want our commercial entities to go and take these dollar-backed instruments and sell them everywhere in the world, thus ensuring that the U.S. dollar's supremacy is supreme. Right, but the method we choose in order to do this is not that we're going to call up Jay Powell and say, hey, you need to replace Fed wire with that digital Fed dollar, right? That's not what they want. They want to do it so that the deposits are going to be held in commercial banks, that if you want to get access to one of these things, you've got dollars offshore, you're going to have to send those dollars to Circle, Circle's going to have to put those dollars in a U.S. bank, and then it's going to give you that token in exchange, and that dollar's going to be held in the U.S. bank. The Europeans actually have a similar rule in their stablecoin rules, which they've just enacted, where any stablecoin which operates in Europe has to be backed by deposits at a European bank, right? So what happens is the European Union and the U.S. are actually going out on a currency grab, and they're trying to suck up all the currency from outside of the country and make sure it winds up in their banks. And moreover, they're trying to unshackle these other entities like Circle and say, listen, go promote the dollar abroad, because if Circle, if USDC, becomes the common currency in, I don't know, let's say sub-Saharan Africa, and ECNY doesn't, right? That means people with dollars will be able to go to sub-Saharan Africa and do business, and people with the digital yuan will have to go get into dollars, and then they can go to sub-Saharan Africa and do business. And it's in our interest that the dollar is the common currency of global trade. So that's the backstory there. Is that there's the digital competition. We've got these private issuers in the US that are doing this, and we want to promote them, and we want to make sure that those businesses succeed. So that's what that means.
Yeah, but I think we're in agreement there. I just see it as like the import-export controls that Trump is pursuing are also to the same degree, right? At the end of the day, if you look at what a currency is around the world, almost all currencies are backed by the US dollar and reserve, including won and euros. There are other factors at play, but that is a larger market. US dollars aren't backed by shit.
Responsibility and
They are in fact backed by something.
You can't show up. You can't show up with money.
Meta, are you about to make the argument? Hang on. Meta, are you about to make the argument that it's backed by violence?
Yes, it is. That's exactly it.
You know, in that case, no, we agree. It's backed by.
It's backed by enforcement, right? It's backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government, which includes the armed forces. The point I was trying to make is, if you look at any foreign currencies, you can just do a DCF on it, and you can see how much their imports and exports are, what the expected import-export imbalance is expected to be with other countries in US dollars. And that tells you how the trade is going to go. And that's how forex markets work, right?
Yep.
So if that's the case, and that those ledgers already exist, right? Like when you say the money has to go to a European bank or it has to go to an American bank, well, the American bank has to then be registered with a charter bank, which then has to be then registered with a Fed, participant, and then the Fed ledger itself, right? So, the Fed is a ledger. It is a public ledger. You can actually go and see how much coin is in each of the 13 member banks. And the member banks have private ledgers, but theoretically they could become public ledgers. They all have who are in the charter banks, and then as long as transactions happen within a particular bank, right? Like, this is not for you, I know you know this, but for people listening, like, if transactions happen, say, between Bank of America, between two accounts on Bank of America, they just handle that amongst themselves. They don't have to go report it anywhere. If a transaction happens between Bank of America and Chase, at the end of the night, they look at the net amount and they report that out. If they have the same charter bank, then it'll go there. If not, then it'll go to a member bank, all the way to the Fed, if it's between countries or whatever. That process is very similar to the way the Lightning networks were proposed for Bitcoin, right? So we thought we wanted to disrupt stuff, and then we ended up mirroring a lot of it in a similar way.
Lightning is that's not how Lightning works. Lightning is it's a bunch of it's Lightning. Lightning is weird.
It's a tree structure with a common node, right, to establish the network connection there.
No, I mean it's that what you do is it's called Lightning, I think, because there's the speed element, but there's also the aspect of it's like an electrical charge, right, that starts in the ground and actually works its way up once the circuit is complete. So what happens is
so you find a common ancestor.
Well, not common ancestor, but so if Alice wants to pay David something, right, and David is connected to Carol, and Carol is connected to Bob, and Bob is connected to Alice. What happens is Alice says, "Hey, Dave, I have 2 Bitcoins, and what you have to do is you have to fund a channel between all of those users with liquidity. So let's say Alice and David, let's say every one of these users has 10 Bitcoins, their channels with their respective partners. So Alice says, I need to send 1 Bitcoin to Dave. So Bob, I'm going to send you 1 Bitcoin. Let's say we've got 10 Bitcoin in our channel, 5 each, right? I'm going to send you 1 Bitcoin in our channel. And so what will happen is now you have 6 and I have 4. But then you are going to tell Carol, hey, Carol, on our channel, I'm going to make sure you have 6 and I have 4. And so on. And it cascades until you finally get to Dave. And Carol says, hey, Dave, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to pay you this 1 Bitcoin. So you have 6, I have 4. And once you confirm that those 4 hops have occurred, then what happens is they're all supposed to simultaneously sign. Right?
Yeah.
So, but it's not like
what you just described in computer science is considered if you look at picture a tree, right? Basically what you're doing is going from one leaf up the parents until you have a common ancestor, and then down the parents until you get to the next leaf. That is the discovery process that you just described in a graph or a forest, but you can always look at the particular tree you're discussing for the choice. There are multiple trees that can be used in a Lightning network. How do you want to choose the one you want to go through? I hear you, but the simplification, if you will, is the way the Fed works is quite similar. And so the point I'm trying to make is if all dollars are registered on the Fed, ultimately, and then one level below, they're registered on different country registries, and then one level below, they're registered on different member banks, etc. Where are these magic dollars that they're going after by issuing coins and running after coins? Everything they go after comes from the same ledger. It's just moving money around within the same ledger.
I think there are dollar deposits which exist outside of the U.S. Federal Reserve System, like euro dollars are all outside of the U.S. Federal Reserve System.
The Federal Reserve knows exactly how many dollars are in the euro reserve. Otherwise, those wouldn't be real U.S. dollars unless they're physical currency.
That one is beyond my knowledge. I'll have to do some more homework.
Fair. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, because just think of it this way: if the European Union says, "Hey, United States, we own $1 trillion, but we're not going to take it in physical coin or physical paper. We just want you to remember we have $1 trillion." If the United States didn't record that down, tomorrow we'd have a real problem when the European Union comes back and says, "Hey, remember that $1 trillion I had? I want to send half of that to Japan."
Yeah, I think one of the reasons you do it is that if you have the dollars, if you have the currency in your banks, and this is pure speculation. I don't know whether this is actually the case, but if you have the currency in your banks, it's a lot easier if the bank folds or if there's some type of systemic risk that arises as a result of whatever you're doing, that you can use those assets as part of a bail-in. And this is not a normative position. This is just purely descriptive based on what we've seen the Europeans do in the past. So a bail-in, for those of you who are who are recent arrivals to the world of finance, I don't remember 2008. Bail-ins are when depositors at banks are forced to participate quite involuntarily in the recovery of the bank from a situation where the bank doesn't have sufficient assets to meet its obligations. So its depositors take a haircut. So the more assets you have in your bank, which are available to satisfy that, if you need to put it through a bank resolution procedure, you can get your paws on those assets and you can then use them to satisfy whatever obligations have gone wrong. I think if you're going to be engaging with a lot of crypto stuff, it's probably in your interests to make sure that you have enough cash on hand to deal with any risks that might have arisen as a consequence of that. So I think, like with this stablecoin stuff in particular, because stablecoins are fundamentally debt obligations, right? When they are being traded in the EU, I think the EU wants to know that those stablecoins are backed by deposits which are in their banks, so that they can get a hold of them and that they can track how many are outstanding and where the deposits are, and make sure that everything adds up and all the numbers add up. So I think for the US, it's probably the same, but I think it's probably because the US doesn't really do bail-ins. We, for now at least, like our preferred approach is just to say, oh well, it's all guaranteed up to infinity. Moral hazard be damned, and that's just how things work. So
no. Let me argue that is not actually how it works. If you're open to it, just describing a mathematical format, right? If you picture the tree, where the top of the tree is the Fed ledger, the next is member banks, and so on and so forth, right? I'm going to put countries at the same level as the member banks. The top of the tree is M0. That is exactly how much currency exists according to the Federal Reserve. And M1 is how much currency exists in other countries through government loans and in charter banks through, balance sheet tightening and loosening, right? Which is basically what we call printing money. Then you go down to M2, where the banks are allowed to print money with certain rules, right? Like you're allowed to lend out at 9 to 1, etc. Then you have, you're going down, as you keep going down the M scale, right? You can go all the way down like 7, 8, 9, whatever, right? Like what you're doing is going to tertiary trusted parties that are then issuing something like stock or something else. When Enron collapsed and they claimed they had a bunch of dollars that they didn't actually have, everybody that held US dollars was not impacted by that. Only the holders of Enron stock were impacted by that.
it was like
those dollars disappeared.
When SVB went down, right?
Correct.
So that's the kind of problem that you're looking at.
That's a different thing. That's the bank.
It's completely different. Like that's where you would typically see a bank bail-in, right?
I agree. And that was more of like a liquidity crisis. That's a confidence crisis, right? Go run on the bank. It's a different situation. But that's about within M2, protecting M2. You don't affect M0 or M1 if M2 collapses.
No. But you can reduce by ensuring that you've got a lot of the assets. So if all of the stable coins in the U.S. are held in U.S. banks, right, or are backed by assets which are held in U.S. banks, you have taken some of the risk out of having a stable coin, which fundamentally is a debt obligation by the issuer to pay a dollar, right, at some future date. So like that I think and they engage these companies lend this stuff out to make money. So that's how they do it. So there is risk like built into that system somewhere. And the question, it's going to be really interesting to see how the U.S. chooses to both identify where those risks are and also resolve them. Because ultimately, so when SVB collapsed, Circle had, I think, 5%, 3 to 5% its deposits were held with SVB. And so for a while, the coin was actually trading below face value. I think it was like 95.
This is really good, Alan.
Because people were worried, oh shit, how much of Circle's collateral got tied up in the SVB collapse? And is that going to affect the value of the coin? Now, if you have, I don't know, $1 trillion of USDC in circulation, and then for whatever reason, there's some question about 5% of it not being there, like that's a systemic problem.
It's not like crypto is the only place where this existed, right? Like Deutsche Bank broke the dollar in 2007 in the red markets. So this is, again, I'm just trying to keep making the argument that it's not a technology differentiation. Like the technology doesn't solve any of the problems we're discussing.
No, for sure.
How the current system already works.
Well,
right? We're putting lipsticks on face.
there are some differences. So if, for example, you're holding so there's this kerfuffle or
Sorry, it's less about the differences, right? It's more about what problems are actually being solved. What's actually
right. But so for example, with most crypto, if you're running an exchange, for example, let's say you're running a cryptocurrency exchange, there's no reason why any cryptocurrency exchange should ever go insolvent, right? As long as if they're doing derivative stuff, they've got adequate liquidation, dealing with liquidations of derivatives positions, and for spot in particular, which for example FTX, right, just stole from all their users. If they hadn't done that, right, there's no reason they should ever have gone insolvent, because every liability they had was a deposit liability, which should have been held one for one, less the fees that they were taking on the transactions, and then just paid straight back out. So you have different types of problems with crypto financial institutions that are going to be a little different from the problems that you have with fiat financial institutions, and it's going to present a different risk profile, right? So there are going to be some differences. For example, if you with Enron, or maybe not with Enron, but if you had an issue with stocks and custody issues, where some company had issued more stock, and there was more stock on an exchange than the company had actually issued. That's not something you're really going to have a problem with a crypto exchange, particularly if they publish the proof of reserves, because you're going to be able to verify that they've got one-to-one what they say they have. So there are some subtle differences there.
I know you're highlighting differences. I'm just going to suggest, the exact example you used, Trade King or Trade Night. I think it was Trade Night. They had the same issue, right? Where a simple algorithmic error caused the entire brokerage to go under. Insurances covered people, shareholders of the brokerage lost their money, as they should, right? Because they're the ones carrying that risk. When we're talking about systemic risk, we're talking about all the other things. I'm just trying to hone in on what is it about the cryptocurrency that makes it have to be different from just traditional securities? Why not? Maybe I'm wrong. I thought the way I saw the executive order, we were moving closer to a requirement that in 180 days, and we'll find out 180 days after the issuance of that order, we're going to see a regulatory regime that's the same for both.
I think where we wind up is that there's going to be a bespoke regulatory regime within the SEC's ability to provide it. Fundamentally, the Securities Act cannot be changed by the president. It can only be changed by an act of Congress, and there have been a number of proposals that have moved through Congress at various stages. There's one called FIT 21, which I think is a dead letter this year. In the last Congress, it passed the House of Representatives with bipartisan support, which would have changed the regulatory status of crypto in various ways. Ultimately, it's going to depend on what the industry asks for, what the legislature is willing to give them, what the legislature thinks is politically acceptable. And so I think that's where the big changes will come going forward. But I think in terms of Trump's the executive order that he has, it's possible that the SEC could say, if it's a security, right, then we've got the ability to regulate it if it's an investment contract. And they can turn around and say, well, investment contracts that take the form of cryptocurrencies, this is the disclosure regime that's going to apply, right, as long as it doesn't fit into any one of these other categories. If it's on a decentralized system, this is what we're going to make you do. And maybe that's easier to do than getting an act of Congress through. So, but I don't know. There's smarter people than I am who are working on this particular problem. And so we'll see what they come up with in the next 6 months.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm very excited to see what happens in 180 days, assuming they don't extend it.
The cool thing about it is that it's really unusual to live through a time where an entire area of law is being defined for the first time, right? So that's
I can see as a law nerd.
As a law nerd, this is the best. People are gonna be writing books about this shit. Who knows? Maybe even I'll write one at some point.
this is the best. This is like the coolest thing you could possibly fucking live through as a lawyer, is having worked in the industry for 12 years and then finally getting to see, some rules, right? And seeing them emerge from nothing. And it's also wonderful because you get to see how different jurisdictions approach the problem in different ways. And so, it's a comparative analysis, right? It makes a really good law school essay. But it teaches you that, or it's a reminder, I suppose, that there's not one way to do things. When I think sometimes if you're used to operating in I'm dual qualified in England and the US, so I kind of know this innately because I've always been used to two different systems. But a lot of lawyers in the US or in any particular country tend to get tunnel vision when they're looking at legal regimes. And they tend to think, there's only one way to do this because this is the way I've been trained and these are the rules I know. And this is a cool opportunity to see, actually that's not the case, right? There is more than one way to skin the cat. And you see comparatively, which approach is better, which is worse, and different jurisdictions test different things in real time. It's a wonderful time to be an attorney.
I'd say it goes further than even just new things being created. I think about the case that overturned Chevron even before Trump was elected. And it's not just new things coming out. It's also a rewrite of things that people had assumed were fundamental and are now being kind of reoriented. I think there's a lot of stuff going on that's pretty exciting and crazy.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've seen the end of that.
I think you're right. I think there's definitely a realignment occurring and taking place. Part of it is these executive orders that are being executed that are just burning down vast swathes of the administrative state. And basically in a week he's set most of the administrative state on fire. Proposals to replace the income tax with a tariff based regime would be absolutely revolutionary. So I think we're living through a very interesting time. And crypto changing is definitely part of that. And anyway, I have to unfortunately jet, so I will bid you all good night. And thanks for having me up.
It's good chatting with you.
Amazing space and great guest as always.
You good at jet also?
No, I was ready to. Maybe. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Man, I want to talk about your use of the hand in this particular space. I know it's good form and best practice in a lot of them. Definitely not this one.
Okay.
We do hands here. We're kind of bored, but.
Oh, is it banned here? Sorry.
It's not bad. Let's do sounds.
What we do is mimetic dynamics, where basically whoever has the most valuable idea, the collective recognizes it and allows these people to converse without limitation. This is a thing that most people don't have in spaces, where they don't understand that if you allow this person here to have a conversation, you're going to have much more content come out. Whereas if you were to put yourself in this chair, you're getting the attention, but does it really matter? I mean, you're going to be there anyway. So imagine if somebody drops something really fucking hard, somebody records it, publishes it, then it gets 1 million impressions. Well, guess what? Your profile's there too also. You're the host of the space, for instance, right? Just as an example. So for me, alone, the privilege of having a platform and platforming others is good enough for me as it is. And I think many hosts should actually learn from that. So again, mimetic dynamics, if you got something that actually matters, you interject with this and then it kind of hijacks the conversation and keeps the conversation going. So I chose that name because it's very meta.
Yeah. I was
Really prime example of this. Adrian, Blythe, and I all just sat completely silent for the better part of maybe the last 30 minutes or so, listening to you.
Yeah.
And you're kind of our chat because it was a good combo. Nobody's going to get out of that.
Exactly. And everybody's learning. Yeah, everybody's learning shit. That's another thing.
I think there was a couple of times I did put my hand up. The thing that you don't get in spaces, understandably, it brings an anonymity, so it's amazing. But you don't get the facial cues or the social cues you get when you're talking to someone. It's they want to say something, or they get it or they don't get it. So that's a very interesting thing when you're having a conversation, right?
It's purely the speech itself. If you master how you can tell social cues via speech, then you're unintentionally being trained in a very specific niche almost. Like if you can genuinely tell that somebody's not actually paying attention, or if somebody's actually not like really listening and understanding what you're saying, and tell that is insane. I've been able to tell this to the point that even in real life, I don't look at a person's facial expressions. I just look at how I just kind of listen to what their next response is going to be, right? And then I try to shoot it around. It's actually very weird.
Training neurons in your brain while you're in spaces.
Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, that's what it does, yeah.
Of all the people I've spoken to on crypto stuff, Preston was extremely knowledgeable. That was very refreshing, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I realized I think he was a lawyer and stuff, but like, you've noticed, right? Like, how many times have we talked about to people with crypto? They have no idea how that chain works. It's like,
yeah. That's nice. That's very nice. Like, I like it. I like it when people with experience are actually able to chip in like this. It's good.
It's also, I hope for people to like observe, like, sometimes I can be a troll, but there's nothing ever black and white, right? Like, like I just like to take the extreme view when everybody else seems to be on one side.
Yeah.
Here's how you know that neither one of you is completely full of shit. Neither one of you tried to shill a coin the entire fucking time.
I know,
I'm
right?
launching a brand new coin. Meta.
This motherfucker, careful. Somebody's gonna like take that and actually turn it into a fucking token. They have like so many fucking tokens that people are like named after, and none of them actually have control.
Launching a blind token.
Oh my god, yeah.
A blind token, yeah.
So many people did that shit. You don't even know which one. So if somebody were to show, be like, okay, which one? There's like 15 of them.
I'm not launching it.
But if I'm gonna name a token after you, I'm gonna do the show.
I will do it. Yeah, okay. I like that.
Like, yeah.
It's like double drink.
I have to say, it's really sad that in society we've normalized begging, and I feel like some of this crypto stuff is a weird form of begging.
It's actually more so social engineering than anything else. Begging is like more of the pure demand for money in a sense, for like no utility in exchange. But like crypto itself, like a lot of the shilling that's going on is just basically it's gambling. It's just basically gambling. It's gambling for autistic people who have like understanding of finance, and we don't. That's what it's for. That's all that crypto is used for. For the majority of its execution. I'm not saying that crypto is like
laborers, they don't have enough cheap laborers, they don't have enough people experienced in that.
Yeah.
You would have to draw like so many people from around the country to do this. So
that was so fucking stupid. Like they had an incredible chance to do something amazing with their lives. And they even did it to a certain extent. They were like an unstoppable meme, and everybody was seething, and nobody could really stop it. And then they did this shit. Yeah. I have never seen a career suicide this fast. Like that's just a record. It's crazy.
Because you can see, like, there are other people like, Kim Kardashian who maybe took a meme moment to turn it into something. Whatever you think of that, right? Like, I don't like that, but there are people who take a meme moment and turn it into something very, very different from
that. Podcast and everything. Like, bruh. Yeah. I could have gone so much more institutionalized. Like, wow.
Knowing the culture that we have with things like OnlyFans being in existence, and us all making jokes earlier about like Pornhub stats and shit like that, like their annual report drop, I am not 100% convinced that that coin wasn't pre-planned and that meme wasn't something that they had worked on over multiple iterations, and that the whole thing wasn't just a sham just to get to the point where they were doing rug pull, and they just didn't let anyone understand the legal demand.
I don't think that's the whole thing. This is the thing. There was something random done, and some people looked at it and said, we can reverse engineer this and scale it. And that's exactly what they did. They reverse engineered it, scaled the meme, and then decided, hey, what's the most retarded way we can make a lot of money? Rug pull everyone. That's how it played it. That's how it played out. That's exactly how it made it happen. I think that even right at the start, right at the get-go, when the moment this person entered into the first crypto scene, that was the moment it was game over for her. I think, because then she was like surrounded by various people, and then they gaze kept. She was like, hey, this is the first people he meets. You don't think they're going to scam you over immediately? Well, guess what? Most of the time, that's exactly how it is. But you don't know that. You wouldn't know that. I mean, this person isn't exactly special, which is also the prime critique of, our society. It's like, this person is not remarkable. remarkable in any way. They're not particularly intelligent. They're not particularly pretty either. I mean, they are to a certain extent, but there's no inherent quality about them that somehow sets them apart from the meaning, except for the fact that, hey, they made a sex joke. Like, they basically did what the most basic of basic blonde bitch things to do was to get drunk, then get in front of a camera, say a sex joke, and that's it. How was that something that was memed? I don't even understand that. That didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. It's such bullshit.
Oh man, she was like 6.5.
It's fucking right with news today, right? News is all relative. I also want to say, by the way, there's somebody on your listener. I want to say thank you to. Their name is very hard to pronounce, but they're at Coopyu. And when we were talking, I didn't get the right name of the company, but they pointed out it was Knight Capital Group. I came up with Trade Knight or Trade King. I couldn't quite remember the name, but it was Knight Capital Group that went bankrupt. But it is so great that, you know, like, even if your memory doesn't fully get there, there's someone else in the room who's like, oh, I know what it is.
Everybody's in sync. Yeah. Like things like this.
You know,
This place,
great.
for instance. What?
That was great. It's back.
Yeah. Anyways, so what's great about a place like this is it was actually built up by hard work, right? You can actually tell that there's something rigid to it, there's something organic. With something like what you saw when it came to this person, right, making that sex joke, there was nothing really organic to it. It was amplified by major people on all various platforms because it was profitable to do so at the time. And that was effectively it. That was literally it. And it was weird. It was really weird to me at the time, seeing all of this explode. And then this. They could have just posted memes and posted bullshit, and it would have been fine. But like they had a whole media team and everything, and they didn't have a product. The only product that they could have had was the podcast, which ironically enough would have been very, very good because you could have just fed this person a bunch of questions that they would have been able to ask their guests, and then basically would just become an extension of Legacy News. You could have done this. They could have done this. They would have gotten away with it. Instead, they decided, hey, let's shut everything down so we don't get fucked by the FTC. So, like, what the fuck?
We should find a way to get her.
Actually, that's still getting fucked.
Conversation. We should find a way to get her in the conversation, just to have her run us through behind the scenes, the timeline, how that went, what happened.
She's not gonna come on any sort of Space Republic thing until the
You think lawyers gonna have her not say anything?
Yeah, she's not Tate, you know.
And at the same time, here's something particular. People like this, and very many other people, are not solutions to the problem of our society. Civilization at large has been fundamentally damaged. It is a very shitty and also very awesome time to be alive simultaneously. We have more technological advancements than ever before, and we have more bullshit ideologies trying to dominate these advancements themselves, trying to cover them for themselves, trying to dominate other people into accepting them. We have more horseshit ideologies than at any other point in human history. It's absolutely fucking insane. Everybody's dumbass fucking idea that makes no sense somehow psyops this turbo-normie group or this turbo-normie group over there. And then they all gather together and you have a large platform of the manipulative force at your disposal just because you're a retard. That's insane. So it's a problem overall that exists, right? And then as a symptom, there come these weird exceptions to it out of this chaos. You have people like her, you have people like Myron and Tate, you have all these people, right? They're not really solutions to the problem. They're partial solutions. Even with Tate's, they're partial solutions, and even with Myron, there's a partial solution, right? But there are also fundamentally symptoms of the system, which means that their solutions partially will lead to this problem expanding more than actually contracting, because their entire economy depends off the system that is broken. And it's not something that I hold against people, by the way. It's just a thing that happens. It's a natural order of things. If it's not that person, it's going to be someone else. It doesn't matter who bears the name. What matters is the execution. And with that, I'm getting to a point. When you see something like this, especially with a girl like her, there's zero merit to anything this person is doing. There's one thing in particular that I highly advise everybody to do whenever you see absolute retard level shit like this. Don't talk about it. Simple. Like, whenever you see something like that, don't talk about it. Don't fucking acknowledge the meme, don't do anything. That's actually what I've been doing a lot. Whenever somebody comes up to me with a meme, then I haven't even fucking posted a meme like this once, except for like, then it's dead. The That's the thing. I actually roleplay the thing being dead because I was actually done with it. I'm done with like beating dead horses. It's not fucking something that's nice. You don't want to deal with a zombie horse. It's just like difficult to put down.
Yeah, I never fucking posted that bullshit meme either. It wasn't even funny. I don't know.
It was just stupid. It was just literally fucking stupid. And this fucking car guy's like,
Oh, it's a fucking human, man. It's a fucking human.
well, if you're fucking retard, you're gonna relate 100%. And it's very strong language, but it needs to be said. And if I'm not gonna say it, who's gonna? You know, geek at games. I can. I'm in a unique position to do so. This foul language also is a symptom of a fucked up system, right? If the system were okay, I wouldn't need to like use any foul language whatsoever to get my point across. But the system actually is broken, right? It needs to be fixed. So as a symptom of this, I then sometimes use foul language. I'm not a foul person by nature. I just use this kind of stuff because it's the best way to get a point across, because people will remember it. Because, oh my god, this guy who like has all this shit together most of the time says some really unhinged stuff. He gets you to pay attention, puts a little abstraction in there so you get to know what's going on. That's like my whole thing, right? Makes a whole bunch of sense. By the way, here's a bunch of bullshit. It has to happen. It's character building. It's fun.
By the way, I will say, when systems are broken, there's always going to be people that take advantage of it, right?
Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying.
And what you can hope is that whoever takes advantage of the system is better than like people that would have taken otherwise, the volumes otherwise, right? Like if you look at
Taylor, that they're so egregious that they inspire someone better to fix it.
I don't think that's possible, to be honest.
It's not possible to be that egregious or to fix it.
To fix it.
What if you haven't met somebody egregious enough?
I think fixing problems like this requires collective effort from all of society. And I think we've gone past that.
Or we look at it like as if it was X.com. We just rebuild it.
Well, I don't know. Half of X.com is still retarded.
That's what I'm saying. We could rebuild it.
You can
rebuild the core functions are there. We could just have to rebuild what exists on top of that. The foundations are so great. The foundations of civilization are amazing. They're just forgotten.
Look at the people that are on this website, right? There's a lot of intelligent people on the site, but half of them are still retarded. How many times do you see a retarded ass post with 400,000 likes for no
that itself is not the problem.
I think
right? The problem isn't that there are dumb things. There are always going to be dumb things. I think if you, like, for example, if you look at elections, it took a lot of stupid things, like sending $50 million worth of condoms to another country. What the fuck is happening? Things that get so ridiculous before election results happen, and then somebody like Elon, fuck it, I gotta go help the government because this is really stupid. If things get egregious enough, I think it will shift. I hope we see a shift. Like, I think societally, pendulums tend to swing, and I think we went excessively in the, hey, no judgment of any decisions people make, whether it's scamming other people or being virtual, like, I'm not gonna use words that want to get canceled, but
I don't know. I don't agree, right? Because let's look at the pendulum swinging now, right? Supposedly things are getting more conservative and more trad now, and it's like the full left-wing bullshit. But if you look at like the right-wing bullshit as well, it's still fucking OnlyFans, except it's with trad wives now. They've become like Christian movement now, right? It's like the pendulum has supposedly swung. Yes, the pendulum is just the opposite of what it used to be, but at the same time, it's the same, right? It's like that shoe horse.
Basically, what the pendulum is, it's just one.
Probably just in the calendar issue.
It just swung one direction or the other way too hard. There's no way that any of this can exist. Systems have to understand, or people that lead systems have to understand that coexistence is something that needs to happen. Because for some reason in this universe, there is this weird force that whenever there's a tower built and it's the only fucking tower, it just tears it down. I don't understand this. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's literally written into biblical text. You have the fucking Tower of Babel, right? Somebody builds it, somebody's going to knock it down. It's always like this. If it's not God, it's going to be another human being. Look, envy exists, right? You get to a certain point, you make dumb decisions. Sure, you're very high up now, but someone's going to like nag at your foundation and tip you over. This is how it works. So the ideal place to exist is right at the center. And you are trying to make sure that the pendulum doesn't swing too far into either direction, because it will just destroy everything on its headed back.
Every time it will swing to the wrong direction. And by the time it starts swinging into the right direction is turned into the wrong direction.
Yeah, but the question is there about this one, right? So I look at this the same way I look at the stock market and pick any like individual security and look at the chart for it, right? It starts somewhere and then it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. But what we are as a society is the moving average. So if it goes up, that's good for people that are long on whatever that security is. It's terrible for people that are short for it. And then it hits a peak and then it starts to go down. And the people that are long, when it starts to go down, are like, oh shit, the world's on fire. This is the worst thing that ever happened. Oh my God, this is really bad. But the people that are short that security are thrilled. But as a moving average, we're still just dancing around an invisible line bullshit. And I think that's what society is, between liberalism and conservatism. I'm still saying that wrong.
It's just religion, really. I think people overcomplicate it way too much. I think people overcomplicate it way too much. It's just basically religion and principles, and when people discard principles and religion that enforces them, especially with the majority, because they don't have the intelligence to actually stick to their principles beyond the threat of some divine intervention, so they need divine intervention or the threat thereof, and we'll just basically have them stick to their principles, which is weird, honestly, because if you are genuinely good, you don't need the threat of some divine intervention. Right? Maybe you might understand it to a certain extent, and it guides you better.
What do you think of a gangster disciple?
It always is this way. The best thing, not just for yourself, but others, you understand.
I was actually thinking about that the other day about the word GD.
Whenever somebody tells you this, they're like one of those people who want to somehow make an excuse for why they killed someone. Some shit like that, you know? And it's like there's no reason for why they killed somebody. There's no reason for that whatsoever. They just happen to do it at the time because of the bloodlust. They say, oh, we don't fucking care. You know, it's all subjective. It's all this, it's all that. No, it's not. It's objectively fucked. Or something's objectively good, right? Life or death. There's no fucking in between.
You know who it is.
So
it's your friend Elon Musk.
If we look at today's world, we believe in things that don't make sense. Well, like not we. You know, I would say that a very large majority believe in things that don't make sense. And don't believe in things that could make things work.
I'm actually
How's that?
On the objectivity of how good someone is.
But literally, it's objectively, either you decide to burn down the grass field or you decide not to. And if you decide to burn down the grass field, you do it in such a way that nothing gets destroyed in the process, aside from just the grass that wants to burn anyway.
Talking about me, you son of a bitch, Mr. McLibtard.
And the religions that set those cultures. Without those,
that's fundamentally incorrect. Not with me.
It is not incorrect. It is not incorrect whatsoever.
I fundamentally discarded all of the fucking cultural programming that has ever existed within me and have created my own thing. I am nobody's bitch, and I have no religion.
Well, that's what you think, right? But
you have
no, you're incorrect.
Okay, describe to me what is the value that I have that is consistent with one culture. Explain that.
You're an exception.
Why is killing someone bad?
It depends. There are dependencies. No. Wait a minute. You can't make a fundamental claim, drop that, and walk away from it. You have to actually be specific. What I mean is, one specific thing that I have, one specific thing that you will find with only one culture on Earth.
Why is killing bad? Why is killing someone bad?
Depends on what you kill. There are dependencies. You cannot make that argument. It doesn't make any sense. It leads nowhere. Basically a bunch of heuristics that I've already stated to you. I've stated that.
Because the argument is absolutely ridiculous.
When you have a grass field, this grass field needs to be burnt routinely. Now, technically speaking, the idea of burning down the grass grass field is bad, definitely. However, there are ways to get around this. You say, the grass field actually needs to be burnt every now and then. Otherwise, the grass grows too tall, it starts dying, and then basically you have all this biomass there that if not burnt now, will burn later and more intensely and take everything with it. So what you do is you control that shit a little bit. So technically you do the thing that is somehow bad, but actually good in this way. So it depends on the context. Say for instance, if you had like a pedophile and you decided to sentence this guy to death, that is perfectly fine. That is 100% perfect. That is all okay. It depends on why you do something. And specifically, because I didn't pay attention to this, specifically the example that I mentioned is saying, hey, I just did something for no fucking reason whatsoever. I just decided because I have the bloodlust and that complex, it's actually quite easy. What the fuck is wrong with this piece of shit meat bun?
Who taught you that burning a grass field was bad?
I fucking observed it. Whoa. Burning it in which context? Burning it because it was too big, or burning it because it was not big enough? What do you mean? Which context specifically?
In whatever
Nobody teaches you this shit. You just look at it. You're like, oh, hey, by the way, did you know this grass grows this tall over this many years? So you can do two things. You can cut it down, or you can burn it down.
Keeps cutting. It's fucking annoying. I'm gonna try to go back in there. Fucking guy's so fucking stupid.
I don't do Thou shalt not kill because of the fucking Bible. I never read the Bible until I was like age fucking 19.
It's still culture.
There's no utilitarian argument for it. So it's not even about culture. It's not even about religion. It's hardwired into the human beings, and this transcends cultures. It's everything to do with the utility of not killing another human being, because if you do that, that's one less human being that may potentially be able to grow crops or go hunt livestock with you. Like, we're just not as evolved as we like to think we are.
Well,
I hear you, I do, but it's very much a utilitarian kind of hardwiring thing, in my opinion.
But Paul, the utilitarian argument fails because if you're overpopulated, there is killing in villages.
What do you want to know, Suave?
How do you determine that?
I mean, we have seen it, right? There are many animal populations that kill alpha males because it's better for their genetic survival if there are less other males. So there are many different ways you can get into philosophy if you go down the philosophical path. But I would argue the question is more of like, you're saying it's thousands of years of religion. How do you know it's religion and not a neural imprint, just like we know sweets and sugars taste good, right? Like, kids are born, they know certain things. We know what pain is. We see concern on kids' face when you make sad faces. When someone's hurt, they make a sad face. Undoubtedly, when you kill people, they make sad faces. We as humans have, at a neurological level, a mirroring capability. So I would argue that just on that alone, it's bad because it makes you feel bad. Why is slavery bad? Because it makes you feel bad. But it makes the slave owners feel good. It doesn't make the slave owners feel good. It definitely does, otherwise they
Actually, the slave owner has like a part of their brain that's missing, if anything. Or it's just the most innovational thing that you come up with at the time. Like, say, for instance, from that same perspective.
It's what every single civilization has done. Up until
Yes, because every civilization has had a Joe Biden in their lives. It's not an argument. That's just shitty leadership.
Every civilization, including every single person that's on this space right now, because every single one of the pieces of electronics we're using is made with slave labor in China.
Yeah, there's a different way to look at it. If you look at abundance, at a time when you didn't have abundance, slavery was a necessity, you could argue, and that's why societies did that at that time. There's a lot of things we've slowly evolved, quote unquote, evolved out of, but you could argue maybe we didn't evolve out of it. It's that it is no longer a necessity. And if it was a necessity again, we would, quote unquote, devolve back to it. But maybe that's less about.
Yeah, but if you were born 500 years ago, would you still have the same opinion on slavery as you do now?
No, I would. Yeah. My opinion being right.
Actually, no. Okay. So here's a way out of this. Technically, slavery actually does still exist, and there's a way that can exist without it being a problem. Prisons. So say, for instance, by execution of what slavery is, you get no monetary reward of any kind for the fact that you've done work. You get your food, you get a fucking cell, and that's it. Why? Because you did something you did something stupid. So now you have to turn to society for what you've done. Here you go. We take you, put you into jail, but instead of you running away on the fucking taxpayer's dime, we put you to work, just like what they do in El Salvador. Technically, by execution, that is slavery, but by what it actually is, fundamentally, it is alright. Because these people were going to cause damage to society anyways. Like, no. You have the fucking gangs, they roam around, they cause a bunch of destruction, so you fucking take them all, bag them and tag them, give them a fucking cell, give them a job. Until eventually they are let out, and you do this enough times, then nobody's going to be a fucking gang member anymore. Because it just doesn't make any sense. Because do you want to be enslaved by the government? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't define that as slavery.
It literally is by execution and definition slavery.
No,
well, it shouldn't be indentured servitude.
Indentured servitude. Exactly.
Okay, perhaps.
Indentured servitude. I don't count those two as the same thing.
Well, yeah, but in this case, you're getting like zero reward for anything. You're just getting food because otherwise you die. It would be shit if you died.
The reward is the fact that you're basically safe for the death penalty.
Hold on, how about this? You're making the argument
that slavery
being required and societies would have done it, etc., right? Do you think that slavery was abolished by the slaves or by the slave owners?
Owners.
Right, so now you have to ask that same question to yourself. If slavery was so good, why would the slave owners abolish slavery?
Because of philosophical reasons.
Why would they have philosophical reasons that make
if you look at a lot of Christian laws,
has anybody ever questioned if sugar is sweet?
No.
Therefore, it cannot be the case that slavery was good, as obviously as sugar is sweet. Otherwise, no one would question it.
If they were questioning it, if they weren't questioning it, they wouldn't have done it.
That's what I'm saying. If they didn't question it, it wouldn't have been abolished. You're saying slavery was done.
Yeah, but it wasn't done.
Starting state.
There were people that were trying to protect it, right?
Right. This was the default. Some people were not.
This was a human default. This one, no, I don't think it was that they weren't as evolved. I think this was a philosophical thing, and they took it from religion, where they believed that no man.
Has this fucking motherfucker heard of the Civil War of the United States of America?
I'm gonna make the argument.
But all of morality is based off of religion.
No, let me see if we can present you an argument that converts your mind here.
When you look at the okay, let's look at the Middle East, for example.
Hold on,
You didn't come to listen, bitch. You came to talk.
And you feed them very, very well, and you put them in a tank with other fish. They don't just randomly kill fish, right? Mm-hmm. You could argue that the shark has a religion that it thinks it shouldn't kill fish. After a while, if you feed it feed that doesn't look like fish, even though it tastes like fish, that isn't a religion, that is an instinct. Maybe the shark doesn't actually want to do that, but it does it out of need. Right?
I'm not saying
there are many ways you can argue the system can be designed where the inputs into the system cause a different output. And you're arguing that religion is the reason why things are happening. And I'm trying to present to you that many things happen that have nothing to do with religion. The slave owners also were the ones.
I'm saying modern day. I'm saying modern day.
And we got back to this what we get to this modern day.
Hey, girl.
Iteratively, yes.
Sexy oiled up Jesus. Oh, Jesus. You need
When they
Jesus.
were talking about freeing the slaves, it was based off of religion. Socrates literally made an argument using religion for the reasons to continue to have slavery. Yes. That's why he was speaking about. Yeah, so what exactly changed? That you can't say people have been debating religions. It's not just something that you sit down and you're like, okay, right.
So people didn't agree with it, right? So that means that something innately inside these humans.
They were doing this. Yeah, they had a base, and based off their interpretation of the base, that's how they came to the conclusions that they did.
Or alternative proposal, humans thought or were told that slavery is good. They see it, they see the impact of it, and it makes them feel bad. And they wish, man, if we only had an abundance, if we had tractors, if we had the machines, I wouldn't have to enslave people. And as those things start to become reality in some places, all of a sudden, even though it wasn't available to everybody, that starts to become a thing where some people just don't want to do it anymore. And then they say, well, you shouldn't do it either, even though you don't have the means to buy the tractors, but I do.
It's called compassion.
I don't think a compassion as big of an impact as you say it does.
It literally does. You have people. No. Okay, actually, I can make a counter argument here. The reason why you believe this way, why you believe these things, is because what has been done to you in your past is so diverse and so fucked to a creativity so fundamental that you are not really yourself anymore, and you've become this other thing that sees sometimes even people I think as disposable. That's your thing. I see people this way too, but I have this problem. I see myself in them. That's the difference. I don't, like, for instance, if I have the ability to, say, destroy a person for no fucking reason whatsoever, I don't do this because I fear divine retribution. I do this because I see myself in it, in this thing. Why the fuck would I do anything like that? Why would I do that? What if somebody did that to me? It's just a state of awareness. It's like, okay,
I'm not particularly religious either, right? And I'm not doing things because of divine retribution. I'm not doing it because of divine retribution. But I think it's just necessary to live in a civilization. And to live in a civilization, you need to have a base. And the base...
Yeah, but again, there is slavery. And the reason why slavery exists is because people are greedy, and if you've lived your life surrounded by greed and frugality, you will see things as absolutely and ultimately disposable. That's how it works.
Well, hold on, Adrian, think of the alternative. Imagine you're in a world where you need 10 human units of labor to feed 8 humans. And that is just the struggle in the world in which you lived at the time. What you can choose to do is say, okay, we're going to have 10 people work and 2 people just die. Or you could say, okay, I guess we're going to have 10 people work and 4 people only get half the people's worth of food. So they don't get a great life. And they go, well, I don't want to be those 4 people. And then the other 6 get together and go, okay, we're going to oppress you and we're going to make it work through violence. And then you end up in a default state of slavery. So this is the way I use the word evolve. If you look at, there's a great book, Abundance, on this too, by the way. As you increase abundance, as you increase resource, violence goes down, in theory, right? And this is very telling for why I would be passionate about this. AI has the potential to dramatically continue to increase abundance, as we do see it will be wasted in some ways with things like maybe crypto. But having a lot of abundance, if you have a ton of resources, you can be as wasteful as you want. And there's no, like, the negative feeling of empathy that you get from the wasted resources starts to decline. And hopefully more and more violence starts to decline. So I think this, when you ask me that question out of will my morality change, if I express my morality as a constant, yes. I think
think that's the problem. People should be expressing their morality as an algebraic equation with some inputs in it, and some of those inputs happen to be, like we can't obviously name them all, but it would be things like, in the society, what is the food situation? Is there actually like a utilitarian need that some portion of the society is going to have to be at a lower level in order to allow society to progress, or for some portion of society to live at the standard that humans feel like they need? And it's not just.
And how do you explain the differences in people's morality?
The morality is then just those variables that I just described. Some of those variables contain personal factors like how much resources you have, how much trauma you personally have suffered, how much trauma your parents suffered.
Have you read a book?
Burden on you. How tall you are.
Have you read a book?
Basketball. Like, there's various other factors. It is somewhat relativistic in that sense.
So in that case, you don't have a shared sense of objective morality, which is what Adrian is claiming.
No, you do. You have that grand unification equation. The equation is the same.
Grand unification equation? Did it come from a book?
The variables just slip.
So, as an example, if somebody's 99 years old and another person's 20, and there's a nuclear fusion reactor that has melted down, and one person needs to go inside and push the button, either person's capable of doing it, the morality for both of them will yield a different result. Even if the equation is the same, ones will say, I shouldn't go, I should let the other person go, and the other persons will say, I should go because I don't have as much time to live.
Okay, let's take another example.
You guys are all familiar with the Charlie Brothers.
Let's take another example. Let's say beating your kids when they do something wrong. Some parents think it's correct. Some parents think it's incorrect.
You're looking at the wrong thing. See, the way you're looking at this is you're saying, I am looking at the result of the equation, and I'm saying because the result of the equation for two different people is different, they don't have a shared sense of morality. We just used an example of the nuclear fusion reactor, right, where somebody has to go in, and one outcome was the other person should go, and the other outcome was I should go. Those results are not the same, but the reason why they're not the same is because there's a variable of age. In the case of beating kids, the variable is how much do they understand how psychology works? How much do they understand trauma? Did they go through trauma? Did it help them? What was their personal experience with it? Do they have any other tools that they know how to raise kids without violence? Because let's say you really have two situations. One where the parent knows that hitting their kids is how they were raised, and if they hit their kids, they're going to have a positive outcome. And they don't know any other skills, so if they don't hit the kids are going to be spoiled brats and maybe harm themselves a full life. And then there's another parent who was hit, but also was later on taught skills on how to set the kid a timeout, how to use words, how to communicate. So now they have more tools in their toolbox, and they go, now that I have these tools in the toolbox, hitting the kid is immoral because I have these kids, because I have these tools.
I want to bring this full circle on my time back to AI too, but I think that all of the things you just described also have weights, and the weights are based on culture experience. So just like an LLM, I think that individuals have weights that they assign to each of these different things. So if I use, say, the nuclear reactor example, and it's two people talking about, it's better if I go in, it's better if you go in, whatever that is, that's going to be predicated on the perceived value or the estimated value of the outcome that will happen and how much someone gives a shit. And give a shit is a weight as well. So if an individual with a family, go ahead and correct it then.
Sorry, I think what I'm trying to make the argument is what you're saying is the personal, they're going to have personal experiences and stuff. Those are variables. Each individual has a varied life. So those are the variable factors. The weights are the relativistic, the real multiples that you would apply to each of those variables. So you can think of each parameter as a weight times a variable. And then that's also.
I agree. I think saying the same thing. Just using different words for it. Agree.
Yeah, I was just correcting just for Adrian's sanity, I think. You know, you as well. Just, from an AI perspective, weights are the, and so you could argue if that was the case and one could determine and learn and discover what those weights are, you have gotten as close to a god, if that's the way Granification theory, if you will.
Granification theory.
So I think the argument of indoctrination that it works because it's the most scalable, but genuinely suffering hardship teaches you a fundamental truth about the universe. So then you come up with your own rules as to how to mitigate that. Like, think about it this way. I saw something about the way that I was put into the world and what I was taught as fundamentally incorrect bullshit. So I decided, as many other people do in life, to discard it. You become an atheist, actually, right? Many people have done this. I'm pretty sure that at least the majority of the people here who are intelligent have some sort of thing that they've going for themselves in the future right now. You know, at one point in their lives, they just went completely atheist because they decided none of this matters, right? So
I was like that too.
you build, so then you look around you and you're like, the universe is a piece of shit, but it's only a piece of shit because I can't work with it. I can work with it somehow just like somebody else is and turn it, from my perspective, into less of a piece of shit because it's just a system into which you put things in and you get things out. There's some weird fundamental thing about reality. It doesn't make any sense. It's not necessarily intuitive, but it's there. So then you structure your way around that, and that's how you find your way back to God, because that's the only thing that is most logical. Whatever my definition of God is just like this weird function, this effect that exists in the world. It's not something that I can put into words. It's a feeling. It's a state of being. And it's a thing that exists inside of you. That's what I see as being the creator, something that just sat at the base of the universe, created everything that you see around you, imbued it with various qualities, and you have those qualities live within you, and you become the extension of them, for better or worse, because both of these exist at the same time and have to. And it's just a response to the environment that you have around you. Sure, okay, cool. And if you have 1,000 years of indoctrination, then you have a very specific environment, and then you just change accordingly. You embrace values of this environment so that it can function within them. But I have been in an environment which is very antithetical to the values that I represent right now at this very moment even. So how did I do that? Because I came up with my own thing. I looked at examples that are around me, sure, and they persisted because of 1,000 years of indoctrination, but there's still the same wisdom that just exists and just comes to be because it's a logical conclusion to a path. For instance, a great example of this, Stoicism. I knew what Stoicism was and the rules and the stuff that this person lived by well before I even knew that that guy existed. When I looked into parts of that book, I realized I didn't have to read it because I already understood it. Because it's just a equation that scales up from
Fucking guy. I didn't have to read it because I already understood it, huh? Oh, okay.
But because you want to. There is no reason to do anything good
Alright,
whatsoever.
I'm not on Elon Musk's bus anymore. Fuck this guy. What a fucking toad.
Do you want to be remembered as a hero? Do you want to be remembered as a person that changed things for the better? Or do you want to be Hitler? You choose. You know, there's like another aspect.
There's a way that this was described to me, and I love this space that we can have
Is he
all kinds of
projecting?
conversations. But this is my favorite way to picture this. Picture a butterfly, and if it flies over to the left, it's flying into the past, it's flying over to the right, it's flying to the future. It's really, really hard to get that butterfly to settle down and sit on your forehead. And that's the only time you're in the present. When you're in the past, you're really, really regretting, you're depressed. When you're in the future, you're very anxious, you're whatever. Only when you're in the present are you not avoidant. Almost everything you can say when you're saying, like, why do people do this? Why do people do that? People don't give a fuck. People don't do this. Anybody who's present is going to be, only when you are present are you able to figure out what the equation actually says. And everybody else who's not present, whether it's because of drugs or it's because of alcohol or social media or just fear of getting started, whatever the case might be, all those things are the things that are clouding up their ability to get to that final equation, if you will. So just like what Adrian was saying, right? Like if people practice meditation, if people practice reading, or they look at books or whatever, certain things resonate. And what I would argue is it is impressive that so many societies all around the world sat under a tree, thought for long periods of time, and came up with basically the same conclusion all around the world.
I want to add a little bit to that and say that drugs aren't necessarily a detriment to exactly that concept you're talking about. I know people all lean towards it.
This is where we end up in the modern world, and it's so kind of fucked because of drugs. Like,
100%. I would
go read the book Be Here Now by Ram Dass. He was like a 70s hippie, but the entire book is about how he arrived at exactly what you just described through psychedelics.
I've heard this so many times. Obviously my background. I'm just saying, I've heard this many times. I've even heard people quote the book by Jonah Lear. Imagine, excellent book, studies, it will walk through how different people use drugs that are very successful. That is an argument I've heard time and time again. But the problem is, that equation we talk about, you can't take one parameter from somebody else's equation and apply it to yours. And when people share their stories, they don't share all the parameters in their stories. The thing that gave the person resilience to take the drugs and achieve that, someone else may not have. And so when they take the drugs, they can fall down. And so promoting that, I think, is a big problem. Dopamine Nation is a great book. Everybody should read it. It kind of goes into good detail over how our brain works. We've talked about this on the space before. Drugs are it's like playing with a knife.
yeah, someone.
I'm not promoting it whatsoever. I'm just saying it's not exclusive.
I mean, if you look at Mike Menser, he took meth, and that kind of enabled him.
You took meth. It ain't true for the earth. It's meth.
But Mike took meth too, and it allowed him to quote unquote accomplish things that others didn't. Right? It's like it's not a drug.
So that's what you can look at it from that side, but you're not also counting in the amount of people that obviously fucking died from not taking that.
Yeah, the way I would argue to look at it is, if you take drugs or anything, you're not present. It just is my personal definition of a life well lived is, at the end, when you die, if you were to do a mathematical equation and calculate how many milliseconds the person was present versus escaping in some form, whoever has the maximum amount of time they were present lived the most, so they won.
That's also you supposing that you're experiencing what other people are experiencing also, though, which is false to serve.
The only thing that matters to me is how many of my goals did I achieve.
I'm actually not saying this.
That's so exciting.
Well, I'm not saying this based on my experiences, for what it's worth. I'm saying it from how neural networks work, right? If we look at it from a biological, scientific perspective.
I'm just going to stop you right there. I can tell you that I've been on a variety of different substances over time, and I've been very, very, very present, and they've had transformational consequences on my life in fantastic ways. I'm not saying that's everybody's experience, but it has been mine. So to say that people are not necessarily present is a little myopic unless you're down that road. And being down that road, again, like I know full well that the conversation we're having here, statistically, my experiences would be anomalous. So
I have a friend.
Just factually incorrect.
I have an ex-friend, not friend anymore, who completely destroyed their life with drugs. I can tell you that story. Yeah.
I know a lot of people I went to school with because of drugs, right? So there's both sides for sure.
Right, but the majority is going to be bad outcomes because not everyone can actually control. There's a problem with this. You lose your actual self, this heuristic. There seems to be something fundamental about what you are in the real world that you lose. It's like this feeling of consequences, you know what I mean? Like, imagine if you play games all day and you have no connection to reality. Or like, for instance, you argue, actually, here's a better one. Imagine you're like one of these really severe lefty people and you argue with people online, but you really have a plan of pissing everybody off and being an asshole to everyone until somebody punches you in the face. Then all of a sudden you wake up. Right, like everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. This is like it's applicable to literally everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine how many times you get like a death threat online, and then if you like actually look at who the person is, it's some random fucking fat dude in his basement. I'm not saying this even to insult them. I'm just saying that this is the reality of the situation.
I know I got a bit of a dad back going,
They
but
just don't have the funds to
don't live in my mom's
right?
basement.
That is the thing.
I'm
Okay,
not
that
on
is
her
a fact.
first
I think that should be
floor.
discounted, and that's an edge case for sure, but it's very detrimental at that. All right. So that exists, right? This is a disconnect from reality. I think Meta's point is that you have to have an impact on reality. You have to be connected to it directly. Do things within it. And I think we could also define like which drugs do which things and in which dosages, right? Say for instance,
He's high on
the
ketamine right now.
Stakeholder for Elon, which is really fucking stupid, is the fact that he had, I'm pretty sure he had, I'm not sure if he still has, of course, it's a very personal thing, he doesn't talk about it, just, is right, and you should respect that. Ketamine, right? If you overuse it, you're going to have various interesting effects, right? But if you use it in proper dosages, it can actually have very positive effects. Same thing goes for coffee, for instance. If you overuse it, you're going to have negative effects. If you use it in moderation, you have positive effects. Weed, for instance, is a similar example. Let's say, for instance, somebody has Parkinson's, and they take a certain type of weed. Now, all of a sudden, nicotine, same thing, and all of a sudden their spasms are just disappearing. That's incredible, right? But now if everybody abuses these substances, everything goes bad. The majority is going to abuse these substances because they don't have like this internal thing that's baked into them to basically limit. It's the same thing with eating, right? If that was actually true, if it was actually true for people to limit themselves, then the majority wouldn't be obese, right? Because there's actually no way to limit this because it bypasses the logic part of your brain, and you have like this weird instinctive thing that takes over that just tells you to consume because it's actually nice to consume. Some people genuinely love eating, which is a mystery to me, right? So I can't really understand that. So we'll chalk it up to something that is instinctive in nature because people just sit there and eat. And I do have this part of understanding only because if I have like a bag of snacks, right, and I eat snacks from this bag, I will keep eating constantly until that bag is empty. But here's something you have to imagine. If that bag were to refill itself constantly without me noticing, will I stop eating eventually? Probably not. That's the thing. So even within me that exists, well, normally I don't enjoy eating. Eating a snack is actually quite rewarding in a sense, right? So people keep doing that. So you don't actually have like this conscious limiter. You just have a limiter because your resources are gone. That's your limiting factor. Breathing sanity is still there. And drugs, I think, work in much the same way because they are quite potent. A lot of drugs are quite potent. So normally you get like a pretty large amount of them, and then you could consume copious amounts of these and then fuck up your life. Not a good thing. It's a terrible thing. And being present, it's more than just being on or off drugs. It's a state of being. It's literally a state of being, in my opinion. Right? Somebody could literally just be in the field working their ass off, but they're not entirely present, right? They're not shaping things in the same way that somebody else could be doing. So I think it's a little bit more complex than drugs. So I'm like trying to basically argue the devil's advocate literally in everyone's favor here. It's very difficult, but it's working. I think at least. So I think it's about execution of what impact you have on reality. I think the most present are people that have had a great lasting impact. One that is actually beneficial because if it is beneficial and fundamental to the point that nobody can cover it up, and nobody really has the need to cover it up, and the need to keep it uncovered is greater than the need for it to be covered, that's how you've succeeded.
I think let's put it this way, because Adrian, I think you highlighted a great point here, right? Think about a lot of the world's greatest musicians. I'll just cite like the Grateful Dead as a for instance, and whether or not you like them or you don't, candidly, I'm choosing them just because of their connection to culture and not because I particularly like them. I couldn't even name a single song. Take that for what it is. But I think it applies to a lot of other musicians as well. Probably, before the time any of these substances were made illegal, artists thrive on this kind of stuff. And they make lasting impact and do good in the world. And it is about what you actually do. And, there's a big difference between utilization and addiction.
So, Paul, this is an excellent example because it is the exact example that's often used. It's covered in Dopamine Nation and Jonah Lear as well. And you can actually look into why do certain drugs get used by certain groups, right? Like why was cocaine and amphetamines used by mathematicians while, depressants were used by certain musicians and amphetamines were used by others, etc. When you look at these drugs, every single one of these drugs, it is important to understand that when these musicians were working really, really hard, Elon's working really, really hard, they're doing something extremely different than the average person. And you have to ask yourself, chicken and egg here. Did these people start working hard and then do drugs? Or did they start doing drugs and then work hard? And almost always, you will find that they worked hard, achieved success, then did drugs. And so you cannot rewrite the story and say the drugs led them to be successful. In fact, maybe after they became successful, the use of drugs limited their future success. And this is where the upregulars and downregulators in the seesaw example from Dopamine Nation is very important to understand, right? If you'll indulge me, I'll just describe it really quickly because it's very important to understand. If you think of a dopamine meter, 0 is empty, 100 is the maximum you can possibly ever get. 20 to 80 is where your body keeps you. It's like we've got a defense mechanism because we know we're in a simulation. And we know that outside input can fuck up our brain, whether it's drugs or VR or social network or whatever it may be. Our brains have a mechanism to keep ourselves from being hijacked. If your dopamine falls below 20, it's like life is so bad you might as well just kill yourself. If your dopamine goes above 80, life is so good, you're so elated, you may as well never leave the cave, never hunt, and you'll starve to death. So because of this, the survival instinct keeps you between 20 and 80. What happens with drugs is if you're cruising at 50 all the time, and you take just enough drugs to get up to 80, great, you played with fire, you didn't get burned, you survived. Arguably, maybe that has some value. If you took too much and you got up to 90, these little gremlins hop on the seesaw, they bring you down, and now instead of cruising at 50, you cruise at 40 for the rest of the time until you go do something hard to bring yourself down below to 10 so you get little balloons and then cruise at 50. This is the reality. Almost everybody who falls off the wagon copied somebody who was successful who then indulged in drugs, thought that they would get the success by indulging in the drugs, and confused the order of causation.
So what you're saying is smoke weed.
As we study the mind, I just think it's such a big thing in our society. We really need to stop fantasizing about how nice drugs are.
I sincerely question some of the science behind what you're talking about, and I think brain chemistry is so incredibly dynamic to generalize like that is borderline disingenuous. I know you were citing statistics you've heard out of.
Just say no.
I don't think that's the case. I do agree that
Just say no. Just say no, Alan.
It's not universal.
I'm happy to engage further in the future and we can use reference material and source material. But this is not just from me quoting one book from its right. I've made a career in this space.
So Meta, what do you think about Steve Jobs? He specifically mentioned LSD as having changed his life and he literally recommended that everyone do at least LSD once in their lifetime.
I give you the same thing that there are many people out there that are terrible coaches but great basketball players. And there are many people out there that are great coaches but terrible basketball players. You can't just look at people who are successful and ask them why they were successful. They don't always know. That's number one. Number two, when he talks about LSD, he talks about how it opened up his eyes, it opened up his mind, it brought him to a different place. Well, guess what? Before that, Steve Jobs, when he was in college and stuff, he used to go to temples and eat because he was that broke. That man had a hard life before he had indulgence.
He died of fruitcake. His wife is living on a $300 million yacht. His wife enjoyed all the fruit.
I think that's a different place to start.
I'm clipping the shit out of this. I got tons of good Elon Musk ketamine videos. What happened? Did it crash?
I think there's an interesting philosophical constant here is the need to defend ideas. Like there has to be, it's actually good when you see a person fighting back to a certain extent. And this is like within all of us here, right? We're pushing back. It's actually very good. Isn't it also funny that we seem to have our lives together in a very specific way? Like we're quite successful in our own ways.
You're about to fire me, Elon. Fuck you, man.
We have our values. That's the thing. Everybody has their own set of values. I think that if you buy into another's.
I'm smoking weed, Elon. I'm smoking weed, Otto. What are you gonna do about it? I'm not going. It's not ruining my life. I don't think.
You just think you're a higher value NPC. Yes, to someone else, but not yourself.
The one and only Nicole and holy moly, Jesus, he's nuts.
I appreciate that. I
Yes.
think you're wrong, but you also think that I'm wrong, and we'll debate on it later. And so it's
Actually,
funny.
here's the thing. I think both of you are correct. I just don't think that Paul quite understands Meta's position. I think Meta, you kind of understand his position. You're just trying to like basically account for accuracy. But I think Paul, you're looking at this thinking that he's trying to make a blanketed assertion. He's trying to assert something, and you think it's a blanketed one, like it's a blanketed assertion.
Well, I'm ignoring generalized statements. So you could say that, all right, if you want to pick a specific
All right, I'm gonna restart this line.
nicotine or caffeine or heroin and opiates writ large, or psychedelics ranging from psilocybin to LSD to depressants like cannabis or any of the various pharmaceuticals that are out there, amphetamines and others. Like we're talking in really big, huge brushstrokes, and what I'm trying to really drive home here is human experience is wildly varied, and experiences and outcomes with these substances are equally wildly varied. So to say that, all right, you start with these things and it, universally leads to poor outcomes, even in like the 90th, 95th percentile, I don't buy that argument. I see some strong data supporting it.
I'll correct. Wait, where's misinterpretation of it? Notice when I talked about the seesaw, I said if somebody takes a certain amount of drugs, then there are negative consequences, right? That's important because dosing, if somebody stays under a certain amount of dose, if they play with fire but they don't get burned, that's exactly what Adrian pointing out, right? Like I'm not
right, but that's highly imprecise. So how much is the dosage?
It is in your current understanding what I'm saying. The more important part that I'm trying to drive to is that dosing often leads to habits if the work does not precede it. If someone doesn't have a habit of pushing their seesaw down, doing hard things, then when they start doing easy things with an outside factor, they're going to naturally keep doing that, and one day they're going to overdose. Not overdose and die, but overdose and start getting depressed.
So I'll put this way. This is personal experience. I've overdosed on purpose and not with substances that would potentially lead to, hospitalization or death. But I'll go hard on something knowing full well that the pursuant 2 to 3 days is going to suck really, really fucking hard.
Do you work out?
And I do fits and starts, yes.
Do you hard time regularly?
I've done 30 push-ups on the space, in fact.
Before the first time,
I do absolutely nothing but hard things, yes.
So before the first time you ever tried drugs, would you say people would generally describe you as somebody who was successful and worked really hard?
I mean, I started in my teens, so probably not at that point in time, no.
So you feel like you started doing drugs in a heavy manner before you worked hard, and in teens people do work hard in school and stuff. So I don't think
I was a full-blown degenerate at that point in time. Yeah.
Okay, so then what made you switch from being a full-blown degenerate to working hard?
That's a fantastic question. I hate losing. I straight up like to win.
There are many people who are drug users who want to win, and that doesn't turn it around. So there's something missing in the story.
I mean, wanting to win and being driven to it is motivation enough for me to do whatever is necessary to manifest that reality.
So for me, for example, that's not the case at all. Like I actually have to actively force myself, even if I want to win, I have to force myself because I want to win. But it's not something that's.
Well, so do I, Anna, but you're doing it, and that's what I'm saying, is I did that, back in the day as well.
Wait, so Alex, you don't want to win, so you just do it because it's necessary?
No, I do want to win. But you have to push yourself to do hard things.
Exactly.
The desire to win is what creates the initiative in you to do those hard things and creates the drive.
I absolutely hate working hard. I hate doing that shit.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, you have to experience what's called mental frustration, right? If you don't feel that mental frustration, you're not doing the thing that causes you to later on receive dopamine.
Right. It's like when I work on a machine that's broken. It's like I don't like the fact that problems are real, but I like it when they're solved. Like when I've solved them. And I don't like problems. I like when I've solved them.
Correct.
That's the dopamine of solving it. That's why we all enjoy video games too.
Right. But so what I'm trying to say is, just generally speaking, here's other ways to look at it. If somebody has easy access to money and drugs, and they have another situation where they could work hard and solve some puzzles and solve some problems and feel good about it, and they choose to go to the drugs that they have access to and keep going back to that well, they're not going to go to the puzzles. And the reason is because
Bafangu is the name of my favorite shampoo.
That if I can get the reward by doing the easy path, my brain is always going to choose that. So unless your brain doesn't operate like a neural network,
You must have a dandruff problem. I encourage you to try to use Head and Shoulders. Get out from underneath.
I can buy enough drugs to kill a small town.
Oh.
This is a fundamental mistake, right?
Hey, Valerie.
We're talking about.
We're listening to Elon Musk talk about drugs.
Because they have found ways to do hard things and find success. The effects of drugs on them will be less. You don't hear a lot of stories of something that's
also incorrect. I mean, I'm going to give some drugs. I mean, it's the experience of other functional people I know.
I think it depends on drugs. And there's certain drugs that will hit harder and hit less hard. Like, for instance, I think that if you have a really fucked up past and you do psilocybin, you have to be really careful because that past will visit you in a physical fucking sense. From your perception anyway. It's not actually there. But you're imagining things, and your imagination is a lot more powerful than people actually tend to understand or even realize.
Yes.
Hang on a second.
So put your hand up if you've done psilocybin out of this group.
I haven't fucking done it because I don't know what I can do to you. Oh, fuck, you done it? Oh my god. And did someone just like that?
This is why.
Yes.
I remember that. Remember Anthony Neurologist on? Yeah.
Bring up Hobath.
Oh yeah, sure. This is gonna be nice.
This is the thing people have to remember, right? Like, just because I make a statement, sometimes people assume a position rather than asking that, right? Always ask.
That's what I was saying. Like, I don't think that he was trying to. Like, I think, Paul, your interpretation was he was making a blanketed statement, when in reality he was just making a blanketed statement of a specific niche that you mentioned. Like, he was trying to basically cover for something that you mentioned and that you didn't have. It's like he wasn't attacking your basic ideology. It was just kind of correcting a part there.
I'm not taking it as an attack on anything at all. I'm arguing the counter position that drugs are not, explicitly bad. And
yeah, but there are different drugs. I think maybe the majority too. Depends on the drug, of course. And that's what we're doing.
Elon is high on ketamine, and that's why he doesn't sleep.
But it's not at the percentages that most people think they are. Are we mountain of misconceptions?
We're talking about relativism again, right? So relativism, I think that is where we land in that discussion. But unfortunately, a lot of times the relative part is left out of the conversation. And a lot of young people end up using drugs because it is, unfortunately, in our society, romanticized.
Which I will again. I'm going to repeat my original statement. Like, I'm not encouraging anyone that's listening to this at all, by any stretch of the imagination, to do any of this. My experiences and the experiences of people I know are not necessarily going to be your experiences, and I don't want anybody to go fuck their life up because they thought, oh, you know what, this might be a good idea. what I am saying is just like, professionals that were talking about the vaccines and shit around COVID, there is a ton of fucking misinformation out there around these substances. And it's not too terribly difficult to do your own research and to approach life in a controlled manner and to keep your shit together if you're, a grown-ass adult in command of your own faculties.
I think that's not keeping in mind that many people have different traumas than you, Paul, right? People have very, very different experiences. And the dopamine ladder is for every neurotransmitter, right? So what Adrian was saying earlier about ketamine, that's your oxytocin ladder most likely. So you have to...
This is Elon, psychiatrist, rationalizing his ketamine usage.
Regulating our brains. We are all human beings. There's no human being that doesn't like sugar. There's no human being that won't like cocaine. It's just biology. The problem is, sugar makes you fat. Too much sugar, not good for you. Some things they're not just not good for you.
It's too much cocaine's not good for you either. Blow up your bank account and your heart.
Wait, are you advocating for recreational cocaine like what's
No, I am not.
I mean, Paul, are you advocating for recreational cocaine?
No, actually, like I said, I'm not advocating for any of this at all. I'm just trying to make sure that we're having a full and complete discussion about it.
What is the topic? Is it drugs good versus drugs bad, or are we in the weeds on this?
It's that drugs bad is too imprecise and it's a gray area.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm on board with that.
I'm going to say that the argument is if you aren't able to achieve the mental state that drugs get you on your own in some other capacity, then getting involved with that type of drug early in life almost always leads to bad outcomes.
I think that's a pretty accurate assessment.
Like, you cannot possibly get anywhere close to like psilocybin or any other psychedelic naturally. You're not ever going to get to cocaine or amphetamine levels of excitement if you're not a straight up manic individual that's completely unbalanced to begin with.
This is scientifically inaccurate because we literally have MRI scans of Buddhist monks under an MRI and their brains light up more than people on psilocybin. So we know for a fact that that's not true.
It's actually possible to put yourself in a state where you have all these weird drug-like experiences just naturally. Like, I have once managed to walk outside of my body. I don't know how that makes sense. I don't know. I've done this. I was able to relax. I was able to tune in, tune out to the environment. It was very weird. You kind of find this perfect balance. You just exist somehow, and then you just start to walk around. Your astral. I don't understand it. It just happened. I was like, holy shit, this actually works. And I sat down in front of myself. That was funny. I was still able to control my physical body. I could think the thought, and I made myself smile, which is really weird. So I don't know. Did you take notes? I guess,
You're the next Dolly, man.
Yeah, it's my brain. It's my brain. I don't need notes for that because it was just a thing. It's like a feeling that you have to achieve. It's actually very interesting because of late, it's been difficult. Whenever I've tried to do this, it's like the environment is hostile. It's I don't know what's wrong with it. That's the only way I can describe it. Bad vibes. There's something wrong with the environment. There's something actually very wrong. I think I should try it again, but maybe also not. I just don't want to do it because I've done it. It was a very specific time. I think it was a time where the world was somewhat at peace, although it'd be an artificial one. It was just before the storm. And then after that happened, either my brain is a little bit more fucked than it had been previously, but I doubt that. Or it's just that it's a reflection of the world around you, perhaps, right? So I think you can actually get these states, which otherwise you would only get via drugs, yourself. It just requires an insane amount of practice and maybe a little bit of whatever would be termed as insanity.
And sometimes, you need, if somebody gets into a very, very bad state and they're extremely depressed, using a drug to get them undepressed may be okay. Differing philosophies, maybe try things naturally first. But I don't want to judge people for the use of drugs in those situations.
Even with autism, right? Like, and of course, I'm on the spectrum. I've never been on any drugs because I've been fortunate enough of two things. I have a brain that understands itself to a certain extent. I'm able to control my actions. I'm relatively high functioning. I still have troubling things that I just am capable of observing, but I just kind of work with it. It just is. You know, it's a tool, you tame the storm, you understand it's there. I'm fortunate enough not to be one of those people who have to take drugs. I'm fortunate enough to not be schizophrenic, for instance, right? I'm very fortunate in that because I know people who are afflicted by this on multiple ends, and these people really do need certain types of stimulants and whatnot that help them with their actual problem. Because there is, from my understanding, not really much of a way that they can work with that, right? They're actually insane in that they cannot ever find this medium of sanity, like a way to kind of channel what you have to something useful. So that's where drugs, I think, are very important. So I'm glad that they exist and that they can be applied as such, right? Because I don't want to see people suffer.
Yeah, I agree. And can you meditate at all? Very, very.
By the way, Meta, did you see the post I sent you?
The one about China?
The one about DeepSeek.
I did not listen to the audio, but I thought it was a meme.
That is.
I thought it was a meme. It is a meme.
I'm in the space, and I didn't have a chance to listen to it.
Right.
By the way, Meta, do you have Signal?
It's dying. I have to call it soon.
No, Signal the encrypted chat app.
Oh, yes, I did.
Wow. That was a good answer, actually. It's time to go to the fuck.
I'll send it to Adrian so I can see as well.
Yeah. Because we can add you on there. We have like a group chat for people who like to do tech related things.
Let's DM about
Alright, as your preference goes, yeah. No pressure.
Did we talk about originally give up my, I'll have to figure out a way to add myself without a phone number.
No, you don't have to give your phone number. You don't have to give your phone number to anyone. You just set it to private, your phone number to nobody, and then you just give them your username, and then they won't see your phone number.
Okay.
Yeah. I usually look at what I sent you.
Did you send them on Signal?
Yeah.
God damn it. Charging around that phone is like doing spaces, it just destroys your battery. It's fucking insane.
Alright, I'll try to
I got it. What the fuck is this?
All I have to say is while we were in the spaces,
Oh, I saw this actually. Oh my
they released self-driving cars now
Yeah, I saw that.
in the factory. That's pretty cool. For those that follow the earnings call tomorrow, I hope there's fun AI-related stuff.
Oh yeah.
Earnings numbers, just AI-related stuff.
What's the time of the earnings call again? Like in CT?
I think it's like 4:30 PST. Or sorry, EST.
What is it like?
Market close.
I think it's like an hour and a half or something like that after market close. Something like that.
4:30 Central.
At 4:30 Central, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think I can make that. Yeah. Alright, let's convene tomorrow on that. We'll have a little earnings call discussion. I think we'll Blaze or whoever is the best setup. If you live stream the audio into here, and then afterwards we can cover. I think.
What do you guys think about the fact that $10 billion a year of Nvidia's income comes from Singapore?
I think the Singapore data center is very close to China.
That's probably one of the best ways I could have answered what was in my head.
I mean, let's put it this way. Singapore, like Hong Kong, is outside the firewall. Yeah, that hasn't really, Did you guys see, I put some tweets up as well. There's a guy who posted an image to X crazy like diary thing. I didn't really bother to read what was in there, but it was clearly very unique. Some unique thoughts. And then they asked DeepSeek about that, and voila, it had the answer, meaning they scraped X. Also, they have shown that there's a lot of good evidence that they just straight up copied a lot of OpenAI. Teachers do.
Oh, yeah. There was one guy. I think it was OpenGPT prompted it a certain way, and then he got it to say, as an OpenAI, as a model design for OpenAI, I'm like, what the fuck?
To be fair, no, that's not necessarily meaning that they took it from OpenAI.
The same thing has also happened to Grok at some points, like the previous versions of Grok, because the ChatGPT itself and people, the way that they use it has inundated the platform. And actually every internet space that exists has been completely polluted by AI-generated text. It's fucking disgusting. Like, our brains have been trained to basically scan for this kind of stuff, look at it, and like try to figure out whether or not this guy's like sending you bullshit. Even when I see DMs, I instantly can tell whether or not it's AI. I can probably even narrow it down to the model. It's fucking horrible.
You know, my not today, but another day, I would love to walk you through how that signature testing works. And it has to do with probability distribution for each of the models. It's pretty cool because as much as people think you can't figure out where the text is coming from, you really can, actually. It's like the typewriter thing where given enough text, you can actually figure out which model this stuff came from. So I'm pretty sure
it's like people as well can tell. You know, it's like with some people want to pretend to be Satoshi, for instance, and then they type a certain way in their post and like, yeah, that motherfucker's not Satoshi.
Neural nets have fingerprints.
Yeah. I think it's just because it's the same way with people in general as well, right? Because they like have personality. I think to a certain extent, whatever that personality is somewhat like mimicked by the system, because it's like it seems to be this midwit. It's like as if you took every single exceptional midwit and you put them into a blender, and then that's the output. What do you think?
I have one last statement. Now that we know all humans have individualized neural fingerprints, clearly Tesla Q was always right, and you are someone else. I'm kidding. Have a good night.
Oh my god! Wow, dude, that's a nice trap. That's a brilliant trap, dude. I'm so glad, dude. We can be so happy that you're not on the Tesla Q side, because holy shit, you could have like steered them into directions. Oh my god.
If I were
dude, 100%, man. Alternate version of this.
If I ever was like, if I was like Tesla Q and I really believed in like the opposite of stuff, it'd be kind of funky to try and argue the other side.
Oh my god, dude. You'd have to be paid to do that shit, because I was like, no way that you could actually defend that kind of bullshit.
Anybody who's smart enough to like reason through logical arguments and like dissect someone in an argument would not logically conclude the other side of the argument.
Exactly. Like, it's even it's like when a reality becomes so blatant that you're like, oh yeah, this really is real. Like with you remember what happened with Reddit, like just after the election, where people just gained self-awareness on that app because they were like, wait a minute, if all of this shit was true, if the majority really was in the other direction, but this happened, and we can't deny the election because even mathematically it works out.
Yeah.
Maybe we are in an echo chamber. That was the funniest thing for me. I didn't just think that was pathetic. I just think that when I saw that, I was actually kind of sad. Because can you imagine, like, they spend all that time in an echo chamber, like, reinforced by bots? That's really fucked up.
A lot of people that spend time on Reddit, like, most people on Reddit don't leave any comments, right? So, or do write anything, because they never get any karma, so they just kind of give up. So, when you're just looking at the posts that are on there, and they have no idea about the fact that the Reddit bots there are making sure that everything is censored and has a certain agenda and all of that bullshit. They have no idea, but it does. And only when that happened did they come in and realize, oh wait, we are in an echo chamber.
They choose it though. People who get caught in echo chambers choose it. They all have opportunities to trust people that they should trust like their grandparents or strangers on the internet who are saying cool things and they want to be cool, and that's why they end up there.
I love trusting strangers on the internet that say cool things. That's the way.
Yeah. It's a lot more fun. For sure.
Fuck yeah.
Oh man, that's something I've been meaning to ask you. Like, you of course have work and such. Would you be somewhat open to telling us what kind of work that is? Because you have to be somewhat analytical. You have to deal with a lot of data. You're almost like an accountant, but you're not really an accountant because you have personality. So like, what are you?
Well, do you mean to ask me what I do other than my internet personality, or do you mean like what is the label for what I do? So what's what I do other?
What do you do for work basically?
So I very very little. I've made most of my money from I've made more money from Lyft and Uber and unemployment than I have made from anything that I actually went to school for. I've had a very hard time finding real work. I majored in communications and I went to school for developmental psychology for grad school. And I've only worked in my field for I think a little bit over 4 years in a W-2 job and then another 3 years freelance. And aside from that, it's been all writing for this and that and political advertising and little bits and pieces. But for a long time, I was just driving Lyft and Uber. So now this is all I do for money. So I'm a big, important internet man, and I make 6 or 7 times as much as I used to make.
I literally thought you were I thought you were like me, where you had some sort of hidden aspect about yourself, where it kind of defines what you understand and what you can do, but you can't talk about it, otherwise people figure it out, what you are.
I can talk about
Do you have that also?
I can talk about it a little. I can't name certain specifics, or else it'll just be really, really easy to narrow down who I am, although I know some people know anyway, but it'll make it easier. I went to school for developmental psychology, and when I was done, I continued studying Ken Wilber's integral theory, and my framing of dictating and other sort of social phenomena through integral theory is a large part of what makes me good at what I do. That's kind of my thing. It's kind of like understanding consciousness.
Right.
If that is an answer to your
question. That's definitely the answer. In terms of capability anyways, because I know you can't reveal what you do, but I feel like the thing that you do is vague enough that it can intersect with the internet perfectly and not reveal who you are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's like, this is all I do anymore, so what I
my problem is that you have this one. That's why the moment people started to actually narrow things down, you can narrow things down pretty quickly. Because the person who I am on the internet is also who I am in real life. I don't split personas because I feel like the mental strain that comes with it is not worth the outcome. So why don't you just be 2 things at the same time, so you can maxi one thing and be very good at that one thing, basically be super cracked effectively. That's the best way to put it.
The people who found who I am, they were just watching TikTok, and they just said that I have a cousin who just was like, "Is that my cousin?" And then he called me and he said, "Is this you? Do you have 500,000 followers on TikTok?" And I said, "Yeah, don't tell anyone."
So this is how people around me discovered it also. We're like, wait a minute, this guy, this has your exact name. And he sounds like you. I'm like, yeah, bro. I don't know. I denied it for a little bit until eventually it was so big that I couldn't deny it anymore. Like, oh, hey, by the way, what's up? I'm like, fuck's sake. You found a clip. The problem was I did something in a Tesla Space once, and so this guy, his name is Gordon Johnson, and he comes up with takes which are very illogical to a certain extent as well. So that's the factor, because he doesn't reveal the sources. That thing that everybody says, they've made shit up. Yeah. So that, and I basically decided, hey, I'm going to press him on this thing because I'm the only person who can really do that without pissing people off too much, because I already piss people off as it is. So I go in there and I say, hey man, what are your sources? And then bro just fucking leaves. And that was the funny thing, is everybody loved that, right? Because I always wanted to see somebody put them in their place. They were kind of networks that didn't want to ruin somebody in space. And I knew that guy was gonna like track. That guy was gonna like do something extreme because if you confront someone so blatantly, there is really no way out. So Bro decided to run.
Yeah.
And that's what was kind of mimetic. So I ended up in like somebody's it's like Stephen Mark Ryan actually. So I ended up in one of his Tesla videos because he could produce them quite often, and he was there, and somebody watched it and found me there. I was like, really? But this really is you. And I was like somewhere else, and they sent me the video out. I was like, is this? Lying is a problem. You can probably lie for the right reasons, but realistically speaking, the truth is something unbelievably powerful, and the obfuscation that comes with people not believing it is more powerful than any lie. Because the truth exists. You can just deny it exists. Sure, but it still exists there. You can't do anything about it because that's what's real. So I told people.
Actually, show up as like.
Yep. In your case, you can do that. My problem was, did I disconnect? Is everyone just quiet? Yeah, can you still hear me?
We can hear you. Can you not hear us?
Yeah, he's saying, I can't hear anything anymore. I might be having connection problems. You can drop him and bring him back. Actually, let me, oops, fuck, wrong button. Let me bring him back up. Yeah. Okay, I dropped him. See if we can bring him back. Perfect. It happens. It's a Periscope thing. It's normal.
Like somebody ambitious messaged me on the earlier conversation, asking what the idea was, and like rewrite a new Periscope. Make it better.
This fucker. It's funny.
I actually think they should rewrite all of X from scratch.
Yeah, is there a particular opinion on that? Do you still see him, Matt, by the way?
I saw him in the listener. Oh, there he is. He's in speaker now.
Perfect. It happens. It happens. No, it's not your fault in any way. It's just that thing with this protocol where basically every connection to it is unique to a certain extent. It's like signatures. It seems to be that's how it works. And like everything is connected to everything, which is really annoying. And a lot of problems occur because of that. Right. So if you're connected to this, and there's a little bit of a problem with that connection, it doesn't understand that it has to reconnect automatically, and so it just basically stays disconnected for a couple like seconds, I think 60 seconds or so, and then you just automatically get kicked from the instance. It sounds like, well, I don't know enough about technology to comment on that. It sounds like it sucks. Yes, and it sucks even more to use it yourself directly, for multiple hours, because like at some point the space glitches to the point where literally you cannot use parts of it, especially for the host, even if you switch devices, which is funny. So you can do that. That's pretty good. So sometimes use on desktop. Desktop is actually pretty good. The only problem is the amount of animations that happen in space, for instance, because people like agree, disagree with like emojis, that shit will just destroy the interface on the desktop. Don't do this, by the way. Just the fact that I say this, I'm kind of regretting it. You could do this hypothetically. It's not really going to work because at some point the emoji feature is just going to break and stop showing up. So you're just basically going to solve the problem itself in a funny way. Right, but don't do this. Don't go around us spamming things now. Actually, people are doing it anyway, so it crashes automatically. But I'm just saying, that's what's happening. Yeah. Okay. All right. Where were we stuck at? We were speaking of this. I was talking about Jordan Peterson.
Living a lie.
Yeah, identities, right. But otherwise, you never get away with anything, and you just want to talk about Jordan Peterson because that's kind of where it came from, I believe. Yeah. I don't remember. I don't know what was the last thing you guys heard, but it was
the point I was making was that that people try to live lies, and you can't do it because the truth doesn't shut off when you tell a lie, so they're forced to deal with it anyway. And so there's this eternal struggle kind of between, I don't know, the way I experience it is I have always been a very big truth teller, and people have not liked that because it's super uncomfortable a lot of the time, like to autism levels. Yeah, and I'll just go like, no, that's not what she's doing, and then people will go, you have to get out of here. And
and the amount of times that has happened,
yeah, exactly.
Relatable.
Yeah. So that's what we just experienced over the last few years. A lot of people were living a lie to fit in, and the ill is undue.
Yeah. I think to a certain extent, like the problem with this is having to live a lie. It's just to like survive even. For instance, when it came to like say specific political views, I've had to do my very best to stay as neutral as possible. And I am still technically neutral. Like I will call out any side for their shit. It's a very nice position to have. However, I do have values. And if these values are sometimes interpreted as being more lenient to one side than the other, then that's just their interpretation. But it's not really how the alignment chart works. Because my alignment is to things other than what the population deems in connection to something political. I don't care about that. I care about the economy. And if something's being done that doesn't lead to like a net gain, net positive for humans in general and everything else around us, then that's something I will disagree with, no matter what side it comes from.
Right. It's very rational. It's just a very like objective thinking that virtually nobody on Earth is on board with.
Yeah. And it's actually kind of funny because then both sides will not really like you as much. Yeah. Right? Because part of either drives you to make your own. So that's why you have to like disguise things in a sense where you'd be like, okay, I'm just not going to talk about that. Oh hey, what about who did you vote for? I say, well, I don't vote. And I don't actually, that's the truth. I don't, and I don't even pursue it. Right? So I'm extremely political in this sense.
That's a dating meme. Like, girls will not date guys who say they're apolitical because it means Republican.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I love that. It's a fun meme. Yeah. It's actually even true to a certain extent because you have to be apolitical. Because you can't lie, because that's kind of pathetic. And it's going to fuck you over eventually. So just stay neutral. And you do it for the benefit, right? It's your choice, That you're being judged for it is kind of weird. That you're being crucified for it is even worse. It's just terrible.
And then there's the mathematics of it, like the sheer percentage of women that are liberal, and they're all looking for this tiny number of liberal guys that are not like 5'2", and overweight with like Coke bottle glasses. There's these perfectly good guys who just disagree with you politically, and they're like, no, I won't even speak to you. And then
so what the hell is this all about? This video is about levels.
It's really something that's right and wrong because
of the way that they focus on acceptable behavior and social norms. That's their way of getting over the problems from the previous stage. You can tell when the second person perspective is coming online in children because they start look.
You can't hear anything. Why? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear everybody. So I don't know what's going on.
All right. Okay, hang on. Maybe let me restart real quick.
This motherfucker is high on ketamine and I want to go to sleep. Fucking Elon doesn't sleep. The guy's just on X all night long talking about whole math.
By the way, I don't think it's you, Adrian. I've heard you the whole time. I've heard Blaz the whole time.
Yeah.
It's proposed. She says not for you.
Okay, you ask?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, where were we at? Right. Maybe that you're like either date someone who's very far in one direction, like either really far left or someone who's really far right. And to the extent that they can't even be classified to be on the right anymore, they're just basically misogynists, right? You have like people who are absolute pussies or you have like absolute misogynists, right? That's like the dating game. Which is really fucking stupid. Because
Yeah,
one
it-
is just incompetent, and the other one is incompetent and dangerous. Dangerous in that they will destroy you just because they can, and the other one's dangerous because they can't do shit. Right?
Yeah. They're people are not generally skilled enough at opposing something without just going to the opposite. There's a skill that I don't know what to call it, but I'm gonna have to, I don't know, incorporate it into something that I do at some point where if someone tells you to do something, if someone's like, stand up and you don't want to, and what you do is just the exact opposite on purpose as you sit down, is you're still letting them control you, but just by doing the opposite of what they want. You have to detach and do what you would have done anyway. And that's not something that occurs to most people when like political tensions are high. They'll say, do this, and you'll go, I'm going to do the opposite of that. And it's just as bad, if not worse sometimes.
So doing the exact opposite is obstinance. Doing whatever the hell it is you were going to do anyway is called agency.
Yeah. Yes, people lack agency. Yep. That's the perfect word for it. Thank you. People lack agency in large numbers.
I think the reason why they lack agency, also the fun thing, the large numbers thing, I'll get into that in a little bit, but they lack agency because they lack self-awareness. And I think they lack self-awareness because they actually lack the understanding of self, and they don't have an understanding of self because they're always forced to be a part of the greater whole.
Yeah, there's a lot of social pressure. There's also some IQ limitations. It can be difficult. It can be difficult to obtain self-awareness either quickly or in high levels without sufficient just raw brain power. But yeah,
It's what destroys me, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you don't have the ability to deal with it. That's actually also when you see pop culture, literal pop culture, is being designed for the average, right? Because that's the only way you can make it economically viable. It's like, I think pop culture is only relevant for people who want to control the masses, to understand it from that perspective. That's why I look at pop culture, because I want to understand the masses and how fucked I am. But yeah, this is really the only reason why I do that.
They can't make the largest possible amount of money if they don't design it for the exact center of the bell curve.
So actually you're getting access to something very interesting because you have like a different level of agency where you actually understand the psyop at large and how effective it is by the type of content that people ingest and actually agree with. So it's actually quite cool to see it at that level. Yeah. But the thing is, in pop culture, you see always like these memes, for instance, with Futurama, where somebody regains this amazing amount of self-awareness. Let's say, for instance, where they parodied, what's it called, Minority Report? I'm pretty sure you may remember Minority. Right? We have like,
yeah, I remember.
Yeah. So you of course have the Oracle, right? And then you have a parody version of that. Same thing. Except this thing is so smart that it orchestrates the perfect crime, so it can consume the super pure alcohol, so it can destroy its brain. Mm-hmm. So that's what people think about it as. They're like, oh wow, I just gained all the self-awareness. Holy shit, the world is insane. I can't live with this. Must destroy brain. And then people get drunk and they get high. They do all other kinds of things to themselves, right?
Yeah.
So I think that comes with if you don't have like the power to deal with it somehow, just to kind of literally rationalize it, then you don't want to have self-awareness. Or it's higher level, because it will just kill you.
Yeah. There was some philosopher who said that something about, how in old-timey speak, he was like someone who knows much but hasn't power or whatever. That's the most miserable kind of man in the world. If you know everything that's
going on. What was it?
What was it?
Like the crown weighs heavy on you? Something like that.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, yeah. But it's like with responsibility. Like it's but I think it's a good, they refer to it within the context of responsibility. Whereas I think it actually it works not just for responsibility, but knowledge in general, and both those things combined. Mm-hmm. So I think it's actually a very versatile metaphor. And ironically enough, the people who lack agency will tell you, oh no, you cannot do this, you cannot create your interpretations of the work that's been interpreted by the academics. I'm like, yeah, yes I can, because I'm an asshole.
Yeah. It's just, the mind will do what it will do, and you're just pretending that yours isn't doing it.
Yes. Yeah. Or at least you want to keep other people from coming up with different solutions. Like, for instance, when you're in school, and you're like, I'm given this poem by the teacher, and the teacher has this problem for you, you solve it, but you solve it in a way that's completely unconventional. And even if it is unconventional yet more efficient, the teacher will say that it's wrong because it's not their solution. And ironically enough, there's two reasons for why. Because they have to follow protocol and they're ignorant of anything that improves things, or because they generally don't understand how to solve the problem either, and they're just writing from an answering book. It's like the answer's wrong.
Almost 100% certainly the latter, because and no, it's all intended here, but 95% of people that are in a position to just teach and are operating from a book are not critically thinking in the first place, and that's how they got there.
It's the accepted problem, and I think that there's a problem with its acceptance, but it's the accepted problem of those who can't teach. If you can't do it, you ought not to be able to teach, I think, in my opinion. You just can't teach, sure, okay, but you have to be actually able to do something. Otherwise, you are not allowed to teach it. I think personally that should be a thing. If you're teaching engineering, you can't be an engineer, then why the fuck are you teaching engineering? And I think this is where I get to...
Apparently Elon didn't think this one all the way through.
This is connecting on my screen.
Okay, so the listener. Here you just on. I see your host.
No, I went to math. Are you back?
He's listening. I'm going to re-inviting him right now.
Right. This is crazy. Hi.
You said good 3 more times. It happened to me a whole bunch of times too, so hopefully you're good now.
I don't know if we got anywhere else. I was going to say, I don't know if this happened to any of you, but did you go to elementary school with a bunch of teachers who were just basically the people who lived nearby who couldn't do anything else?
I think I kind of had that experience, except that I went to kindergarten and they pulled me out in less than 2 weeks because I simply refused all orders. I became an NPC. I became so... here's a problem. I saw that everybody else was an NPC. I tried to fight it to a certain extent, and I said, I cannot do anything productive here. It's extremely boring. I'm away from my toys. This is a 6-year-old kid, by the way, speaking. Of course. I was like, we can't spend the time here by simply skipping it, so I'm going to turn my brain off. I literally decided to become such max NPC that I was too NPC for the other people to even control as an NPC. It's like when you have a really bad character in a video game, that's kind of what that's like. You talk to this thing you don't want to deal with, right? That's what I became for a minute there because I literally couldn't think of a different way to deal with this. I couldn't reason with them because they're just not going to listen to you because you're a fucking kid. Even though your logic is sound, there's no way you can actually persevere because you're a fucking 6-year-old. What are they going to do? Listen to you? There you go.
So you tried to get those quests, but they wouldn't accept your quest. They thought you were just flavor text.
Yep, basically. Yeah. So I decided, 2 things. Ignore everything, follow all the instructions, and sleep under tables, which worked. Got sick a bunch of times. Because and it's funny because I randomly have these moments where the self-awareness just breaks through. They told me, hey, run in the crowd. And I ran with that crowd. And then all of a sudden I was like, what the fuck am I actually doing here? And I stood there and everybody trampled over me. So it's kind of funny. I have a long history of just doing things. Because I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? What are we doing actually? By the way, Miles, if you want to bring it back to the gun certificate.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it.
Boy. Okay, next thing. Threaten the internet connection. Boy, if you don't perform right now,
I think I'm going to just try again another night. I'm having trouble connecting. I'll use my phone next time or something, but good chat.
Okay. Yeah, sure, 100%.
Right. Anyway, so I'm having trouble. Yeah, I'll see you next time.
Awesome. Right. I think in general, we could probably just shut the conversation down. What do you guys think?
Sure, why not, yeah.
It's 2023. I should probably go to sleep.
Yeah. Still 2 people up here. Everybody's there, but everybody's slowly falling asleep. The only one is left. And the carbohydrates, brother. It is not good for you, brother.
Oats, brother. It had to be thy oats.
Nailed it.
If you can't be the oats, brother, you will not reach the desired girth. The tall, skinny god, something. I forgot the rest of it, but it's like somehow it says if you give me the oats, then you won't reach a desired girth for the tall, skinny figure, something like that. The tall, skinny figures. I like to
everybody states.
Yeah, I like to eccentrically, I like to over-predict this thing, pronouncing it. I like to eccentrically pronounce the figures part because it's such a funny word, especially if you like put it in that accent. It's like figures, so I'm like figures. It's just so stupid. So I like to do that because it's funny. I don't know, do you think that's funny? I think it's funny.
It's funny.
The figures. It's like when somebody says instead of legumes, they say legumes. Like, what the fuck? Hi, hello there. Have you had your daily dosage of legumes by any chance, Elliot? Because my God, you are slowly turning to one of those tall, skinny figures I read about in the magazine. That makes no sense.
There's a cheeky sitcom that was popular years ago called Schitt's Creek, and there's an actress in it that almost her entire character is built around that concept of just exaggerating weird syllables, and it's funny as hell.
I guess I will both like and dislike it. Fascinating. This is an interesting DM, but it's an interesting thing. Whereas I said something about suffering, like that defines you, does something good for you, in a sense. Things like your ability to persevere beyond it, like what it is. That's the test, right? We established that in the past. But it's almost like if you make suffering your identity, which most people do because they haven't beat it, they've allowed it to beat them so hard that it becomes their mark they bear, instead of, moving past it. It's like when people use mental health issues, even if they're made up, and they label themselves with them because they want some sort of identity because they don't have one. Which is terrible, right? I'm not trying to roast people, just say that. Right? I want, if somebody has this issue, to identify them and be like, let's get a different identity, right? You can actually get one. You can choose it, or you can embrace yourself. Now, but you first have to have some principles. But it's kind of like this problem where people are looking for an identity, they don't have one, so then they just choose suffering, and they just become their suffering, right? They never move past it. They continue to complain about it. And the
fact of the matter is that is accessible and easy, and I think that's why people choose it.
Mm-hmm.
It's no effort. It's universal. You just have it for free. Requires no effort, no work.
I can lament to no end the shit that I've gone through and the way that I've beat it, but it's at some point it lost its meaning because you got bigger things now. You're like, you beat these things, it's great. Sometimes I talk about it, but very I hardly do because it doesn't really its victory defines me, not the suffering itself. So there are moments of little victory in between there on the journey. But realistically, if you live in it too much, you basically are a victim of the Hegel slave master dialectic. Dialectic is, but you are both the slave and the master in all the wrong ways, and you don't even know it. Actually, everybody's both slave and master.
The escape hatch for that is all the way back to the conversation we're having when Meadow was still on, talking about being in the present. It's truly, one of the ways that you escape that trap is by not living in the past and lamenting what's behind you, and also not looking so far out in the future that you're full of anxiety. Just exist. Just be present in the moment that you're in, and don't sweat what happened in the past. Don't sweat what's coming in the future. And it's pretty easy to get out of that shit. But you do still need to have some kind of identity to anchor to along the way.
You need a future. So that's a part. You need a future. There's people that have that, actually, but not one that you can see. And to be stuck in the present, you have to have something that you can kind of latch onto and continue with, even though you don't see what's ahead of you. Like it's, I think the chaos really that we've experienced is a fog of war. You know, and not many people see anything in a fog of war. We have supplies, may have the ability to clear some of it. That's the attempt. You're just kind of holding on to various lines that are pulling you forward. You're just hoping not to be bullets and shit. So, in the fog of war, I think it's like sort of kind of cleared for quite a long period of time. I think for at least half a decade, we will have time and we will have a future to look forward to and one to dread, actually. Right? Because economically, I think things will improve worldwide for the next couple of years. If we are in the good timeline, which I hope we are, we're going to have half a decade of really good stuff. And then, of course, the reverberations from that point onward for the next couple decades ahead beyond that point.
We are in the good timeline if we all choose to be in the good timeline. I'm a firm believer, and I have no true objective evidence to support this, but manifestation's a real goddamn thing. And
I feel like you're choosing better things when you can decide to do anything. People don't understand the saying, you know, you can't in fact just do things. Well, you can't do things, you just have the right ones, right? But what is the path you want to take? Okay, make your way there. See if you can do it. I think we're on that path. I think it'd be quite good if we stayed a good course. But we're gonna have to keep our eyes out and not lose sight of what's going on. I think over the last I think for about 6 years, people have been subjected to an insane lie, and they didn't have a choice. Speak out about it, you get fucked. And now you have the freedom to speak out about it. You know, like for instance, I mean, COVID is a great example. They subjugated people, and there's still some fucking insane people out there. Mentally ill. I wouldn't say insane. I would say mentally ill people that believe this shit is still real, and the threat that they term it based on data that's been verifiably proven false.
And the virus is definitely real. It definitely also came out of a lab, but the threat is not real. The threat is not bullshit.
Like, what these people don't understand is they want to harp on about virology, but they don't understand that the problem with viruses is the very deadly ones are actually shit viruses, because they're not good at being the thing that they're designed to be, which is viral. What good is a virus if it kills the host? Not really good, because it's not going to spread much. Whereas this thing was designed to spread, which is incredible, by the way, because then it made it less bad. I've had a few variants, fairly sure, because I can tell by the after effects of some of them that I have in fact had these that are basically like the flu, just a little stranger, and in places where normally flu wasn't found, which is why it had some detrimental effects on people. Like for instance, in my case, I lost my sense of smell for a little bit. My libido was fucked, as in it was irregular and weird. My appetite was weird. My sleep patterns were also weird. Like I wanted to sleep when I couldn't. Like I was like, oh, I don't want to sleep now. Why am I tired all of a sudden? It's annoying. And I just didn't bother like playing into that. So I was like, fuck this. I'm gonna stay up like again. You know, stubbornness. And eating, same thing. Wanted to force me to stop eating. I was like, no, fuck this. I don't want to eat. I can feel nothing by eating this, but I want to eat anyways, because if I do it, I'm going to die. Right? I need the nutrients, because otherwise I'm going to have problems. So I kept eating, of course, right? But those are some of the symptoms of that virus. So the virus itself is very real. The people that try to gaslight, you say, oh, you're one of those people that says the virus, that's gaslighting. Don't play into that. Whenever somebody does that, instantly correct them and say, oh, no, it was very real. And it is. 100% the virus is real. But it was not what people told you it was. And even if it was not out of the lab, it was still a virus that already existed. It's a fucking coronavirus. Coronaviruses are very common. They've been around for thousands of years. Like, the flu, the common fucking flu, that was basically what it was. I've had worse things that were considered normal. Oh, hey, in Europe, every year, you have this thing. You have the flu come around, everybody watch out, you're about to get fucked, somebody gets it. You've been banned for like weeks and it's torture. Happened to me when I was a kid, and, even until, I had it for quite a while. It happens every year, same shit. Get super, super sick, feel like you're into the worst time of your life. Mucus, everything is super fucked up. And then if you make it, you'll live to see another year. Same thing every year. And now we're freaking about the same thing. Like what? I'm sorry.
I still will be eternally resentful for the fact that it's used as a pretense to drive vaccines in ways that it should not. Like, my kids weren't allowed to go back to school unless they got vaccinated. And it was like, okay, like here. I don't want my kids to try getting over that.
They were forced to take it, otherwise they couldn't go to work.
Yeah, same.
It was really shit for me because I was in a position where it didn't affect me necessarily because of what it did and how exactly I was in that position for. But everyone around me didn't have a choice. It's like a survivor's guilt thing. That's what kind of like happened after that for me. It really pissed me off. And they forced people to take it. And they would still say, oh no, it was a bad response. I'm sorry. You literally had as a motto, no jab, no job. And I just want these people to understand what you did has consequence. If not in this life, it will in the next, if there's such a thing. And boy, whatever is coming for you there, you deserve every bit of it. Because fuck you for that. People died because of this. And that blood is on their hands, even though they were not directly the one that did it. They were the ones that heavily pushed and initiated these things. They didn't have to do it, but they did it anyways. They did evil not because they had to, but because they simply wanted people to ought to. They weren't, because these people are really had to do it.
They had to do it. They had to put more zeros in their bank account. Come on, man.
No, nobody has to do that. But you still want to do it because it's the purpose. So that's the other side of that equation. People are generally evil just because they are. Because there's not, like, look, what people don't understand like that is what good is your money when the world is on fire? Think about it. Like on an island, imagine you have, at the end of all of this, you have all your money, but now you're on a deserted island, right? Imagine that. You're a fiat cash. Guess what? Your $1 million is worth almost nothing other than the fire it can produce to sustain you. Puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Was it ever really worth it? Right? Was it ever worth it to set the world on fire until it was nothing left at all? That's the thing that they don't understand, because they always have this promise of a system existing, which is why I find that very fascinating. But either way, they force people to take this thing. Like, look, I would have not had any problem with any of these people whatsoever if they'd gone about it in the correct way. As in, hey, there's this virus that we think is super fucking dangerous. Here's the solution. You can take it. But you can also not take it if you like. That would have been fine. However, they decided we're going to force everyone to take it. Because nobody trusts it. Or, even if they did, it's not going to be enough to meet the quota. So they made everybody take it. And then they bullied you. Remember what they said. Remember what they said about all these people.
You the unvaccinated are the problem. You're the problem. You're the ones that are gonna make your grandmother die.
You pathetic fucking fools. That was like transmitted to everyone, everywhere, and forced. It's like when you're under a authoritarian regime, like socialist Germany, and you have your neighbor who for no reason dogs you in. But just fucking snitches on you for nothing. They don't get a reward for this because you're for fucking socialism, right? But you still snitch on your neighbor because you could. And it's funny because that whole thing persists to this day. oh hey, I accidentally killed this bug, which is on the protected species list, even though that shouldn't be the case because it's a fucking invasive piece of shit. But it is, because bureaucrats are gonna bureaucrat. And then the neighbor, instead of doing the logical thing, be like, yeah, happens, I hate these things too, jumps in and says, hey, this guy killed one of the super protected bugs. Ooh. You're not gonna get any monetary reward, you're gonna get nothing. Fucking the authorities are gonna forget them 10 minutes after this. You have a little paperwork and it's finished. Why did you do that?
That's why they're doing it. It's powerful, and they get to feel morally superior to somebody else. They get to elevate themselves in their own mind over someone else, and they get to feel power.
That's what they did. That's what they did. And it's actually interesting because in places where people were less resistant to, like so they had land, for instance, right? They had farms. These people are extremely resistant to certain types of programming. Like they didn't care. Because, they have a very specific understanding of the world that hasn't failed them, because if they had the wrong one, then it would fail them. They wouldn't really have much of an existence of any kind. By that token, in the cities it was a little different because their entire existence was defined by who they listened to or who they didn't listen to. And that they more so had to listen to if they because they were in the system. If they did not, they couldn't function within that system properly. So even that authority at the time had merit. And taking it, instructions from that authority and not questioning it also had merit. Until it did. And in those places specifically had instances like, for instance, one time, somebody told me this story. When peak COVID happened, they tried to get everybody to be vaccinated. They came to their property, their gate. And they tried to get everybody to be vaccinated. Now, you didn't have an option. You did have an option.
Be real. No.
Must. Well, all these kinds of words, which are completely incorrect from a legal perspective. You must and you will. Without stating what was actually the truth. And these are the quote-unquote doctors. You're not real doctors, you're fake. You took an oath to heal people. And forcing experimental medication into people that then leads to those people being damaged as a result as you break that oath. And while you may not necessarily experience legal consequences, there are consequences. So, they did that, try to force people, their authority. And then it turns out it was all bullshit. They even tried to do it with me. The only thing is, I'm a person who's bored, so I listen when people talk. I listen very well. I yap, surely I do, but when I don't yap, and I listen the most, that is where I'm most effective in any equation. So they did the same treatment with me, except that I paid attention to what they were saying. I remembered it very well. And then I was able to evade certain types of things that otherwise I would have had to deal with if I wasn't aware of the context of what my rights were. Got fucking damn lucky. Holy shit. We got so lucky, we could have all been fucked. We could have all been quarantined if it didn't later, right? Holy fuck, it was a crazy time. Legitimately felt like you were about to be put in jail for a crime that that wasn't even a crime. You didn't even commit a crime. You just decided, hey, you didn't want to deal with a specific thing over here because you knew the science from your own perspective. And you still had to comply with certain rules, but the enforcers were egotistical maniacs. So it's like you had to play that game very specifically. That was crazy.
I remember feeling like mirrors and whatnot, maybe like a month and a half, 2 months into when things first happened and everything started getting locked down. Just going over to a friend's house with a couple other people, and we would just meet there to play board games. And it's like, I don't know, a half-hour drive from where I live. I like seeing cops, and I had a line prepared, ready to go in my head. Like, no, I'm on my way to work, and it's out here, and here's what I do, and here's why it's What the hell would they be using? Like critical or fundamental services?
Essential.
Yes, essential. Yeah. It's like, I'm an essential worker. I'm a data center.
I had essential status also because I was maintaining a specific system that manufactured stuff that were made for human consumption and that fit the classification for essential worker. Well, wasn't an essential worker, I was essential personnel because of my function of what I did and how I do things technically has me do various things that lead to a very specific bureaucratic state that is very accurate, true to what I do, that then led to a very specific designation as well. Also, I'm worried about these things. So, yeah, I was able to.
But to your point, they're shitty that for just the act of leaving your house and getting in your car to go to somebody's private residence is like, you feel like I just robbed a bank and I'm trying to get away. It's insane.
You didn't do anything wrong. Like, that's the worst part. You did nothing wrong. And the issue is non-existence. Over here was even worse. They forced people to wear masks inside of the fucking car. And they had police checkpoints where they check for the documentation of whether or not you were essential. And they had you fucking wear your masks inside the fucking car.
Retarded.
This was, by the way, under a government which seized power in 2008 and had since been in power. It was effectively a dictatorship that did everything wrong. The consequences of which are still, like, the checks are still being paid for that shit that they caused. It was absolute fucking maniac bullshit. Wild.
Crazy. I remember kind of similar stuff where
whenever somebody shields for a dictatorship, I'm gonna be like, no, you don't understand. I've lived under one. You don't want that. Trust me, you don't want that. And if you do want that, you're a retard. You should shut the fuck up and not say anything ever until they change that fucking stupid ass opinion of yours. Because as a person that's lived under that kind of shit, I can tell you, you don't want it.
I remember the mask in the car stuff, going to get groceries from the grocery store. That was when Instacart first came out. And it started to become popular. It's like, this is how you do it. And if you were like not wearing your mask in the driver's seat, using your button in the front to open and the hatch on the back, like the people would not put groceries in your car. They'd freak the fuck out. They like tap on your window, like your closed window, and like point at your face and point at their mask and like signal, put your mask on, sir. It's like, you're nowhere near me. There's something going on in my car. Like, just put the groceries in the bag. Please don't be stupid.
Oh my god, yeah. I remember that too. We had a different iteration of that. It was kind of funny because a lot of the arrangements kind of were used beneficially. So, for instance, like the act of like getting packages delivered, right? You just like go to a place and you had your stuff be dropped off. And like the guy who did this, we ended up knowing each other at some point, and we'd always have these very strange, funny-looking situations because I would go to a place, park, he would come with his little fucking van, drop a package in my fucking car, he drives off, I drive off, because this does look sketchy as shit. Like, I get some fucking weird part from China. It comes, like, the way they wrap the boxes is fucking fucked up too. So it's like, so when you're like, sometimes, right, for high quality anyways, you order a part from China, it's like put into this box, and it's a perfectly square, it's like a perfect cube, right? It's a perfect cube that is completely wrapped in tape, to the point where it's basically water and airtight. So it's a perfect fucking cube containing this part that is wrapped in tape to the point that it's air and watertight. Anyways, I get a call. Hey, by the way, package is about to arrive at the airport. Gotcha. Cool. I go to the place where it's their office, right? So I drive there. I park there. Guy with silver van literally drives next to me. This is happening in real time, by the way. So imagine this is happening in real time. I'm parked there waiting. Then anyways, see the guy with the silver van. Comes up. I unlock my door. He takes out his package. Opens my door. Puts it in my back seat. I say hi. He says hi. He says goodbye. I say goodbye. He closes the door. She drives off in one direction, I drive off straight, and I'm just in the car and like about to enter on the and I was on Spaces while this happened, by the way. And I was like, hey, you guys, you know what? I just experienced this really funny thing. There's like no way that this didn't look like a drug deal. By the way, I explained what happened. It was so fucking funny. I was like, wait a minute, you guys, I just did the funniest thing. Again, that self-awareness mode where I realized, you know, what did this just look like exactly? Perfectly fucking cubed and packaged at the backs. So stupid. It's like, this is good. This is very, very good because it's efficient. I don't have to like physically wait in someone's fucking waiting room and whatnot. Nah, bro, I fucking park a car somewhere, bro arrives with his package, puts it in my car, we say hi and bye. He closes the door, I drive off, he drive off. I'm like, wait a minute. We've done that a bunch of times. So that's the one thing that's kind of like left over from that time period where you didn't have to like contact or anything. Even though technically, like from a contact perspective, it was from a rule perspective, this was how you had to do it. From a contact perspective, did you seriously think that you had just avoided the coronavirus? You literally got a fucking package from China. I'm sorry, really? And then you have this guy who has to interact with all these fucking packages and such. This dude literally touches your fucking car, your door handle, puts the package in there, doesn't have gloves on because what the fuck are you gonna do? You deliver it to him, you know? Anyways, I'm at home, I touch the same fucking door handle, I touch the same fucking package. Rationalize here. Do you see how you've already fucked up and you've been cooked before cooked could even be a thing you could think about? So, and look, I didn't even get the fucking disease from that. You know the funniest thing is, the only reason why I got infected with like one of the variants is because some dumb motherfucker on a bus had to cough into the hallway. He should use a fucking scarf. Cough into that shit, bro. Nah. Into the fucking like hallway. I'm like, you piece of shit human, man. What is this? Have you no manners? You can't say shit because you cause chaos. They're all gonna dogpile you, not the guy who's like being a super spreader right now. Everybody got sick. Literally that fucking week afterwards, I got a whole bunch of reports of people in the fucking city being sick. I'm like, I wonder how we did that one. So I literally fucking like witnessed this shit firsthand. So it's funny, I did all of these things, traveled through multiple different zones, which are each quarantined for their own reason, didn't get sick, and then got sick on a fucking bus somewhere. Wonderful. I'm not even necessarily pissed at that, although I technically am, because that really sucked. I was like, well, fucking, this is an annoying way to get sick. Took me fucking 2 weeks. Ugh. I hate the flu, bro.
Alright, so I'm gonna pack it in the next 5 minutes here. So let's end on a happy note. Let's talk about something that isn't like collective shared misery.
Okay. Drugs. Just kidding. That was also not good. Something like a collective note there.
They're fine for me, but
yeah. I mean, on good notes out of all of this, the good thing that has come out of it was that everybody kind of realized where the bullshit is. And I want people to never forget. That's why I kept saying, like, you know, this is the basic, and because some people, you know, that follow me, not all, this is very particular minority, but they still, because they're curious. I once said on Space, don't forget. Like, you know, to be like, you know, remember, just remember. It's like, remember what? Everything. Remember what is critical. You know? The beautiful thing about being autistic is the fact that you're somewhat immune to memory holding. You just like hold on to shit. Remember, what these people say, oh, you gotta forgive this. No. There's some things you can forgive. There's others you cannot. And betrayal is one of those things where the conditions the conditions that you have to meet for that being forgiven are demonstrable. Very, very specific conditions, none of which have even been met at a fraction. Nothing's here yet. There's no forgiveness, nor shall there ever be given forgiveness for this specific thing, unless there's accountability. Once accountability has been brought forth, and everybody's taken accountability for their actions, actual apologies, actual admission of guilt, once that has all happened, then we can forgive, but we shall never forget. So, part of that point was even after the election had ended, and I realized it was going to be this thing where everybody would like dogpile at each other, because, you know, well, we won. It had been oppressed for like 4 years, and now finally a victory. You really want to press the other side, you know? And you're right. It'd be right to do so even to a certain extent, because why not? They did it to you. But then, you know, an eye for an eye leaves the world blind. So, I decided to do the funniest thing. Go to Alex Jones. And I said one thing, like, hey, Adrian, they said, Alex is asking me, Adrian, what would be one thing? You know, let's imagine you can transmit a message to the rest of the world. You know? I said, don't be afraid.
Be afraid. Yeah.
And don't be vengeful. I think to a certain degree you could. There's merit. But at large, just realize you're still dealing with people. And quite a lot of them were just doing their job. And even with like all of the shit that was happening, some of these people, their conscience was broken. And they wanted to say something. But they really couldn't. They weren't in the position because the system that they were in forced them not to do so. And I mean, who would you rather have? You know, the person with a bad conscience dealing with you, or the person with a good one, albeit a broken one? You choose on that front. But I think by and large, now people just have their eyes open and they can see for the first time. And it's amazing. From the very institutions themselves, you begin to see how all trust has been lost in them. The majority really now has flipped. I think that's amazing. That's a beautiful thing. I'm so happy that that's a thing. I'm so happy that so many people actually see what's going on. Europe still has a long way to go on that because for most of the world, and especially for America, the inverse of America, that's what Europe is now. So they got a lot of work to do to improve. I'm like, oh no, what do you mean? We got such an amazing culture. You have no culture. You have a fucking dying ass economy. Improve yourselves. And they need to hear that. So you don't even hear that.
It's good that they're working on it in pockets. I think they're struggling because the systems are so deeply entrenched because they've been doing it for longer. But I think they're going to get there, and I think Trump is going to force a lot of it. And I agree completely. I think it's a good thing. I think a lot of people are waking up. And the good news for Europe and other nations is you can't stop the internet.
Look at the Trump White House, right? Look at the Trump White House. Citizen journalists. You can have fucking actual citizen journalists. That's a first. Isn't that amazing? It's a sign of the times, man. People want the truth. And they're ready for it.
So that's awesome. Work there, my little DJ.
You can actually do it. Have you signed up or not?
I've done it. Is there a sign up? No, shit, Sandington, you'll sign up. I don't think I've been following. They'll be like, yeah, this guy's got 3,000 followers. Fuck him.
No, you can do it and be like, yeah, man.
I mean, I did it back before the election. I live streamed Vance. But
yeah, but you can apply. It's on the website.
I will go find it. I'm going to apply. I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Maybe you'll win. If you win, that'll be great. We'll have like maybe we'll have like a real correspondent. That'll be great. So that's a great sign of the times, you know. You have that. People are actually listening.
Straight quit my goddamn day job if that happens.
Yeah, that's also cool. I post various things, right? And I see all of you guys, well, many of which I expect of course, but maybe not all of them, but you guys are replying with some really good shit. And it makes me realize y'all are woken up too. And the reason why someone like myself is relevant is because I'm not necessarily the symptom of a broken system. I'm just what's supposed to be a form of normalcy, or actually we call it normality. But realistically, we call it normalcy because it's been popularized. I think there's one specific president in America's history that used the phrase normalcy. It just said normalcy because it's easy. You know? So popularize it this way. Reference to like the term of normalcy instead of normality, even though I think it was supposed to be normality in popularized in America's history. Much like how aluminum, its creator, was popularized in America. That's technically the original name. So it should be aluminum, but scientific is aluminium because the sciencey guys said that aluminum doesn't sound sciencey enough, so make it sound more sciencey. We're gonna make it aluminium instead of aluminum. Anyway, something like that. It's great. My creator says GIF. I'm like, okay, cool, makes sense. Can you tell me what's God? Is it John or is it God? I think it's God, right? Then it's also GIF. Just saying, right? No animosity for the creator, of course. Not having a problem there. The creator of the GIF GIF thing. You know, no animosity, no. It's not like that. It's just scalability, right?
More sense grammatically.
Yeah, it's just scalability, right? Don't worry about it. No press on it. Don't fucking straight. But you know, we gotta return to a actual good normal. Whatever the new normal is that people wanted to establish. Remember when you had the COVID things? Oh, this is the new normal. I'm like, yeah, fuck that. That's not a new normal. That new normal is gonna lead to the absolute collapse of every economic process. So yeah, that's not gonna happen. No, let's not do that. So instead, let's bring it back to actual normal.
I've got a terrible confession to make. I made so much fucking money with that phrase. So lab systems and shit.
Yeah. I mean, it works. You can take advantage
for having done it, but sure as hell worked.
Oh, you can take advantage of a broken system later. You can fix it, perhaps. Someone's gonna do it. Just depends on how you do it, right? So, say for instance, in a way, I too take advantage of a broken system, but I more so profit in a system that is then fixed, be it nudged some ways by me. So for instance, I talk about a system's problems, and I talk about how these solutions exist that could be implemented. Some people then implement aspects of these solutions, and then because these solutions now exist and are in a system, things are better for everyone. Because I don't put a solution there because it just benefits one person or benefits an entity, but benefits a greater whole. That is what I always do. When I go on here and I talk about ideas, or when I post things, I open source these ideas because even if you're not the one who can implement these things, somebody else might be the one to do so, which is amazing. That is the greatest form of charity in my opinion. I give charity to money, take money, give it to this weird organization that's going to use it for PR, this, that, fucking cars, and then a fraction or none of it makes it to their actual designated target. It's worse than just giving it straight up to the government. You actually have more results giving all of your money directly to the government than you do to charity. Because it's a shit. It has no obligations. And that's the problem. Government has obligations and accountability that it has to subject itself to, right? Charities don't. They have fucking nothing. It's horrible.
Yep.
So
I think the profit is just in change. So I'm not terribly dissimilar from you and what you were describing there. 100,000 foot level and being very generic, but people have problems. I don't make the problems, but I have solutions that solve the problems. And I'll bring you
free. Those are great for charities. Those are great for charities. Like give those solutions out there. I do that quite a lot. Sometimes I help people just because I thought I can, or just because I think I can. Look, people stop using drugs, like abusing them actually, because they don't need them. Nobody needs to take crack, for instance. That shit you don't need that. Let's not do that. Get people off that. Get people off a shitty diet. Tell them to eat better. That kind of stuff.
Do push-ups.
Yep.
I've got good news. I'm officially signed up to be a citizen journalist for the White House.
Alright.
Super excited.
That'd be good. You get accepted at the absolute baller now. Are live streams allowed from inside of the press room? Is that allowed?
I mean, you can watch them live on C-SPAN, so I can't imagine why not.
Yeah, because imagine if you had a space for that. That'd be kind of fucking funny. But yeah, we'll see.
I think they would probably frown upon any kind of audio bouncing back, but I could.
No, bouncing back. No, that's not what I meant. I meant specifically just bringing it in.
What you're about to learn has been hidden.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can have that years.
Imagine discovering an ancient tradition that those who truly understand and prepared individuals, poetic metaphors. Notice how thoughts become distant.
Sorry, President Trump. Adrian was just chiming in. He had a question.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
It's in the past, there were instances where people were prohibited from live streaming audio or video during in the press room, but I guess more recent changes, I was saying that I believe it's possible now. So interesting.
You'll have to just like know your things, know your limitations.
Yeah.
It's important. I'm not gonna pressure you to do anything for you to get it.
I mean, I don't think I'll be received any worse than some of the chuckleheads from like CNN.
That's all my good questions. Yeah. Good stuff, but yeah, changing times, it's great. And I think we're gonna have like at least half a decade of building time. I don't mean, we have decades of time, just relax. No, quite the opposite. You have this time to work all the way through. You can't stop because everybody else is going to try and recoup their position. There's a massive power vacuum, especially with all the institutions that are going to vanish and all the bullshit that has just been cleaned out of the system. There's going to be somewhat of a power vacuum. And always understand, people will be put into positions so that the power vacuum is minimal. There still is going to be a bit of a draft for things to get in. And then, sometimes a little bit gets in and it just gets killed instantly because it cannot sustain itself. But that's what you have to look out for. People who are kind to you for no reason whatsoever, who are otherwise hostile, it's because they want something. That's like that, right? So, again, eyes open, aware, focused, stay in your lane, moisturize, flourish. So it works. It's a terrible meme, but I watched it for myself because fuck that.
Alright, I'm gonna call it a night. It's late as hell, and I gotta wake up soon.
Alright, good night, brother.
It's a great time tonight, guys.
Yeah.
See everybody.
How's Musk? Good night, everyone. See you all tomorrow. Oh yeah, by the way, tomorrow, the next fall, be there. It's gonna be incredible. AI, robots, all this kind of bullshit. It's gonna be fucking great. Tesla, bro. Tesla, baby. We haven't had one of those in a while. Definitely gonna have one. Anyways, see you tomorrow, you guys.
I believe it's possible now. So.
Important decisions you'll have to make in life.
The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, Chapter 0 through 50. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AA publication in classes C and D. Official for babes of the abyss. Imprimatur in Frater A.A. Liber 333. The Book of Lies, which is also falsely called breaks. The wanderings or falsifications of the one thought of Frater Perdurabo, which thought is itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark. Exclamation point. Chapter 0. The chapter that is not a chapter. Oh. The anti-primal triad which is not God. Nothing is. Nothing becomes. Nothing is not. The first triad which is God. I am. I utter the word. I hear the word. The abyss. The word is broken up. There is knowledge. Knowledge is relation. These fragments are creation. The broken manifests light. The second triad, which is God. God the Father and the sun and of the heart. The third triad. Bearing, preparing. Wavering, flowing, flashing. Stability, begetting. The 10th emanation. The world. Chapter 1. The Sabbath of the Goat. O, the heart of Nox, the night of Pan. Pan, duality, energy, death. Death, begetting, the supporters of O. To beget is to die. To die is to beget. Cast the seed into the field of night. Life and death are two names of A. Kill thyself. Neither of these alone is enough. Chapter 2. The Cry of the Hawk. Hor hath the secret fourfold name. It is, do what thou wilt. 4 words, not one, many, all. Thou child, thy name is holy, thy kingdom is come, thy will is done. contagious into the word. Of all this did the Ipsissimus know nothing. Chapter 7. The Dinosaurs. None are they whose number is 6, else were they 6 indeed. 7 are these 6 that live not in the city of the pyramids, under the night of Pan. There was Lao Tzu, there was Siddhartha, there was Krishna, there was Tahuti, there was Moshe, there was Dionysus, there was Mahmud. But the 7th men called Perdurabo, for enduring unto the end, at the end, was not to endure. Amen. Chapter 8. Steeped Horsehair. Mind is a disease of semen. All that a man is or may be is hidden therein. Bodily functions are parts of the machine, silent unless in disease. But mind, never at ease, creaketh aye. This eye persisteth not, posteth not through generations, changeth momently, finally is dead. Therefore is man only himself, when lost in himself, in the charioting. Chapter 9. The Branks. Being is the noun, form is the adjective, matter is the noun, motion is the verb. Wherefore hath being clothed itself with form? Wherefore hath matter manifested itself in motion? Answer not, O silent one, for there is no wherefore, no because. The name of that is not known. The pronoun interprets, that is, misinterprets it. Time and space are adverbs. Duality begat the conjunction. The conditioned is father of the preposition. The article also marketh division, but the interjection is the sound that endeth in silence. Destroy thereof the 8 parts of speech. The 9th is nigh unto truth. This also must be destroyed, before thou enterest into the silence. Chapter 10. Whittlestraws. The abyss of hallucination has law and reason, but in truth there is no bond between the toys of the gods. This reason and law is the bond of the great lie. Truth, 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 crieth the Lord of the abyss of hallucinations. There is no silence in that abyss, for all that men call silence is its speech. The abyss is also called hell, and the many. Its name is consciousness and the universe among men. But that which neither is silent nor speaks rejoices therein. Chapter 11. The Glowworm. Concerning the holy 3 and not, knew it, had it, Ra or Kuit, are only to be understood by the master of the temple. They are above the abyss and contain all contradiction in themselves. Below them is a seeming duality of chaos and Babylon. These are called father and mother, but it is not so. They are called brother and sister, but it is not so. They are called husband and wife, but it is not so. The reflection of all is Pan. The night of Pan is the annihilation of the all. Cast down through the abyss is the light, the rosy cross, the rapture of union that destroys. That is the way. The rosy cross is the ambassador of Pan. How infinite is the distance from this to that, yet all is here and now, nor is there any there or then. For all that is, what is it but a manifestation? That is a part, that is a falsehood, of that which is not. Yet that which is not neither is nor is not that which is. Identity is perfect, therefore the law of identity is utterance of falsehood upon falsehood, whose contradictories are also false. It seems as if that which I uttered not were true. Blessed, unutterably blessed, is the last of the illusions. Let me play the man and thrust it from me. Amen. Chapter 12. The Dragonflies. I-O is the cry of the lower, as O-I of the higher. In figures they are 1001. In letters they are joy. For when all is equilibrated, when all is beheld from without all, there is joy, joy, joy that is but one facet of a diamond, every other facet whereof is more joyful than joy itself. Chapter 13. Pilgrim Talk. O thou that settest upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the Sodom apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascination else had driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more. Faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest, for there is no thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Chapter 14. Onion Peelings. The universe is the practical joke of the general, at the expense of the particular. Quoth Frater Père Durabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept, then certain laughed. Others next wept. Others next laughed. Next others wept. Next others laughed. Last came those that wept, because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed, lest they should be thought not to see the joke, and thought it safe to act like Frater Père Durabo. But though Frater Père Durabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said. Chapter 15. The Gun Barrel. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desire. Mighty and erect is this phallus of my will. The seed thereof is that which I have borne within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but a hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven which draweth me into her womb, this dome which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Chapter 16. The Stag Beetle. Death implies change and individuality. If thou be that which hath no person, which is beyond the changing, even beyond changelessness, what hast thou to do with death? The bird of individuality is ecstasy, so also is its death. In love the individuality is slain. Who loves not love? Love death therefore, and long eagerly for it. Die daily. Chapter 17. The Swan. There is a swan whose name is ecstasy. It wingeth from the deserts of the north, Yes. Thus, and not otherwise, I came to the temple of the Grail. Chapter 18. Dewdrops. Verily, love is death, and death is life to come. Man returneth not again, the stream floweth not uphill. The old life is no more, there is a new life that is not his. Yet that life is of his very essence. It is more he than all that he calls he. In the silence of a dewdrop is every tendency of his soul and of his mind and of his body. It is the quintessence and the elixir of his being. Therein are the forces that made him, and his father and his father's father before him. This is the dew of immortality. Let this go free, even as it will. Thou art not its master, but the vehicle of it. Chapter 19. The Leopard and the Deer. The spots of the leopard are the sunlight in the glade. Pursue thou the deer stealthily at thy pleasure. The dappling of the deer is the sunlight in the glade. Concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our true father and mother. We create in our own image, which is theirs. Let us create, therefore, without fear. For we can create nothing that is not God. Chapter 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good. But no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore, the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23. Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out. For out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get you tea, then get O, and so at last get out. Chapter 24. The Hawk and the Blind Worm. This book would translate beyond reason into the words of reason. Explain thou snow to them of Andaman. The magic and subdued all things to himself. When he traveled, he could fly through space more swiftly than the stars. Would he eat, drink, and take his pleasure? There was none that did not instantly obey his bidding. In the whole system of 10 million times 10 million spheres, upon the 2 and 20 million planes, he had his desire. And with all this, he was but himself, alas. Chapter 28. The Pole Star. Love is all virtue, since the pleasure of love is but love, and the pain of love is but love. Love taketh no heed of that which is not, and of that which is. Absence exalteth love, and presence exalteth love. Love moveth from height to height of ecstasy, and faileth never. The wings of love droop not with time, nor slacken for life or for death. Love destroyeth self, uniting self with that which is not self, so that love breedeth all and none in one. Is it not so? No? Then thou art not lost in love. Speak not of love. Love always yieldeth. Love always hardeneth. Maybe I write it, but to write her name. Chapter 29. The Southern Cross. Love, I love you. Night, night, cover us. Thou art night, O my love, and there are no stars but thine eyes. Dark night, sweet night, so warm and yet so fresh, so scented, yet so holy. Cover me, cover me. Let me be no more. Let me be thine. Let me be thou. Let me be neither thou nor I. Let there be me, Iacobus Burgundus Molensis, the Grand Master of the Temple, and of the god that is ass-headed, did he dare not speak. Chapter 34. The Smoking Dog. Each act of man is the twist and double of an hare. Love and death are the greyhounds that course him. God bred the hounds and taketh his pleasure in the sport. This is the comedy of Pan, that man should think he hunteth, while those hounds hunt him. This is the tragedy of man. When facing love and death he turns to bay. He is no more hare, but boar. There are no other comedies or tragedies. Cease then to be the mockery of God. In savagery of love and death, live thou and die. Thus shall his laughter be thrilled through with ecstasy. Chapter 35. Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me who will. Chapter 36. The Star Sapphire. Let the adept be armed with his magic rood, and provide him with his mystic rose. In the center, let him give the LVX signs, or if he know them, if he will and dare do them, and can keep silent about them, the signs of NOX, being the signs of puer, vir, puella, mulier. Omit the sign IR. Then let him advance to the east, and make the holy hexagram, saying, Pater et Mater, unus Deus Ararita. Let him go round to the south, make the holy hexagram, and say, Mater et Filius, unus Deus Ararita. Let him go round to the west, make the holy hexagram, and say, Filius et Filia, unus Deus Ararita. Let him go round to the north, make the holy hexagram, and then say, Filia et Pater unus Deus Ararita. Let him then return to the center, and so to the center of all, making the rosy cross as he may know how, saying, Ararita, Ararita, Ararita. In this the sign shall be those of Set triumphant and of Baphomet. Also shall Set appear in the circle. Let him drink of the sacrament, and let him communicate the same. Then let him say, Omnia in duos, duo in unum, unus in nihil. Haec nec quator, nec omnia, nec duo, nec unus, nec nihil sunt. Gloria Patri et Matri et Filio, et Filiae et Spiritui Sancto. Externo et Spiritui Sancto. Interno ut erat in saecula, saeculorum sex in uno per nomen septum, in uno erarita. Let him then repeat the signs of LVX, but not the signs of NOX, for it is not he that shall arise in the sign of Isis rejoicing. Chapter 37. Dragons. Thought is the shadow of the eclipse of Luna. Samadhi is the shadow of the eclipse of Soul. The moon and the earth are the non-ego and the ego. The sun is that. Both eclipses are darkness. swear to heal all. This is the mystery. Life, mine is the traitor. Slay mine. Let the corpse of mine lie unburied on the edge of the great sea. Death, this is the mystery. Tile, Cowan Skidoo. Chapter 39. The Luby. Only Lubies find excellence in these words. It is unthinkable that A is not A. To reverse this is but to revert to the normal. Yet by forcing the brain to accept propositions, of which one set is absurdity, the other truism, a new function of brain is established. Vague and mysterious and all indefinite are the contents of this new consciousness. Yet they are somehow vital. By use, they become luminous. Unreason becomes experience. This lifts the leaden-footed soul of the experience of that of which reason is the blasphemy. But without the experience, these words are the lies of a Luby. Yet a Luby to thee, and a booby to me, a Balacius Ruby to God may be. Chapter 40. The High Mob. A red rose absorbs all colors but red. Red is therefore the one color that is not. This law, reason, time, space, all limitation blinds us to the truth. All that we know of man, nature, God, is just that which they are not. It is that which they throw off as repugnant. The high mog is only visible insofar as he is imperfect. Then are they all glorious who seem not to be glorious, as the high mog is all glorious within? It may be so. How then distinguish the inglorious and perfect high mog from the inglorious man of earth? Distinguish not, but thyself extinguish. High mog thou art, and high mog shall thou be. Chapter 41. Corned beef hash. In V, 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 V is the great work perfect. Therefore, none is that pertaineth not to V, 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 V. In any Abra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Take thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake in the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liber legus, and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burin he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks it up in the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, and cries, Abrahadabra. I entereth in with woe and mirth, and now go forth and with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth, among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. Chapter 45. Chinese music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these two asses be sent to grind corn. May, might, must, should, probably, may be, we may safely assume, ought, it is hardly questionable, almost certainly. Four hacks, and let them be turned out to grass. Proof is only possible in mathematics, and mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions. And yet doubt is a good servant, but a bad master. A perfect mistress, but a nagging wife. White is the lash of the overseer. White is black is the watchword of the slave. The master takes no heed. The Chinese cannot help thinking that the octave has 5 notes. The more necessary anything appears to my mind, the more certain it is that I only assert a limitation. destroys the emotions. Niyama destroys the passions. Vedana. Dharana destroys the perceptions. Sana. Dhyana destroys the tendencies. Sankara. Samadhi destroys the consciousness. Vinanam. Omar Thermanor destroys the digestion. The last of these facts is the one of which I am most certain. Chapter 38. Mum Wraths. The early bird catches the worm, and the 12-year-old prostitute attracts the ambassador. Neglect not the dawn meditation. The first plover's eggs fetch the highest prices. The flower of virginity is esteemed by the pandar. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But late to watch and early to pray brings him across the abyss, they say. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Chapter 49. Warata Blossoms. 7 are the veils of the dancing girl in the harem of it. 7 are the names, and 7 are the lamps beside her bed. 7 eunuchs guard her with drawn swords. No man may come nigh unto her. In her wine cup are 7 streams of the blood of the 7 spirits of God. 7 are the heads of the beast, whereupon she rides. The head of an angel, the head of a saint, the head of a poet, the head of an adulterous woman, the head of a man of valor, the head of a satyr, and the head of a lion serpent. 7 letters hath her holiest name, and it is. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates a seal of a 7-pointed star. Beginning from the westmost point, each point of the star contains a letter, spelling the name of Babylon. In the center of the star is the Greek symbol for theta. Crosses extend from its western, northern, and eastern boundaries. To the left of the westmost cross is the number 77. To the left of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the eastmost cross is the number 77. By itself, at the southernmost boundary of theta, is the number 7. This is the seal upon the ring that is on the forefinger of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of Our Lady, for it is the number of a woman, and her number is 156. Chapter 50. The Vigil of St. Hubert. In the forest, God met the stag beetle. Hold, worship me, quoth God, for I am all great, all good, all wise. The stars are but sparks from the forges of my smiths. Yea, verily, and amen, said the stag beetle. All this do I believe, and that devoutly. Then why do you not worship me? Because I am real, and you are only imaginary. But the leaves of the forest rustled with the laughter of the wind. Said wind and wood, they neither of them know anything. End of chapter 0 through 50. generation of gossipers, who shall deliver you from the wrath that is fallen upon you? O babblers, prattlers, talkers, loquacious ones, tattlers, chewers of the red rag that inflameth apiece the Redeemer to fury. Learn first what is work, and the great work is not so far beyond. Chapter 53. The Dowser. Once round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Twice round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Thrice round the paddock, highly, lowly, wily, holy, dip, dip, dip. Then neighed the horse in the paddock, and lo, its wings. For whoso findeth the spring beneath the earth, maketh the treaders of earth to course the heavens. This spring is threefold, of water, but also of steel, and of seasons. Also this paddock is the toad that hath the jewel between his eyes. Aum mani padmen hum. Keep us from evil. Chapter 54. Eavesdroppings. 45 apprentice masons out of work. 15 fellow craftsmen out of work. 3 master masons out of work. All these sat on their haunches, waiting the report of the sojourner, for the word was lost. This is the report of the sojourners. The word was love, and its number is 111. Then said each Amo, for its number is 111. Each took the trowel from his lap, whose number is 111. Each called moreover on the goddess Nina, for her number is 111. Yet with all this went the work awry, for the word of the law is Thelema. Chapter 55. The drooping sunflower. The one thought vanished. All my mind was torn to rags. Nay, nay, my head was mashed into wood pulp, and thereon the daily newspaper was printed. Thus wrote I, since my one love was torn from me. I cannot work, I cannot think. I seek distraction here, I seek distraction there. But this is all my truth, that I who loved have lost, and how may I regain? I must have money to get to America. O mage, sage, gauge thy wage, for in the page of thine age is written rage. O my darling, we should not have spent 90 pounds in that 3 weeks in Paris. Slash the brakes on thine arms with a pole-axe. Chapter 56. Trouble with twins. Holy, 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 unto 555 times holy be Our Lady of the Stars. Holy, 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 unto 156 times holy be Our Lady that rideth upon the beast. Holy, 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 unto the number of times necessary and appropriate be Our Lady Isis in her millions of names, all mother, genetrix, meretrix. Yet holier than all these to me is Layla, night and death. For her do I blaspheme alike the finite and the infinite. So wrote not Frater Perdurabo, but the imp Crowley in his name. For forgery, let him suffer penal servitude for 7 years, or at least let him do pranayama all the way home. Home? Nay, but to the house of the harlot whom he loveth not, for it is Layla that he loveth. And yet, who knoweth which is Crowley, and which is Frater Perdurabo? Chapter 57. The Duck-billed Platypus. Dirt is matter in the wrong place. Thought is mind in the wrong place. Matter is mind, so thought is dirt. Thus argued he, the wise one, not mindful that all place is wrong. For not until the place is perfected by a T, saith he, express even the first whisper of the initiator in mine ear. Yea, I abhor birth, ululating lamentations of night. Agony, agony, the light within me breathes veils, the song within me dumbness. God, in what prism may any man analyze my light? Immortal are the adepts, and yet they die. They die of shame unspeakable. They die as the gods die, for sorrow. Wilt thou endure unto the end, O Frater Perdurabo, O lamp in the abyss? Thou hast the keystone of the royal arch, yet the apprentices, instead of making bricks, put the straws in their hair and think they are Jesus Christ. O sublime tragedy and comedy of the great work. Chapter 59. The Tailless Monkey. There is no help but hodgepodge in the skies, when Asticus sees crabs and lobsters rise. Man that has spine and hopes of heaven to be, lacks the amoeba's immortality. What protoplasm gains in mobile mirth is loss of the stability of earth. Matter and sense and mind have had their day. Nature presents the bill, and all must pay. If, as I am not, I were free to choose, how Buddhahood would battle with the booze. My certainty that destiny is good rests on its picking me for Buddhahood. Were I a drunkard, I should think I had good evidence that fate was bloody bad. Chapter 60. The Wound of Amfortas. The self-mastery of Percival became the self-masturbatory of the bourgeois. Virtus has become virtue. The qualities which have made a man, a race, a city, a caste, must be thrown off. Death is the penalty of failure. As it is written, in the hour of success sacrifice that which is dearest to thee unto the infernal gods. The Englishman lives upon the excrement of his forefathers. All moral codes are worthless in themselves. Yet in every new code there is hope, provided always that the code is not changed because it is too hard, but because it is fulfilled. The dead dog floats with the stream. In Puritan France, the best women are harlots. In vicious England, the best women are virgins. If only the Archbishop of Canterbury were to go naked in the streets and beg his bread. The new Christ, like the old, is the friend of publicans and sinners, because his nature is ascetic. Oh, if every man did no matter what, provided that it is the one thing that he will not and cannot do. Chapter 61. The Fool's Knot. O fool, begetter of both I and not, resolve this knotty knot. Oh, I, this I and O, I owe, for I owe, I, to Nirvana's Zoe. I pay, the dissolution of the house of God, for pay comes after O, after IN that triumphs over Aleph in I that is O. Opus, the work, the opening of the eye. Thou naughty boy, thou openest the eye of Horus to the blind eye that weeps. The upright one in thine uprightness rejoiceth. Death to all fishes. Chapter 62. Twig. The phoenix hath a bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, 2 cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset, when earth life fades. He summons the universe, and crowns it with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He prays unto, and give homage to, Ra Hor Kuit, mercurial spirits be so kind as to enable me to raise the wine. Put me in Layla's arms again, the accursed, leaving me that else how may do his worst. Doni and Den, perceiving me inspired, conceived their task was finished, they retired. I turned upon my friend and breaking bounds, borrowed a trifle of 200 pounds. Chapter 65. Sick Transient. At last I lifted up mine eyes and beheld, and lo, the flames of violet were become as tendrils of smoke, as mist at sunset upon the marshlands, and in the midst of the moon pool of silver was the lily of white and gold. In this lily is all honey, in this lily that flowereth at the midnight, in this lily is all perfume, in this lily is all music, and it enfolded me. Thus the disciples that watched found a dead body kneeling at the altar. Amen. Chapter 66. The Praying Mantis. Say, God is one. This I obeyed. For 1,001 times a night, for 1,000 nights and one, did I affirm the unity. But night only means Layla, and unity and God are not worth even her blemishes. Allah is only 66, but Layla counteth up to 7 and 70. Yea, the night shall cover all. The night shall cover all. Chapter 67. Sodom Apples. I have brought pleasant trifles, and thus soothed my lack of Layla. Light is my wallet, and my heart is also light. And yet I know that the clouds will gather closer for the fall's clearing. The mirage will fade. Then will the desert be thirstier than before. O ye who dwell in the dark night of the soul, beware most of all of every herald of the dawn. O ye who dwell in the city of the pyramids, beneath the night of Pan, remember that ye shall see no more light, but that of the great fire that shall consume your dust to ashes. Chapter 68. Manna. At 4 o'clock there was hardly anybody in Rumpelmeyer's. I have my choice of place and service. The babble of the apes will begin soon enough. Pioneers, O pioneers, sat not Elijah under the juniper tree and wept? Was not Muhammad forsaken in Mecca, and Jesus in Gethsemane? These prophets were sad at heart, but the chocolate at Rumpelmeyer's is great, and the mousse noir is like Nephthys for perfection. Also, there are little meringues with cream and chestnut wool, very velvety seductions. Sail I not towards Layla within 7 days? Be not sad at heart, O prophet. The babble of the apes will presently begin. Nay, rejoice exceedingly, for after all the babble of the apes, the silence of the night. Chapter 69. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Plunge from the height, O God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, O man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power, abrahadabra, is the sign of the great work. For the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to Cheth, that is Cancer, whose sigil is 69. This work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. Chapter 70. Broomstick Babblings. detest him, the more did they adore him. Aye, let us offer the obscene kiss. Let us seek the mystery of the gnarled oak and of the glacier torrent. To him let us offer up our babes. Around him let us dance in the mad moonlight. But Frater Perdurabo is nothing but an eye. What eye none knoweth. Skip witches, hop toads, take your pleasure. For the play of the universe is the pleasure of Frater Perdurabo. Chapter 71. King's College Chapel. For mind and body alike there is no purgative like pranayama. No purgative like pranayama. For mind and body alike, there is no purgative like pranayama. Yea, for mind and body alike, there is no purgative. For mind and body alike, no purgative, like pranayama. No purgative for mind and body alike, like pranayama, like prana, pranayama. Amen. Chapter 72. Hash Pheasant. Shemhamphorash, all hail divided name, utter it once, O mortal of Barash, the universe were swallowed up in flame, Shemhamphorash. Nor deem that thou amid the cosmic crash may find one thing of all those things the same, the world has gone to everlasting smash. No, if creation did possess an aim, it does not, it were only to make hash of that most high and that most holy game, Shemhamphorash. Chapter 73. The Devil, the Ostrich, and the Orphan Child. Death rides the camel of initiation. Thou humped and stiff-necked one that groanest in thine asana, death will relieve thee. Bite not, Zalator dear, but bide. 10 days didst thou go with water in thy belly. Thou shalt go 20 more, with a firebrand at thy rump. Aye, all thine aspiration is to death. Death is the crown of all thine aspiration. Triple is the cord of silver moonlight. It shall hang thee, O Holy One, O hanged man, O camel termination of the third person plural, for thy multiplicity, thou ghost of a non-ego. Could but thy mother behold thee, O thou Unt, the infinite snake Ananta that surroundeth the universe, is but the coffin worm. Chapter 74. Carey Street. When nothing became conscious, it made a bad bargain. This consciousness acquired individuality, a worse bargain. silence that succeeds the day. Chapter 77. The sublime and supreme septenary in its mature magical manifestation through matter, as it is written, and ego also. Layla. Chapter 78. Wheel and Woe. The great wheel of samsara, the wheel of the law, Dhamma, the wheel of the tarot, the wheel of the heavens, the wheel of life. All these wheels be one, yet of all these the wheel of the tarot alone avails thee consciously. Meditate long and broad and deep, O man, upon this wheel, revolving it in thy mind. Be this thy task, to see how each card springs necessarily from each other card, even in due order, from the Fool to the 10 of coins. Then, when thou knowest the wheel of destiny complete, mayest thou perceive that will which moved it first. There is no first or last, and lo, thou art passed through the abyss. Chapter 79. The Bald Bullier. Some men look into their minds, into their memories, and find naught but pain and shame. These then proclaim the good law unto mankind. These preach renunciation, virtue, cowardice in every form. These whine eternally, smug, toothless, hairless coot, debauch emasculated Buddha, come ye to me. I have a trick to make you silent, O ye foamers at the mouth. Nature is wasteful, but how well she can afford it. Nature is false, but I'm a bit of a liar myself. Nature is useless, but then how beautiful she is. Nature is cruel, but I too am a sadist. The game goes on. It may have been too rough for Buddha, but it's, if anything, too dull for me. Bien spune dans moi te lèvres encore. Chapter 80. Blackthorn. The price of existence is eternal warfare. Speaking as an Irishman, I prefer to say, the price of eternal warfare is existence. And melancholy as existence is, the price is well worth paying. Is there a government? Then I'm again it. To hell with the bloody English. Oh, Frederick Perderabo, how unworthy are these sentiments. Do you want a clip on the jaw? Chapter 81. Lewis Lane. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Your brain is too dense for any known explosive to affect it. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Fancy a policeman let loose on society. While there exists the Burgess, the hunting man, or any man with ideals less than Shelley's, and self-discipline less than Loyola's. In short, any man who falls far short of myself. I am against anarchy and for feudalism. Every emancipator has enslaved the free. Chapter 81. Borscht. Witch moon that turnest all the streams to blood, I take this hazel rod and stand and swear, and both beneath this blasted oaken bear, that rears its agony above the flood, whose swollen mask mutters an atheist prayer. What oath may stand the shock of this offense? There is no I, no joy, no permanence. Witch moon of blood, eternal ebb and flow, of baffled birth and death still lurks a change, and all the leopards in thy woods that range, and all the vampires in their bows that glow, brooding on bloodthirst, these are not so strange, and fierce as life's unfailing shower these die, yet time rebears them through eternity. Hear then the oath which moon of blood, dread moon, let all thy striges and thy ghouls attend. He that endureth even to the end, hath sworn that love's own corpse shall lie at noon, even in the coffin of its hopes and spin, all the force won by its old woe and stress, in now annihilating nothingness. This chapter is called Imperial Purple and a Punic War. Chapter 83, The Blind Pig. Many becomes two, two, one, one, naught. What comes to naught? What? Shall the adept give up his hermit life, and go eating, drinking, and making merry? Aye, shall he not do so? He knows that the many is naught, and having naught, enjoys that naught even in the enjoyment of the many. For when naught becomes absolute naught, it becomes again the many, and this many and this naught are identical. They are not correlatives or phases of some one deeper absence of idea. They are not aspects of some further light. They are they. Beware, O my brother, lest this chapter deceive thee. Chapter 84, The Avalanche. Only through devotion to Frater Perturabo may this book be understood. How much more then should he devote himself to Iowas, for the understanding of the holy book of Dittmann? Yet must he labor underground eternally. The sun is not for him, nor the flowers, nor the voices of the birds, for he is passed beyond all these. Yea, verily, oft times he is weary. It is well that the weight of the karma of the infinite is with him. Therefore is he glad indeed, for he hath finished the work, and the reward concerneth him no whit. Chapter 85, Morbering Me. I distrust any thoughts uttered by any man whose health is not robust. All other thoughts are surely symptoms of disease, yet these are often beautiful, and may be true, within the circle of the conditions of the speaker. And yet again, do we not find that the most robust of men express no thoughts at all? They eat, drink, sleep, and copulate in silence. What better proof of the fact that all thought is dis-ease? We are Strasbourg geese. The tastiness of our talk comes from the disorder of our bodies. We like it. This only proves that our tastes also are depraved and debauched by our disease. Chapter 86, Tat. Ex nihilo, N-I-H-I-L, feet. In, the fire that twisteth itself and burneth like a scorpion. I, the unsullied, ever-flowing water. H, the interpenetrating spirit, without and within. Is not its name abrahadabra? I, the unsullied, ever-flowing air. L, the green, fertile earth. Fierce are the fires of the universe, and on their daggers they hold aloft the bleeding heart of earth. Upon the earth lies Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, Chapter 0 through 50. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AA publication in classes C and D. Official for babes of the abyss. Imprimatur in Frater A.A. Liber 333. The Book of Lies, which is also falsely called breaks, the wanderings or falsifications of the one thought of Frater Perdurabo, which thought is itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark. Exclamation point. Chapter 0. The chapter that is not a chapter. Oh, the anti-primal triad which is not God. Nothing is, nothing becomes, nothing is not. The first triad which is God stars. Each star contained a many thousand million things. Of these, the reasoner took 6, and, preening, said, "This is the one and the all." These 6 the adept harmonized, and said, "This is the heart of the one and the all." These 6 were destroyed by the master of the temple, and he spake not. The ash thereof was burnt up by the magus into the word. Of all this did the Ipsissimus know nothing. Chapter 7. The Dinosaurs. None are they whose number is 6, else were they 6 indeed. 7 are these 6 that live not in the city of the pyramids, under the night of Pan. There was Lao Tzu, there was Siddhartha, there was Krishna, there was Tahuti, there was Moshe, there was Dionysus, there was Mahmud. But the 7th men called Perdurabo, for, enduring unto the end, at the end, was not to endure. Amen. Chapter 8. Steeped Horsehair. Mind is a disease of semen. All that a man is or may be is hidden therein. Bodily functions are parts of the machine, silent unless in disease. But mind, never at ease, creaketh eye. This eye persisteth not, posteth not through generations, changeth momently, finally is dead. Therefore is man only himself, when lost in himself in the charioting. Chapter 9. The Brinks. Being is the noun, form is the adjective, matter is the noun, motion is the verb. Wherefore hath being clothed itself with form? Wherefore hath matter manifested itself in motion? Answer not, O silent one, for there is no wherefore, no because. The name of that is not known. The pronoun interprets, that is, misinterprets, it. Time and space are adverbs. Duality begat the conjunction. The conditioned is father of the preposition. The article also marketh division, but the interjection is the sound that endeth in silence. Destroy thereof the 8 parts of speech. The 9th is nigh unto truth. This also must be destroyed, before thou enterest into the silence. Oh. Chapter 10. Whittle Straws. The abyss of hallucination has law and reason, but in truth there is no bond between the toys of the gods. This reason and law is the bond of the great lie. Truth, 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 crieth the Lord of the abyss of hallucinations. There is no silence in that abyss, for all that men call silence is its speech. The abyss is also called hell, and the many. Its name is consciousness and the universe among men. But that which neither is silent nor speaks rejoices therein. Chapter 11. The Glowworm. Concerning the holy 3 and not, knew it, had it, Ra or Kuit, are only to be understood by the master of the temple. They are above the abyss, and contain all contradiction in themselves. Below them is a seeming duality of chaos and Babylon. These are called father and mother, but it is not so. They are called brother and sister, but it is not so. They are called husband and wife, but it is not so. The reflection of all is Pan. The night of Pan is the annihilation of the all. Cast down through the abyss is the light, the rosy cross, the rapture of union that destroys. That is the way. The rosy cross is falsehoods, broken mirrors, troubled waters. Hide me, O Our Lady, in thy womb, or I may not endure the rapture. In this utterance of falsehood upon falsehood, whose contradictories are also false, it seems as if that which I uttered not were true. Blessed, unutterably blessed, is the last of the illusions. Let me play the man and thrust it from me. Amen. Chapter 12. The Dragonflies. I-O is the cry of the lower, as O-I of the higher. In figures they are 1001. In letters they are joy. For when all is equilibrated, when all is beheld from without all, there is joy, joy, joy that is but one facet of a diamond, every other facet whereof is more joyful than joy itself. Chapter 13. Pilgrim Talk. O thou that settest upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the Sodom apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascination else had driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more. Faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest. For there is no thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Chapter 14. Onion Peelings. The universe is the practical joke of the general, at the expense of the particular. Quoth Frater Père Durabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept, then certain laughed. Others next wept. Others next laughed. Next others wept. Next others laughed. Last came those that wept, because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed, lest they should be thought not to see the joke, and thought it safe to act like Frater Père Durabo. But though Frater Père Durabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said. Chapter 15. The Gun Barrel. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desire. Mighty and erect is this phallus of my will. The seed thereof is that which I have borne within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but a hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven which draweth me into her womb, this dome which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Chapter 16. The Stag Beetle. Death implies change and individuality. If thou be that which hath no person, which is beyond the changing, even beyond changelessness, what hast thou to do with death? The bird of individuality is ecstasy, so also is its death. In love the individuality is slain. Who loves not love? Love death therefore, and long eagerly for it. Die daily. Chapter 17. is life to come. Man returneth not again, the stream floweth not uphill. The old life is no more, there is a new life that is not his. Yet that life is of his very essence. It is more he than all that he calls he. In the silence of a dewdrop is every tendency of his soul and of his mind and of his body. It is the quintessence and the elixir of his being. Therein are the forces that made him, and his father and his father's father before him. This is the dew of immortality. Let this go free, even as it will. Thou art not its master, but the vehicle of it. Chapter 19. The Leopard and the Deer. The spots of the leopard are the sunlight in the glade. Pursue thou the deer stealthily at thy pleasure. The dappling of the deer is the sunlight of the glade. Concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our true father and mother. We create in our own image, which is theirs. Let us create, therefore, without fear. For we can create nothing that is not God. Chapter 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good, but no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore, the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23. Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out. For out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get you tea, then get O, and so at last get out. Chapter 24. The Hawk and the Blind Worm. This book would translate beyond reason into the words of reason. Explain thou snow to them of Andaman. The slaves of reason call this book abuse of language. They are right. Language was made for men to eat and drink, make love, do barter, die. The wealth of a language consists in its abstracts. The raise thy lower lip. Then, dashing down the hand with a great sweep back and out, expelling forcefully thy breath, cry, Apo Pantos Kakodemonos. With the same forefinger touch thy forehead, and say, Soy, thy member, and say, O Phale, thy right shoulder, and say, Iskoros, thy left shoulder, and say, Eucharistos. Then clasp thine hands, locking the fingers, and cry, I-A-O. Advance to the east. Imagine strongly a pentagram, right in thy forehead. Drawing the hands to the eyes, fling it forth, making the sign of Horus, and roar, Chaos. Retire thine hand at the side of Hor-Pa-Krat. Go round to the north and repeat, but scream, Babylon. Go round to the west and repeat, but say, Eros. Go round to the south and repeat, but bellow, Psyche. Completing the circle Widdershins, retire to the center, and raise thy voice in the paean with these words, Iopan, with the sign of Nox. Extend the arms in the form of a tau, and say, low but clear, Promo Iungus, Opisomo Teletarchi, Epi Dexias in Noches, Eparistera Demones, Flagei, Gar Perimo Ho Aster Tonpinte, Kai in the still Ho Aster Ton Hex, Est Key. Repeat the cross Kabbalistic as above, and end as thou didst begin. Chapter 26. The Elephant and the Tortoise. The absolute and the conditioned together make the one absolute. The second, who is the fourth, the demiurge, whom all nations of men call the first, is a lie grafted upon a lie multiplied by a lie. Fourfold is he, the elephant upon whom the universe is poised, but the carapace of the tortoise supports and covers all. This tortoise is sixfold, the holy hexagram. These 6 and 4 are 10. 10, the one manifested that returns to the not unmanifest. The Almighty, the All-Ruler, the All-Knower, the All-Father, adored by all men and by me abhorred. Be thou accursed, be thou abolished, be thou annihilated. Amen. Chapter 27. The Sorcerer. A sorcerer, by the power of his magic, had subdued all things to himself. Would he travel, he could fly through space more swiftly than the stars. Would he eat, drink, and take his pleasure? There was none that did not instantly obey his bidding. In the whole system of 10 million times 10 million spheres, upon the 22 million planes, he had his desire. And with all this, he was but himself, alas. Chapter 28. The Pole Star. Love is all virtue, since the pleasure of love is but love, and the pain of love is but love. Love taketh no heed of that which is not, and of that which is. Absence exalteth love, and presence exalteth love. Love moveth from height to height of ecstasy, and faileth never. The wings of love droop not That triangle is he. In his claw he beareth the sword. Yea, a sharp sword is held therein. This eagle was burnt up in the great fire, yet not a feather is scorched. This eagle was swallowed up in the great sea, yet not a feather is wetted. So flieth he in the air, and lighteth upon the earth at his pleasure. So spake Iacobus Burgundus Molensis, the grand master of the temple, and of the god that is ass-headed, did he dare not speak. Chapter 34. The Smoking Dog. Each act of man is the twist and double of an hare. Love and death are the greyhounds that course them. God bred the hounds and taketh his pleasure in the sport. This is the comedy of Pan, that man should think he hunteth, while those hounds hunt him. This is the tragedy of man, when facing love and death he turns to bay. He is no more hare, but boar. There are no other comedies or tragedies. Cease then to be the mockery of God. In savagery of love and death, live thou and die. Thus shall his laughter be thrilled through with ecstasy. Chapter 35. Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me who will. Chapter 36. The Star Sapphire. Let the adept be armed with his magic rood, and provide him with his mystic rose. In the center, let him give the LVX signs. Or, if he know them, if he will and dare do them, and can keep silent about them, the signs of NOX, being the signs of puer, vir, puella, mulier. Omit the sign IR. Then let him advance to the east, and make the holy hexagram, saying, Pater et Mater, bonus Deus Aurita. Let him go round to the south, make the holy hexagram, and say, Mater et Filius, bonus Deus Aurita. Let him go round to the west, make the holy hexagram, and say, Filius et Filia, bonus Deus Aurita. Let him go round to the north, make the holy hexagram, and then say, Filia et Pater bonus Deus Aurita. Let him then return to the center, and so to the center of all, making the rosy cross as he may know how, saying, Aurita, Aurita, Aurita. In this the sign shall be those of Set triumphant and of Baphomet. Also shall Set appear in the circle. Let him drink of the sacrament, and let him communicate the same. Then let him say, Omnia in duos, duo in unum, unus in nihil. Haec nec quator, nec omnia, nec duo, nec unus, nec nihil sunt. Gloria Patri et Matri et Filio, et Filii et Spiritui Sancto. Externo et Spiritui Sancto. Interno ut erat est erat in saecula, saeculorum sex in uno per nomen septum, in uno eremita. Let him then repeat the signs of LVX, but not the signs of N is not he that shall arise in the sign of Isis rejoicing. Chapter 37. Dragons. Thought is the shadow of the eclipse of Luna. Samadhi is the shadow of the eclipse of Soul. The moon and the earth are the non-ego and the ego. The sun is that. Both eclipses are darkness. Both are exceedingly rare. The universe itself is light. Chapter 38. Lambskin. Cowan skidoo, tile. Swear to Hile all. This is the mystery. Life. Mind is the traitor. Slay mind. Let the corpse of mind lie unburied on the edge of the great sea. Death. This is the mystery. Tile. Cowan skidoo. Chapter 39. The Luby. Only Lubies find excellence in these words. It is unthinkable that A is not A. To reverse this is but to revert to the normal. Yet by forcing the brain to accept propositions, of which one set is absurdity, the other truism, a new function of brain is established. Vague and mysterious and all indefinite are the contents of this new consciousness. Yet they are somehow vital. By use, they become luminous. Unreason becomes experience. This lifts the leaden-footed soul of the experience of that of which reason is the blasphemy. But without the experience, these words are the lies of a Luby. Yet a Luby to thee, and a booby to me, a Balacius ruby to God may be. Chapter 40. The High Mob. A red rose absorbs all colors but red. Red is therefore the one color that is not. This law, reason, time, space, all limitation blinds us to the truth. All that we know of man, nature, God, is just that which they are not. It is that which they throw off as repugnant. The high Mog is only visible insofar as he is imperfect. Then are they all glorious who seem not to be glorious, as the high Mog is all glorious within. It may be so. How then distinguish the inglorious and perfect high Mog from the inglorious man of earth? Distinguish not, but thyself extinguish. High Mog thou art, and high Mog shall thou be. Chapter 41. Corned beef hash. In V, 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 V is the great work perfect. Therefore, none is that pertaineth not to V, 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 V. In any may he cries, Hail Ra that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives the sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar see me stand with light and music in mine hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abrahadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Take thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake in the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in Liber Legis, and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burin, he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks it up in the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, and cries, Abrahadabra. I entereth in with woe and mirth, and now go forth and with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth, among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. Chapter 45. Chinese music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these 2 asses be sent to grind corn. May, might, must, should, probably, may be, we may safely assume, ought, it is hardly questionable. first plover's eggs fetch the highest prices. The flower of virginity is esteemed by the Pandar. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But late to watch and early to pray brings him across the abyss, they say. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Chapter 49. Warata Blossoms. 7 are the veils of the dancing girl in the harem of it. 7 are the names, and 7 are the lamps beside her bed. 7 eunuchs guard her with drawn swords. No man may come nigh unto her. In her wine cup are 7 streams of the blood of the 7 spirits of God. 7 are the heads of the beast, whereupon she rides. The head of an angel, the head of a saint, the head of a poet, the head of an adulterous woman, the head of a man of valor, the head of a satyr, and the head of a lion serpent. 7 letters hath her holiest name, and it is. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates a seal of a 7-pointed star. Beginning from the westmost point, each point of the star contains a letter, spelling the name of Babylon. In the center of the star is the Greek symbol for theta. Crosses extend from its western, northern, and eastern boundaries. To the left of the westmost cross is the number 77. To the left of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the eastmost cross is the number 77. By itself, at the southernmost boundary of theta, is the number 7. This is the seal upon the ring that is on the forefinger of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of Our Lady, for it is the number of a woman, and her number is 156. Chapter 50. The Vigil of St. Hubert. In the forest, God met the stag beetle. Hold, worship me, quoth God, for I am all great, all good, all wise. The stars are but sparks from the forges of my smiths. Yea, verily, and amen, said the stag beetle. All this do I believe, and that devoutly. Then why do you not worship me? Because I am real, and you are only imaginary. But the leaves of the forest rustled with the laughter of the wind. Said wind and wood, they neither of them know anything. End of chapter 0 through 50. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, chapters 51 through 91. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. Terrier Work. Doubt. Doubt thyself. Doubt even if thou doubtest thyself. Doubt all. Doubt even if thou doubtest all. It seems sometimes as if beneath all conscious doubt there lay some deepest certainty. Oh, kill it. Slay the snake. The horn of the doubt goat be exalted. Dive deeper, ever deeper, into the abyss of mind, until thou unearth the fox that. On hounds, yoinks, tally-ho, bring that to bay. Then wind the mort. Chapter 52. The Bull Baiting. philosophers, who shall deliver you from the wrath that is fallen upon you? O babblers, prattlers, talkers, loquacious ones, tattlers, chewers of the red rag that inflameth apiece the Redeemer to fury. Learn first what is work, and the great work is not so far beyond. Chapter 53. The Douser. Once round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Twice round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Thrice round the paddock, highly, lowly, wily, holy, dip, dip, dip. Then neighed the horse in the paddock, and lo, its wings. For whoso findeth the spring beneath the earth, maketh the treaders of earth to course the heavens. This spring is threefold, of water, but also of steel, and of seasons. Also this paddock is the toad that hath the jewel between his eyes. Aum mani padmen hum. Keep us from evil. Chapter 54. Eavesdroppings. 45 apprentice masons out of work. 15 fellow craftsmen out of work. 3 master masons out of work. All these sat on their haunches, waiting the report of the sojourner, for the word was lost. This is the report of the sojourners. The word was love, and its number is 111. Then said each M.O., for its number is 111. Each took the trowel from his lap, whose number is 111. Each called moreover on the goddess Nina, for her number is 111. Yet with all this went the work awry, for the word of the law is Thelaman. Chapter 55. The drooping sunflower. The one thought vanished. All my mind was torn to rags. Nay, nay, my head was mashed into wood pulp, and thereon the daily newspaper was printed. Thus wrote I, since my one love was torn from me. I cannot work, I cannot think. I seek distraction here, I seek distraction there. But this is all my truth, that I who loved have lost, and how may I regain? I must have money to get to America. O mage, sage, gauge thy wage, or in the page of thine age is written rage. O my darling, we should not have spent 90 pounds in that 3 weeks in Paris. Slash the brakes on thine arms with a pole-axe. Chapter 56. Trouble with twins. Holy, 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 unto 555 times holy be Our Lady of the Stars. Holy, 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 unto 156 times holy be Our Lady that rideth upon the beast. Holy, 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 unto the number of times necessary and appropriate be Our Lady Isis in her millions of names, all mother, genetrix, meretrix. Yet holier than all these to me is Layla, night and death. For her do I blaspheme alike the finite and the infinite. So wrote not Frater Perdurabo, but the imp Crowley in his name. For forgery, let him suffer penal servitude for 7 years, or at least let him do pranayama all the way home. Home? Nay, but to the house of the harlot whom he loveth not. For it is Layla that he loveth, and yet who knoweth which is Crowley, and which is Frater? those caverns and vaults of eternity, there is no word to express even the first whisper of the initiator in mine ear. Yea, I abhor birth, ululating lamentations of night. Agony, agony, the light within me breathes veils, the song within me dumbness. God, in what prism may any man analyze my light? Immortal are the adepts, and yet they die. They die of shame unspeakable. They die as the gods die, for sorrow. Wilt thou endure unto the end, O Frater Perdurabo, O lamp in the abyss? Thou hast the keystone of the royal arch, yet the apprentices, instead of making bricks, put the straws in their hair and think they are Jesus Christ. O sublime tragedy and comedy of the great work. Chapter 59. The Tailless Monkey. There is no help but hodgepodge in the skies, when Asticus sees crabs and lobsters rise. Man that has spine and hopes of heaven to be, lacks the amoeba's immortality. What protoplasm gains in mobile mirth is loss of the stability of earth. Matter and sense and mind have had their day. Nature presents the bill, and all must pay. If, as I am not, I were free to choose, how Buddhahood would battle with the booze. My certainty that destiny is good rests on its picking me for Buddhahood. Were I a drunkard, I should think I had good evidence that fate was bloody bad. Chapter 60. The Wound of Amfortas. The self-mastery of Percival became the self-masturbatory of the bourgeois. Virtus has become virtue. The qualities which have made a man, a race, a city, a caste, must be thrown off. Death is the penalty of failure. As it is written, in the hour of success sacrifice that which is dearest to thee unto the infernal gods. The Englishman lives upon the excrement of his forefathers. All moral codes are worthless in themselves. Yet in every new code there is hope, provided always that the code is not changed because it is too hard, but because it is fulfilled. The dead dog floats with the stream. In Puritan France, the best women are harlots. In vicious England, the best women are virgins. If only the Archbishop of Canterbury were to go naked in the streets and beg his bread. The new Christ, like the old, is the friend of publicans and sinners, because his nature is ascetic. Oh, if every man did no matter what, provided that it is the one thing that he will not and cannot do. Chapter 61. The Fool's Knot. O fool, begetter of both I and not, resolve this knotty knot. Oh, I, this I and O, I owe, I ao, for I owe, I, to Nirvana's O. I pay, the dissolution of the house of God, for pay comes after O, after IN, that triumphs over Aleph in I, that is O. Opus, the work, the opening of the eye. Thou naughty boy, thou openest the eye of Horus to the blind eye that weeps. The upright one in thine uprightness rejoiceth. Death to all fishes. Chapter 62. Twig. The phoenix hath a bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch. 2 cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset, when earth life fades. He summons the universe, and crowns it with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He prays unto, and give homage 64. Constancy. I was discussing oysters with a crony. God sends me the angels, Den and Doni. And man of spunk they urged would hardly choose to breakfast every day chez Laperouse. No, I replied, he would not do so, but think of this woe if Laperouse were shut. I eat these oysters and I drink this wine solely to drown this misery of mine. Yet the last height of consolation's cold, its pinnacle, is not to be consoled. And though I sleep with Jane and Eleanor, I feel no better than I did before. And Julian only fixes in my mind if before feels better than behind. Your mercurial spirits be so kind as to enable me to raise the wine. Put me in Layla's arms again, the accursed, leaving me that else how may do his worst. Doni and Den, perceiving me inspired, conceived their task was finished, they retired. I turned upon my friend and breaking bounds, borrowed a trifle of 200 pounds. Chapter 65. Sic Transient. At last I lifted up mine eyes and beheld, and lo, the flames of violet were become as tendrils of smoke, as mist at sunset upon the marshlands. And in the midst of the moon pool of silver was the lily of white and gold. In this lily is all honey. In this lily that flowereth at the midnight. In this lily is all perfume. In this lily is all music. And it enfolded me. Thus the disciples that watched found a dead body kneeling at the altar. Amen. Chapter 66. The Praying Mantis. Say, God is one. This I obeyed. For 1,001 times a night, for 1,000 nights and one, did I affirm the unity. But night only means Layla, and unity and God are not worth even her blemishes. Allah is only 66, but Layla counteth up to 7 and 70. Yea, the night shall cover all. The night shall cover all. Chapter 67. Sodom apples. I have brought pleasant trifles and thus soothed my lack of Layla. Light is my wallet, and my heart is also light. And yet I know that the clouds will gather closer for the false clearing. The mirage will fade. Then will the desert be thirstier than before. O ye who dwell in the dark night of the soul, beware most of all of every herald of the dawn. O ye who dwell in the city of the pyramids, beneath the night of Pan, remember that ye shall see no more light, but that of the great fire that shall consume your dust to ashes. Chapter 68. Manna. At 4 o'clock there is hardly anybody in Rumpelmeyer's. I have my choice of place and service. The babble of the apes will begin soon enough. Pioneers, O pioneers, sat not Elijah under the juniper tree and wept? Was not Muhammad forsaken in Mecca, and Jesus in Gethsemane? These prophets were sad at heart, but the chocolate at Rumpelmeyer's is great, and the mousse noir is like Nemesis for perfection. Also, there are little meringues with cream and chestnut pulp, very velvety seductions. Sail I not towards Layla within 7 days? Be not sad at heart, O prophet. The babble of the apes will presently begin. Nay, rejoice exceedingly, for after all the babble of the apes, the silence of the night. Chapter 69. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. Chapter 70. Broomstick Babblings. Praetor Perturabo is of the Sanhedrin of the Sabbath, say men. He is the old goat himself, say women. Therefore do all adore him. The more they detest him, the more do they adore him. Aye, let us offer the obscene kiss. Let us seek the mystery of the gnarled oak and of the glacier torrent. To him let us offer up our babes. Around him let us dance in the mad moonlight. But Frater Perturabo is nothing but an eye. What eye none knoweth. Skip witches, hop toads, take your pleasure. For the play of the universe is the pleasure of Frater Perturabo. Chapter 71. King's College Chapel. For mind and body alike there is no purgative like pranayama. No purgative like pranayama. For mind and body alike, there is no purgative like pranayama, pranayama. Yea, for mind and body alike, there is no purgative, no purgative, no purgative. For mind and body alike, no purgative, like pranayama. No purgative for mind and body alike, like pranayama, like pranayama, like prana, 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 pranayama, pranayama. Amen. Chapter 72. Hashed Pheasant. Shemhamphorash, all hail divided name, utter at once, O mortal of Marash. The universe were swallowed up in flame, Shemhamphorash. Nor deem that thou amid the cosmic crash may find one thing of all, those things the same. The world has gone to everlasting smash. No, if creation did possess an aim, it does not, it were only to make hash of that most high and that most holy game, Shemhamphorash. Chapter 73. The Devil, the Ostrich, and the Orphan Child. Death rides the camel of initiation. Thou humped and stiff-necked one that groanest in thine asana, death will relieve thee. Bite not, Zelator dear, but bide. 10 days didst thou go with water in thy belly. Thou shalt go 20 more, with a firebrand at thy rump. Aye, all thine aspiration is to death. Death is the crown of all thine aspiration. Triple is the cord of silver moonlight. It shall hang thee, O Holy One, O hanged man, O camel termination of the third person plural, for thy multiplicity, thou ghost of a non-ego. Could but thy mother behold thee, O thou Unt, the infinite snake Ananta that surroundeth the universe, is but the coffin worm. Chapter 74. Carey Street. When nothing became conscious, it made a bad bargain. This consciousness acquired individuality, a worse bargain. The hermit asked for love, worst bargain of all. And now he has let his girl go to America to have success in life. Blank loss. farmer's eggs. Spring beans and strawberries are in. Goodbye to the oyster. If I really knew what I want, I could give up Layla, or give up everything for Layla. But what I want varies from hour to hour. This wavering is the root of all compromise, and so of all good sense. With this gift, a man can spend his 70 years in peace. Now is this well or ill? Emphasize gift, then man, then spend, then 70 years, and lastly, peace, and change the intonations. Each time reverse the meaning. I would show you how, but for the moment, I prefer to think of Layla. Chapter 66. Phaeton. No, yes, perhaps. Oh, I. Why? No. Hail, all ye spavine gilded hamstrung horses. Ye shall surpass the planets in their courses. How? Not by speed, nor strength, nor power to stay, but by the silence that succeeds the day. Chapter 77. The sublime and supreme septenary, in its mature magical manifestation through matter, as it is written, and he could also. Layla. Chapter 78. Wheel and Woe. The great wheel of Samsara, the wheel of the law, Dhamma, the wheel of the tarot, the wheel of the heavens, the wheel of life. All these wheels be one, yet of all these the wheel of the tarot alone avails thee consciously. Meditate long and broad and deep, O man, upon this wheel, revolving it in thy mind. Be this thy task, to see how each card springs necessarily from each other card, even in due order, from the fool to the 10 of coins. Then, when thou knowest the wheel of destiny complete, mayest thou perceive that will which moved it first. There is no first or last, and lo, thou art passed through the abyss. Chapter 79. The Ball Bullier. Some men look into their minds, into their memories, and find naught but pain and shame. These then proclaim the good law unto mankind. These preach renunciation, virtue, cowardice in every form. These whine eternally, smug, toothless, hairless coot, debauch emasculated Buddha, come ye to me. I have a trick to make you silent, O ye foamers at the mouth. Nature is wasteful, but how well she can afford it. Nature is false, but I'm a bit of a liar myself. Nature is useless, but then how beautiful she is. Nature is cruel, but I, too, am a sadist. The game goes on. It may have been too rough for Buddha, but it's, if anything, too dull for me. Bien negre, dans moi te lèvres encore. Chapter 80. Blackthorn. The price of existence is eternal warfare. Speaking as an Irishman, I prefer to say, the price of eternal warfare is existence. And melancholy as existence is, the price is well worth paying. Is there a government? Then I'm again it. To hell with the bloody English. Oh, Frederick Perderabo, how unworthy are these sentiments. Do you want a clip on the jaw? Chapter 81. Lewis Lane. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Your brain is too dense for any known explosive to affect it. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Fancy a policeman let loose on society. While there exists the Burgess, the hunting man, or any man with ideals less than Shelley's, and self-discipline less than thirst all the streams to blood. I take this hazel rod and stand and swear an oath beneath this blasted oaken bear that rears its agony above the flood, whose swollen mask mutters an atheist prayer. What oath may stand the shock of this offense? There is no I, no joy, no permanence. Which moon of blood, eternal ebb and flow, of baffled birth and death still lurks a change, and all the leopards in thy woods that range, and all the vampires in their bows that glow, brooding on bloodthirst, these are not so strange, and fierce as life's unfailing shower these die, yet time rebears them through eternity. Hear then the oath which moon of blood, dread moon, let all thy striges and thy ghouls attend. He that endureth even to the end hath sworn that love's own corpse shall lie at noon, even in the coffin of its hopes and spend all the force won by its old woe and stress, in now annihilating nothingness. This chapter is called Imperial Purple and a Punic War. Chapter 83, The Blind Pig. Many becomes two, two, one, one, naught. What comes to naught? What? Shall the adept give up his hermit life, and go eating, drinking, and making merry? Aye, shall he not do so? He knows that the many is naught, and having naught, enjoys that naught even in the enjoyment of the many. For when naught becomes absolute naught, it becomes again the many, and this many and this naught are identical. They are not correlatives or phases of some one deeper absence of idea. They are not aspects of some further light. They are they. Beware, O my brother, lest this chapter deceive thee. Chapter 84, The Avalanche. Only through devotion to Frater Perturabu may this book be understood. How much more then should he devote himself to Iowas for the understanding of the holy book of Thelema? Yet must he labor underground eternally. The sun is not for him, nor the flowers, nor the voices of the birds, for he is passed beyond all these. Yea, verily, oft times he is weary. It is well that the weight of the karma of the infinite is with him. Therefore is he glad indeed, for he hath finished the work, and the reward concerneth him no whit. Chapter 85, Or Berigme. I distrust any thoughts uttered by any man whose health is not robust. All other thoughts are surely symptoms of disease, yet these are often beautiful, and may be true within the circle of the conditions of the speaker. And yet again, do we not find that the most robust of men express no thoughts at all? They eat, drink, sleep, and copulate in silence. What better proof of the fact that all thought is dis-ease? We are Strasbourg geese. The tastiness of our talk comes from the disorder of our bodies. We like it. This only proves that our tastes also are depraved and debauched by our disease. Chapter 86, Tat. Ex nihilo, N-I-H-I-L, feet. N, the fire that twisteth itself and burneth like a scorpion. I, the unsullied, ever-flowing water. H, the interpenetrating spirit, without and within. Is not its name Abrahadabra? I, the unsullied, ever-flowing air. L, the green, fertile earth. Fierce are the fires of the universe, and on their daggers they hold aloft the bleeding heart of earth. Upon the earth lies water, sensuous and sleepy. Above the water hangs air, and above air, but also below fire, and in all, the fabric For since I am annoyed, I could not write even a reasonably decent lie. Chapter 90. Starlight. Behold, I have lived many years, and I have traveled in every land that is under the dominion of the sun, and I have sailed the seas from pole to pole. Now do I lift up my voice and testify that all is vanity on earth, except the love of a good woman, and that good woman, Layla. And I testify that in heaven all is vanity, for I have journeyed oft and sojourned oft in every heaven, except the love of our Lady Babylon. And I testify that beyond heaven and earth is the love of our Lady Nuit. And seeing that I am old and well stricken in years, and that my natural forces fail, therefore do I rise up in my throne and call upon the end. For I am youth eternal and force infinite, and at the end is she that was Layla, and Babylon, and Nuit, being. Chapter 91. The Heikel. A-L-E-N. End of The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. Chapter 0 through 50. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AA publication in classes C and D. Official for Babes of the Abyss. Imprimatur N. Frater A.A. Liber 333. The Book of Lies, which is also falsely called Breaks, the wanderings or falsifications of the one thought of Frater Perdurabo, which thought is itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark. Exclamation point. Chapter 0. The chapter that is not a chapter. Oh, the anti-primal triad which is not God. Nothing is, nothing becomes, nothing is not. The first triad which is God. I am. I utter the word. I hear the word. The abyss. The word is broken up. There is knowledge. Knowledge is relation. These fragments are creation. The broken manifests light. The second triad, which is God. God the Father and Mother is concealed in generation. God is concealed in the whirling energy of nature. God is manifest in gathering, harmony, consideration, the mirror of the sun and of the heart. The third triad, bearing, preparing, wavering, flowing, flashing, stability, begetting. The 10th emanation, the world. Chapter 1. The Sabbath of the Goat. Oh, the heart of NOx, members of AA are women. The aspirants to AA are men. Chapter 4. Peaches. Soft and hollow, how thou dost overcome the hard and full. It dies, it gives itself. To thee is the fruit. Be thou the bride, thou shalt be the mother hereafter. To all impressions thus, let them not overcome thee, yet let them breed within thee. The least of the impressions, come to its perfection, is Pan. Receive 1,000 lovers, thou shalt bear but one child. This child shall be the heir of Fate the Father. Chapter 5. The Battle of the Ants. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. Chapter 6. Caviar. The word was uttered. The one exploded into 1,000 million worlds. Each world contained 1,000 million spheres. Each sphere contained 1,000 million planets. Each planet contained 1,000 million stars. Each star contained many thousand million things. Of these the reasoner took 6, and, preening, said, This is the one and the all. These 6 the adept harmonized, and said, This is the heart of the one and the all. These 6 were destroyed by the master of the temple, and he spake not. The ash thereof was burnt up by the magus into the word. Of all this did the Ipsissimus know nothing. Chapter 7. The Dinosaurs. None are they whose number is 6, else were they 6 indeed. 7 are these 6 that live not in the city of the pyramids, under the night of Pan. There was Lao Tzu, there was Siddhartha, there was Krishna, there was Tahuti, there was Moshe, there was Dionysus, there was Mahmud. But the 7th men called Perdurabo, for enduring unto the end, at the end, was not to endure. Amen. Chapter 8. Steeped Horsehair. Mind is a disease of semen. All that a man is or may be is hidden therein. Bodily functions are parts of the machine, silent unless in disease. But mind, never at ease, creaketh eye. This eye persisteth not, posteth not through generations, changeth momently, finally is dead. Therefore is man only himself, when lost to himself in the chariot manifestation. That is a part. That is a falsehood of that which is not. And that which is not neither is nor is not that which is. Identity is perfect. Therefore, the law of identity is but a lie. For there is no subject, and there is no predicate, nor is there the contradictory of either of these things. Holy, holy, holy are these truths that I utter, knowing them to be but falsehoods. Broken mirrors, troubled waters, hide me, O Our Lady, in thy womb, or I may not endure the rapture. In this utterance of falsehood upon falsehood, whose contradictories are also false, it seems as if that which I uttered not were true. Blessed, unutterably blessed, is the last of the illusions. Let me play the man and thrust it from me. Amen. Chapter 12. The Dragonflies. I-O is the cry of the lower, as O-I of the higher. In figures they are 1001. In letters they are joy. For when all is equilibrated, when all is beheld from without all, there is joy, joy, joy that is but one facet of a diamond, every other facet whereof is more joyful than joy itself. Chapter 13. Pilgrim Talk. O thou that sittest upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the Sodom apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascination else had driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more. Faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest. For there is no thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Chapter 14. Onion Peelings. The universe is the practical joke of the general, at the expense of the particular. Quoth Frater Père Durabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept, then certain laughed. Others next wept. Others next laughed. Next others wept. Next others laughed. Last came those that wept, because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed, lest they should be thought not to see the joke, and thought it safe to act like Frater Père Durabo. But though Frater Père Durabo laughed openly, he also, at the same time, wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said. Chapter 15. The Gun Barrel. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desire. Mighty and erect is this phallus of my will. The seed Yes. Thus, and not otherwise, I came to the Temple of the Grail. Chapter 18. Dewdrops. Verily, love is death, and death is life to come. Man returneth not again, the stream floweth not uphill. The old life is no more, there is a new life that is not his. Yet that life is of his very essence. It is more he than all that he calls he. In the silence of a dewdrop is every tendency of his soul and of his mind and of his body. It is the quintessence and the elixir of his being. Therein are the forces that made him, and his father and his father's father before him. This is the dew of immortality. Let this go free, even as it will. Thou art not its master, but the vehicle of it. Chapter 19. The Leopard and the Deer. The spots of the leopard are the sunlight in the glade. Pursue thou the deer stealthily at thy pleasure. The dappling of the deer is the sunlight in the glade. Concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our true father and mother. We create in our own image, which is theirs. Let us create, therefore, without fear. For we can create nothing that is not God. Chapter 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good. But no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore, the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23. Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out. For out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get you tea, then get O, and so at last get out. Chapter 24. The Hawk and the Blind Worm. negative side of truth. The positive side is beyond even silence. Nevertheless, one true God crieth really you, and the laughter of the death rattle is akin. Chapter 25, The Star Rupee. Facing east, in the center, draw deep, deep, deep thy breath, closing thy mouth with thy right forefinger, press against thy lower lip. Then, dashing down the hand with a great sweep back and out, expelling forcefully thy breath, cry, Apo Pantos Kakodemonos. With the same forefinger touch thy forehead, and say, Soy, thy member, and say, O Phale, thy right shoulder, and say, Iskoros, thy left shoulder, and say, Eucharistos. Then clasp thine hands, locking the fingers, and cry, I-A-O. Advance to the east. Imagine strongly a pentagram, right in thy forehead. Drawing the hands to the eyes, fling it forth, making the sign of Horus, and roar, Chaos! Retire thine hand at the sign of Hor-Pa-Krat. Go round to the north and repeat, but scream, Babylon! Go round to the west and repeat, but say, Eros. Go round to the south and repeat, but bellow, Psyche. Completing the circle Widdershins, retire to the center, and raise thy voice in the paean with these words, Iopan, with the sign of N-O-X. Extend the arms in the form of a towel, and say, low but clear, Promo Iungus, Opisomo Teletarkai, Epi Dexias in Noches, Eparistera Demones, Flagei, Gar Perimo, Ho Aster Tonpinte, Kai in the still Ho Aster Ton Hex, Estki. Repeat the cross Kabbalistic as above, and end as thou didst begin. Chapter 26, The Elephant and the Tortoise. The absolute and the conditioned together make the one absolute. The second, who is the fourth, the demiurge, whom all nations of men call the first, is a lie grafted upon a lie multiplied by a lie. Fourfold is he, the elephant upon whom the universe is poised, but the carapace of the tortoise supports and covers all. This tortoise is sixfold, the holy hexagram. These 6 and 4 are 10. 10, the one manifested that returns to the not unmanifest. The Almighty, the All-Ruler, the All-Knower, the All-Father, adored by all men and by me abhorred. Be thou accursed, be thou abolished, be thou annihilated. Amen. Chapter 27, The Sorcerer. A sorcerer, by the power of his magic, had subdued all things to himself. Would he travel, he could fly through space more swiftly than the stars. Would he eat, drink, and take his pleasure? There was none that did not instantly obey his bidding. In the whole system of 10 million times 10 million spheres, upon the 22 million planes, he had his desire. And with all this, he was but himself, alas. Chapter so fresh, so scented, yet so holy. Cover me, cover me. Let me be no more. Let me be thine. Let me be thou. Let me be neither thou nor I. Let there be love and night in love. N-O-X, the night of Pan, and Layla, the night before his threshold. Chapter 30, Jhana Dreams. Dreams are imperfections of sleep. Even so is consciousness the imperfection of waking. Dreams are impurities in the circulation of the blood. Even so is consciousness a disorder of life. Dreams are without proportion, without good sense, without truth. So also is consciousness. Awake from dream, the truth is known. Awake from waking, the truth is the unknown. Chapter 31, The Garret. It moves from motion into rest, and rest from rest into motion. These it does always, for time is not. So that it does neither of these things. It does that one thing which we must express by two things, neither of which possesses any rational meaning. Yet its doing, which is no doing, is simple and yet complex, is neither free nor necessary, for all these ideas express relation, and it, comprehending all relation in its simplicity, is out of all relation, even with itself. All this is true and false, and it is true and false to say that it is true and false. Strain forth thy intelligence, O man, O worthy one, O chosen of it, to apprehend the discourse of the Master. For thus thy reason shall at last break down, as the fetter is struck from the slave's throat. Chapter 32, The Mountaineer. Consciousness is a symptom of disease. All that moves well moves without will. All skillfulness, all strain, all intention is contrary to ease. Practice 1,000 times and it becomes difficult. 1,000, and it becomes easy. 1,000 times 1,000, and it is no longer thou that doeth it, but it that doeth itself through thee. Nor until then is that which is done well done. Thus spoke Frater Pere Durapo, as he leapt from rock to rock of the moraine, without ever casting his eyes upon the ground. Chapter 33, Baphomet. A black two-headed eagle is God, even a black triangle is he. In his claw he beareth a sword, yea, a sharp sword is held therein. This eagle was burnt up in the great fire, yet not a feather is scorched. This eagle was swallowed up in the great sea, yet not a feather is wetted. So flieth he in the air, and lighteth upon the earth at his pleasure. So spake Iacobus Burgundus Molensis, the Grand Master of the Temple, and of the god that is ass-headed did he dare not speak. Chapter 34, The Smoking Dog. Each act of man is the twist and double of an hare. Love and death are the greyhounds that course him. God bred the hounds and taketh his pleasure in the sport. This is the comedy of Pan, that man should think he hunteth, while those hounds hunt him. This is the tragedy of man. When facing love and death he turns to bay. He is no more hare, but boar. There are hexagram and say, Filius et filia, unus Deus arita. Let him go round to the north, make the holy hexagram, and then say, Filia et pater unus Deus arita. Let him then return to the center, and so to the center of all, making the rosy cross as he may know how, saying, Ararita, Ararita, Ararita. In this the sign shall be those of Set triumphant and of Baphomet. Also shall Set appear in the circle. Let him drink of the sacrament, and let him communicate the same. Then let him say, Omnia in duos, duo in unum, unus in nihil, haec nec quator, nec omnia, nec duo, nec unus, nec nihil sunt. Gloria Patri et Matri et Filio et Filiae et Spiritui Sancto. Externo et Spiritui Sancto. Interno ut erat in saecula, saeculorum sex in uno per nomen septum, in uno erita. Let him then repeat the signs of LBX, but not the signs of NOX, for it is not he that shall arise in the sign of Isis rejoicing. Chapter 37. Dragons. Thought is the shadow of the eclipse of Luna. Samadhi is the shadow of the eclipse of Sol. The moon and the earth are the non-ego and the ego. The sun is that. Both eclipses are darkness. Both are exceedingly rare. The universe itself is light. Chapter 38. Lambskin. Cowan skidoo, tile. Swear to Hile all. This is the mystery. Life. Mine is the traitor. Slay mine. Let the corpse of mine lie unburied on the edge of the great sea. Death. This is the mystery. Tile. Cowan skidoo. Chapter 39. The Luby. Only Lubies find excellence in these words. It is unthinkable that A is not A. To reverse this is but to revert to the normal. Yet by forcing the brain to accept propositions, of which one set is absurdity, the other truism, a new function of brain is established. Vague and mysterious and all indefinite are the contents of this new consciousness. Yet they are somehow vital. By use, they become luminous. Unreason becomes experience. This lifts the leaden-footed soul of the experience of that, of which reason is the blasphemy. But without the experience, these words are the lies of a Luby. Yet a Luby to thee, and a booby to me, a Balacius ruby to God may be. Chapter 40. The Hymon. A red rose absorbs all colors but red. Red is therefore the one color that is not. This law, reason, time, space, all limitation blinds us to the truth. All that we know of man, nature, God, is just that which they are not. It is that which they throw off as repugnant. The Hymon is only visible insofar as he is imperfect. Then are they all glorious who seem not to be glorious, as the Hymon is all glorious within. It may be so. How then distinguish the inglorious and perfect Hymon from the inglorious man of earth? Distinguish not, but thyself extinguish. Hymon thou art, and Hymon shall thou be. Chapter 41. Corned beef hash. In V is the great work perfect. Therefore, none is that pertaineth not to V. this, reason is Lord. Let men seek by experiment, and not by questionings. Chapter 42. Dust Devils. In the wind of the mind arises the turbulence called I. It breaks. Down shower the barren thoughts. All life is choked. This desert is the abyss, wherein is the universe. The stars are but thistles in that waste. Yet this desert is but one spot accursed in the world of bliss. Now and again travelers cross the desert. They come from the great sea, and to the great sea they go. As they go, they spill water. One day they will irrigate the desert till it flower. See, 5 footprints of a camel. V, 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 V. Chapter 43. Mulberry Tops. Black blood upon the altar, and the rustle of angel wings above. Black blood of the sweet fruit, the bruised, the violated bloom, that setteth the wheel a-spinning in the spire. Death is the veil of life, and life of death, for both are gods. This is that which is written, a feast for life, and a greater feast for death, in the book of the law. The blood is the life of the individual. Offer then blood. Chapter 44. The Mass of the Phoenix. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar, on which are his burren, bell, thurible, and 2 of the cakes of light. In the sign of the Emperor he reaches west across the altar, and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives the sign of silence, and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar see me stand, with light and music in mine hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abrahadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Take thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake in the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liber latus, and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burren he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks, it up in the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions. And yet doubt is a good servant but a bad master, a perfect mistress but a nagging wife. White is the lash of the overseer. White is black is the watchword of the slave. The master takes no heed. The Chinese cannot help thinking that the octave has 5 notes. The more necessary anything appears to my mind, the more certain it is that I only assert a limitation. I slept with faith and found a corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night with doubt and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46. Buttons and Rosettes. The cause of sorrow is the desire of the one to the many, or of the many to the one. This also is the cause of joy. But the desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death satiety. The desire of the moth for the star at least saves him satiety. Hunger thou, O man, for the infinite. Be insatiable even for the finite. Thus, at the end, shalt thou devour the finite and become the infinite. Be thou more greedy than the shark, more full of yearning than the wind among the pines. The weary pilgrim struggles on. The satiated pilgrim stops. The road winds uphill. All law, all nature must be overcome. Do this by virtue of that in thyself, before which law and nature are but shadows. Chapter 47. Windmill words. Asana gets rid of anatomy consciousness. Pranayama gets rid of physiology consciousness. Involuntary breaks. Yama and Nayama get rid of ethical consciousness. Voluntary breaks. Pratyahara gets rid of the objective. Dharana gets rid of the subjective. Dhyana gets rid of the ego. Samadhi gets rid of the soul impersonal. Asana destroys the static body, nama. Pranayama destroys the dynamic body, rupa. Yama destroys the emotions. Niyama destroys the passions, vedana. Dharana destroys the perceptions, sana. Dhyana destroys the tendencies, sankhara. Samadhi destroys the consciousness, vinanam. Omar Nala Thermidor destroys the digestion. The last of these facts is the one of which I am most certain. Chapter 38. Moan Wraths. The early bird catches the worm, and the 12-year-old prostitute attracts the ambassador. Neglect not the dawn meditation. The first plover's eggs fetch the highest prices. The flower of virginity is esteemed by the pandar. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But late to watch and early to pray brings him across the abyss, they say. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Chapter 49. Warata blossoms. 7 are the veils of the dancing girl in the harem of it. 7 are the names, and 7 are the lamps beside her bed. 7 eunuchs guard her with drawn swords. No man may come nigh unto her. In her wine cup are 7 streams of the blood of the 7 spirits of God. 7 are the heads of the beast, whereupon she rides. The head of an angel, the head of a saint, the head of a poet, the head of an adulterous woman, the head of a man of valor, the head of a satyr, and the head of a lion serpent. 7 letters hath her holiest name, and it is. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates a seal of a 7-pointed star. Beginning from the westmost point, each point of the star contains a letter, spelling the name of Babylon. In the center of the star is the Greek symbol for theta. Crosses extend from its western, northern, and eastern boundaries. To the left of the westmost cross is the number 77. To the left of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the eastmost cross is the number 77. By itself, at the southernmost boundary of theta, is the number 7. This is the seal upon the ring that is on the forefinger of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of our Lady, for it is the number of a woman, and her number is 156. Chapter 50. The Vigil of St. Hubert. In the forest, God met the stag beetle. Hold, worship me, quoth God, for I am all great, all good, all wise. The stars are but sparks from the forges of my smiths. Yea, verily, and amen, said the stag beetle. All this do I believe, and that devoutly. Then why do you not worship me? Because I am real, and you are only imaginary. But the leaves of the forest rustled with the laughter of the wind. Said wind and wood, they neither of them know anything. End of chapter 0 through 50. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. Chapters 51 through 91. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. Terrier Work. Doubt. Doubt thyself. Doubt even if thou doubtest thyself. Doubt all. Doubt even if thou doubtest all. It seems sometimes as if beneath all conscious doubt there lay some deepest certainty. Oh, kill it. Slay the snake. The horn of the doubt goat be exalted. Dive deeper, ever deeper, into the abyss of mind, until thou unearth the fox that, on hounds, yoinks, tally-ho, bring that to bay, then wind the mort. Chapter 52. The Bull Baiting. 411 books wrote I. In each did I expound the great work fully, from the beginning even unto the end thereof. Then at last came certain men unto me, saying, O Master, expound thou the great work unto us, O Master. And I held my peace. O generation of gossipers, who shall deliver you from the wrath that is fallen upon you? O babblers, prattlers, talkers, loquacious ones, tattlers, chewers of the red rag that inflameth a peace the Redeemer to fury. Learn first what is work, and the great work is not so far beyond. Chapter 53. The Douser. Once round the meadow, brothered as the hazel twig did. Twice round the meadow, brothered as the hazel twig did. Thrice round the paddock, highly, lowly, wily, homely, dip, dip, dip. Then neighed the horse in the paddock, and lo, its wings. For whoso findeth the spring beneath the earth, maketh the treaders of earth to course the heavens. This spring is threefold, of water, but also of steel, and of seasons. Also this paddock is the toad that hath the jewel between his eyes. Aum mani padmen hum. Keep us from evil. Chapter 54. Eavesdroppings. 45 apprentice masons out of work. 15 fellow craftsmen out of work. 3 master masons out of work. All these sat on their haunches, waiting the report of the sojourner, for the word was its number is 111. Each took the trowel from his lap, whose number is 111. Each called moreover on the goddess Nina, for her number is 111. Yet with all this went the work awry, for the word of the law is Thelema. Chapter 55. The Drooping Sunflower. The one thought vanished. All my mind was torn to rags. Nay, my head was mashed into wood pulp, and thereon the daily newspaper was printed. Thus wrote I, since my one love was torn from me. I cannot work, I cannot think. I seek distraction here, I seek distraction there. But this is all my truth, that I who loved have lost, and how may I regain? I must have money to get to America. O mage, sage, gauge thy wage, for in the page of thine age is written rage. O my darling, we should not have spent 90 pounds in that 3 weeks in Paris. Slash the brakes on thine arms with a pole-axe. Chapter 56. Trouble with Twins. Holy, 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 unto 555 times holy be Our Lady of the Stars. Holy, 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 unto 156 times holy be Our Lady that rideth upon the beast. Holy, 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 unto the number of times necessary and appropriate be Our Lady Isis in her millions of names, all mother, genetrix, meretrix. Yet holier than all these to me is Layla, night and death. For her do I blaspheme alike the finite and the infinite. So wrote not Frater Perdurabo, but the imp Crowley in his name. For forgery, let him suffer penal servitude for 7 years, or at least let him do pranayama all the way home. Home? Nay, but to the house of the harlot whom he loveth not. For it is Layla that he loveth. And yet, who knoweth which is Crowley, and which is Frater Perdurabo? Chapter 57. The Duck-billed Platypus. Dirt is matter in the wrong place. Thought is mind in the wrong place. So thought is dirt. Thus argued he, the wise one, not mindful that all place is wrong. For not until the place is perfected by a T, saith he, placet. The rose uncrucified droppeth its petals. Without the rose, the cross is a dry stick. Worship then the rosy cross, and the mystery of 2 in 1. And worship him that swore by his holy T, that one should not be one, except in so far as it is 2. I am glad that Layla is afar. No doubt clouds love. Chapter 58. A Guy Howlings. Haggard am I, an hyena. I hunger and howl. Men think it laughter. Ha, ha, ha. There is nothing movable or immovable under the firmament of heaven, on which I may write the symbols of the secret of my soul. Yea, though I were lowered by ropes into the utmost caverns and vaults of eternity, there is no word to express even the first whisper of the initiator in mine ear. Yea, I abhor earth, ululating lamentations of night. Agony, agony, the light within me breathes veils, the song within me dumbness. God, in what prism may any man analyze my light? Immortal are the adepts, and yet they die. They die of shame unspeakable. They die as the gods die, for sorrow. Wilt thou endure unto watch pot in the skies, when Asticus sees crabs and lobsters rise. Man that has spine and hopes of heaven to be, lacks the amoeba's immortality. What protoplasm gains in mobile mirth is loss of the stability of earth. Matter and sense and mind have had their day. Nature presents the bill, and all must pay. If, as I am not, I were free to choose, how Buddhahood would battle with the booze. My certainty that destiny is good rests on its picking me for Buddhahood. Were I a drunkard, I should think I had good evidence that fate was bloody bad. Chapter 60. The Wound of Amfortas. The self-mastery of Percival became the self-masturbatory of the bourgeois. Virtus has become virtue. The qualities which have made a man, a race, a city, a caste, must be thrown off. Death is the penalty of failure. As it is written, in the hour of success sacrifice that which is dearest to thee, unto the infernal gods. The Englishman lives upon the excrement of his forefathers. All moral codes are worthless in themselves. Yet in every new code there is hope, provided always that the code is not changed because it is too hard, but because it is fulfilled. The dead dog floats with the stream. In Puritan France, the best women are harlots. In vicious England, the best women are virgins. If only the Archbishop of Canterbury were to go naked in the streets and beg his bread. The new Christ, like the old, is the friend of publicans and sinners, because his nature is ascetic. Oh, if every man did no matter what, provided that it is the one thing that he will not and cannot do. Chapter 61. The Fool's Knot. O fool, begetter of both I and not, resolve this knotty knot. Oh, I, this I and O, I owe, I ao, for I owe, I to Nirvana's Zoe. I pay, the dissolution of the house of God, for pay comes after O, after IN that triumphs over Aleph in I that is O. Opus, the work, the opening of the eye. Thou naughty boy, thou openest the eye of Horus to the blind eye that weeps. The upright one in thine uprightness rejoiceth. Death to all fishes. Chapter 62. Twig. The phoenix hath a bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, 2 cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset, when earth life fades. He summons the universe, and crowns it with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He prays unto, and give homage to, Ra-Hor Kuit. To him he then sacrifices. The first cake burnt illustrates the prophet drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second, mixed with his life's blood and eaten, illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes the oath and becomes free, unconditioned, the absolute, burning up in the flame of his prayer, and born again, the phoenix. Chapter 63. Marjorie Daw. I love Layla, I lack Layla. Where is the mystic grace, saith thou? Who told thee, man, that Layla is not knew it, and I had it? I destroyed all things, they are reborn in other spunk they urged would hardly choose to breakfast every day chez La Perouse. No, I replied, he would not do so, but think of this woe if La Perouse were shut. I eat these oysters and I drink this wine solely to drown this misery of mine. Yet the last height of consolation's cold, its pinnacle, is not to be consoled. And though I sleep with Jane and Eleanor, I feel no better than I did before. And Julian only fixes in my mind, even before feels better than behind. Your mercurial spirits be so kind as to enable me to raise the wine. Put me in Layla's arms again, the accursed, leaving me that else how may do his worst. Donny and Den, perceiving me inspired, conceived their task was finished, they retired. I turned upon my friend and breaking bounds, borrowed a trifle of 200 pounds. Chapter 65. Sick Transient. At last I lifted up mine eyes and beheld, and lo, the flames of violet were become as tendrils of smoke, as mist at sunset upon the marshlands, and in the midst of the moon pool of silver was the lily of white and gold. In this lily is all honey, in this lily that flowereth at the midnight, in this lily is all perfume, in this lily is all music, and it enfolded me. Thus the disciples that watched found a dead body kneeling at the altar. Amen. Chapter 66. The Praying Mantis. Say, God is one. This I obeyed. For 1,001 times a night, for 1,000 nights and one, did I affirm the unity. But night only means Layla, and unity and God are not worth even her blemishes. Allah is only 66, but Layla counteth up to 7 and 70. Yea, the night shall cover all. The night shall cover all. Chapter 67. Sodom Apples. I have brought pleasant trifles and thus soothed my lack of Layla. Light is my wallet, and my heart is also light. And yet I know that the clouds will gather closer for the false clearing. The mirage will fade. Then will the desert be thirstier than before. O ye who dwell in the dark night of the soul, beware most of all of every herald of the dawn. O ye who dwell in the city of the pyramids, beneath the night of Pan, remember that ye shall see no more light, but that of the great fire that shall consume your dust to ashes. Chapter 68. Manna. At 4 o'clock there was hardly anybody in Rumpelmeyer's. I have my choice of place and service. The babble of the apes will begin soon enough. Pioneers, O pioneers, sat not Elijah under the juniper tree and wept? Was not Muhammad forsaken in Mecca, and Jesus in Gethsemane? These prophets were sad at heart, but the chocolate at Rumpelmeyer's is great, and the mousse noir is like Nephthys for perfection. Also, there are little meringues with cream and chestnut foam, very velvety seductions. Sail I not towards Layla within 7 days? Be not sad at heart, O prophet. The babble of the apes will presently begin. Nay, rejoice exceedingly, for after all the babble of the apes, the silence of the night. Chapter 69. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. Chapter 70. Broomstick Babblings. Praetor Perturabo is of the Sanhedrin of the Sabbath, say men. He is the old goat himself, say women. Therefore do all adore him. The more they detest him, the more do they adore him. Aye, let us offer the obscene kiss. Let us seek the mystery of the gnarled oak and of the glacier torrent. To him let us offer up our babes. Around him let us dance in the mad moonlight. But Frater Perturabo is nothing but an eye. What eye none knoweth. Skip witches, hop toads, take your pleasure. For the play of the universe is the pleasure of Frater Perturabo. Chapter 71. King's College Chapel. For mind and body alike there is no purgative like pranayama. No purgative like pranayama. For mind and body alike, there is no purgative like pranayama. Yea, for mind and body alike, there is no purgative. For mind and body alike, no purgative, like pranayama. No purgative for mind and body alike, like pranayama, like prana, pranayama. Amen. Chapter 72. Hashed Pheasant. Shemhamphorash, all hail divided name, utter at once, O mortal of Arash, the universe were swallowed up in flame, Shemhamphorash. Nor deem that thou amid the cosmic crash may find one thing of all, those things the same, the world has gone to everlasting smash. No, if creation did possess an aim, it does not, it were only to make hash of that most high and that most holy game, Shemhamphorash. Chapter 73. The Devil, the Ostrich, and the Orphan Child. Death rides the camel of initiation. Thou humped and stiff-necked one that groanest in thine asana, death will relieve thee. Bite not, Zelator dear, but bide. 10 days didst thou go with water in thy belly. Thou shalt go 20 more, with a firebrand at thy rump. Aye, all thine aspiration is to death. Death is the crown of all thine aspiration. Triple is the cord of silver moonlight. It shall hang thee, O Holy One, O hanged man, O camel termination of the third person plural, for thy multiplicity, thou ghost Britannia sails on Saturday. Chapter 75. Plover's Eggs. Spring beans and strawberries are in. Goodbye to the oyster. If I really knew what I wanted, I could give up Layla, or give up everything for Layla. But what I want varies from hour to hour. This wavering is the root of all compromise, and so of all good sense. With this gift a man can spend his 70 years in peace. Now is this well or ill? Emphasize gift, then man, then spend, then 70 years, and lastly, peace, and change the intonations. Each time reverse the meaning. I would show you how, but for the moment, I prefer to think of Layla. Chapter 66. Phaeton. No, yes, perhaps. Oh, I. Why? No. Hail, all ye spavine gilded hamstrung horses. Ye shall surpass the planets in their courses. How, not by speed nor strength nor power to stay, but by the silence that succeeds the nay. Chapter 77. The sublime and supreme septenary in its mature magical manifestation through matter, as it is written, and ego also. Layla. Chapter 78. Wheel and Woe. The great wheel of Samsara, the wheel of the law, Dhamma, the wheel of the tarot, the wheel of the heavens, the wheel of life. All these wheels be one, yet of all these the wheel of the tarot alone avails thee consciously. Meditate long and broad and deep, O man, upon this wheel, revolving it in thy mind. Be this thy task, to see how each card springs necessarily from each other card, even in due order, from the Fool to the 10 of coins. Then when thou knowest the wheel of destiny complete, mayest thou perceive that will which moved it first. There is no first or last, and lo, thou art passed through the abyss. Chapter 79. The Ball Bullier. Some men look into their minds, into their memories, and find naught but pain and shame. These then proclaim the good law unto mankind. These preach renunciation, virtue, cowardice in every form. These whine eternally, smug, toothless, hairless coot, debauch emasculated Buddha, come ye to me. I have a trick to make you silent, O ye foamers at the mouth. Nature is wasteful, but how well she can afford it. Nature is false, but I'm a bit of a liar myself. Nature is useless, but then how beautiful she is. Nature is cruel, but I too am a sadist. The game goes on. It may have been too rough for Buddha, but it's, if anything, too dull for me. Bien spune dans moi te lèvres. Chapter 80. Blackthorn. The price of existence is eternal warfare. Speaking as an Irishman, I prefer to say, the price of eternal warfare is existence. And melancholy as existence is, the price is well worth paying. Is there a government? Then I'm against it. To hell with the bloody English. Oh, Frederick Perturabo, how unworthy that turnest all the streams to blood, I take this hazel rod and stand and swear, an oath beneath this blasted oaken bear, that rears its agony above the flood, whose swollen mask mutters an atheist prayer. What oath may stand the shock of this offense? There is no I, no joy, no permanence. Which moon of blood, eternal ebb and flow, of baffled birth and death still lurks a change, and all the leopards in thy woods that range, and all the vampires in their bows that glow, brooding on bloodthirst, these are not so strange, and fierce as life's unfailing shower these die, yet time rebears them through eternity. Hear then the oath which moon of blood, dread moon, let all thy striges and thy ghouls attend. He that endureth even to the end hath sworn that love's own corpse shall lie at noon, even in the coffin of its hopes and spend all the force won by its old woe and stress, in now annihilating nothingness. This chapter is called Imperial Purple and a Punic War. Chapter 83, The Blind Pig. Many becomes two, two, one, naught. What comes to naught? What? Shall the adept give up his hermit life, and go eating, drinking, and making merry? Aye, shall he not do so? He knows that the many is not, and having not, enjoys that not even in the enjoyment of the many. For when naught becomes absolute naught, it becomes again the many, and this many and this naught are identical. They are not correlatives or phases of some one deeper absence of idea. They are not aspects of some further light. They are they. Beware, O my brother, lest this chapter deceive thee. Chapter 84, The Avalanche. Only through devotion to Frater Perturabo may this book be understood. How much more then should he devote himself to Iolaus, for the understanding of the holy book of Thelema? Yet must he labor underground eternally. The sun is not for him, nor the flowers, nor the voices of the birds, for he is passed beyond all these. Yea, verily, oft times he is weary. It is well that the weight of the karma of the infinite is with him. Therefore is he glad indeed, for he hath finished the work, and the reward concerneth him no whit. Chapter 85, More Berigme. I distrust any thoughts uttered by any man whose health is not robust. All other thoughts are surely symptoms of disease, yet these are often beautiful, and may be true, within the circle of the conditions of the speaker. And yet again, do we not find that the most robust of men express no thoughts at all? They eat, drink, sleep, and copulate in silence. What better proof of the fact that all thought is dis-ease? We are Strasbourg geese. The tastiness of our talk comes from the disorder of our bodies. We like it. This only proves that our tastes also are depraved and debauched by our disease. Chapter 86, Tat. Ex nihilo, N-I-H-I-L, feet. N, the fire that twisteth itself and burneth like a scorpion. I, the unsullied, ever-flowing water. H, the interpenetrating spirit, without and within. Is not its name Abrahadabra? I, the unsullied, ever-flowing air. L, the green, fertile earth. Fierce are the fires of the universe, and on their daggers they hold aloft the bleeding heart of earth. Upon the earth lies water, sensuous and sleepy. Above the water hangs air, and above air, but also below fire, and an foremost and most foolish. Master, it is nothing, but here is 100,000 pounds. This did I deign to accept, and whisper in his ear this secret. A sucker is born every minute. Chapter 89. Unprofessional Conduct. I am annoyed about the number 89. I shall avenge myself by writing nothing in this chapter. That, too, is wise. For since I am annoyed, I could not write even a reasonably decent line. Chapter 90. Starlight. Behold, I have lived many years, and I have traveled in every land that is under the dominion of the sun, and I have sailed the seas from pole to pole. Now do I lift up my voice and testify that all is vanity on earth, except the love of a good woman, and that good woman, Leon. And I testify that in heaven all is vanity, for I have journeyed oft and sojourned oft in every heaven, except the love of our Lady Babylon. And I testify that beyond heaven and earth is the love of our Lady Nuit. And seeing that I am old and well stricken in years, and that my natural forces fail, therefore do I rise up in my throne and call upon the end. For I am youth eternal and force infinite, and at the end is she that was Layla, and Babylon, and Nuit, being. Chapter 91. The Heikel. A-M-E-N. End of The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. Chapter 0 through 50. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AA publication in classes C and D. Official for babes of the abyss. Imprimatur in Frater A.A. Liber 333. The Book of Lies, which is also falsely called Breaks, the wanderings or falsifications of the one thought of Frater Perdurabo, which thought is itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark. Exclamation point. Chapter 0. The chapter that is not a chapter. Oh, the anti-primal triad which is not God. Nothing is, nothing becomes, nothing is not. The first triad which is God. I am. I utter the word. I hear the word. The abyss. The word is broken up. There is knowledge. Knowledge is relation. These fragments are creation. The broken manifests light. The second triad, which is God. aspirants to AA are men. Chapter 4, Peaches. Soft and hollow, how thou dost overcome the hard and full. It dies, it gives itself. To thee is the fruit. Be thou the bride, thou shalt be the mother hereafter. To all impressions thus, let them not overcome thee, yet let them breed within thee. The least of the impressions, come to its perfection, is Pan. Receive 1,000 lovers, thou shalt bear but one child. This child shall be the heir of Fate the Father. Chapter 5, The Battle of the Ants. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. Chapter 6, Caviar. The word was uttered. The one exploded into 1,000 million worlds. Each world contained 1,000 million spheres. Each sphere contained 1,000 million planets. Each planet contained 1,000 million stars. Each star contained many thousand million things. Of these the reasoner took 6, and, preening, said, This is the one and the all. These 6 the adept harmonized, and said, This is the heart of the one and the all. These 6 were destroyed by the master of the temple, and he spake not. The ash thereof was burnt up by the magus into the word. Of all this did the Ipsissius know nothing. Chapter 7, The Dinosaurs. None are they whose number is 6, else were they 6 indeed. 7 are these 6 that live not in the city of the pyramids, under the night of Pan. There was Lao Tzu, there was Siddhartha, there was Krishna, there was Tahuti, there was Moshe, there was Dionysus, there was Mahmud. But the 7th men called Purgarabo, for, enduring unto the end, at the end, was not to endure. Amen. Chapter 8, Steeped Horsehair. Mind is a disease of semen. All that a man is or may be is hidden therein. Bodily functions are parts of the machine, silent unless in disease. But mind, never at ease, creaketh I. This I persisteth not, posteth not through generations, changeth momently, finally is dead. Therefore is man only himself, when lost in himself in the charioting. Chapter 9, The Branks. Being is the noun, form is the adjective, matter is the noun, motion is the verb. Wherefore hath being clothed itself with form? Wherefore hath matter manifested itself in motion? Answer not, O silent one, for there is no concerning the Holy Three and not knew it, had it, Ra or Kut, are only to be understood by the master of the temple. They are above the abyss and contain all contradiction in themselves. Below them is a seeming duality of chaos and Babylon. These are called father and mother, but it is not so. They are called brother and sister, but it is not so. They are called husband and wife, but it is not so. The reflection of all is Pan. The night of Pan is the annihilation of the all. Cast down through the abyss is the light, the rosy cross, the rapture of union that destroys. That is the way. The rosy cross is the ambassador of Pan. How infinite is the distance from this to that, yet all is here and now, nor is there any there or then. For all that is, what is it but a manifestation? That is a part, that is a falsehood, of that which is not. Yet that which is not neither is nor is not that which is. Identity is perfect, therefore the law of identity is but a lie. For there is no subject, and there is no predicate, nor is there the contradictory of either of these things. Holy, holy, holy are these truths that I utter, knowing them to be but falsehoods, broken mirrors, troubled waters. Hide me, O Our Lady, in thy womb, for I may not endure the rapture. In this utterance of falsehood upon falsehood, whose contradictories are also false, it seems as if that which I uttered not were true. Blessed, unutterably blessed, is the last of the illusions. Let me play the man and thrust it from me. Amen. Chapter 12. The Dragonflies. I-O is the cry of the lower, as O-I of the higher. In figures they are 1001. In letters they are joy. For when all is equilibrated, when all is beheld from without all, there is joy, joy, joy that is but one facet of a diamond, every other facet whereof is more joyful than joy itself. Chapter 13. Pilgrim Talk. O thou that sittest upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the Sodom apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascination else had driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more. Faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest. There is no thou upon that path. Thou hast become way. that which I have borne within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but a hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven which draweth me into her womb, this dome which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Chapter 16. The Stag Beetle. Death implies change and individuality. If thou be that which hath no person, which is beyond the changing, even beyond changelessness, what hast thou to do with death? The bird of individuality is ecstasy, so also is its death. In love the individuality is slain. Who loves not love? Love death therefore, and long eagerly for it. Die daily. Chapter 17. The Swan. There is a swan whose name is Ecstasy. It wingeth from the deserts of the north. It wingeth through the blue. It wingeth over the fields of rice. At its coming they push forth the green. In all the universe this swan alone is motionless. It seems to move as the sun seems to move. Such is the weakness of our sight. O fool, criest thou. Amen. Motion is relative. There is nothing that is still. Against this swan I shot an arrow. The white breast poured forth blood. Men smote me. Then, perceiving that I was but a pure fool, they let me pass. Thus, and not otherwise, I came to the temple of the Grail. Chapter 18. Dewdrops. Verily, love is death, and death is life to come. Man returneth not again, the stream floweth not uphill. The old life is no more, there is a new life that is not his. Yet that life is of his very essence. It is more he than all that he calls he. In the silence of a dewdrop is every tendency of his soul, and of his mind, and of his body. It is the quintessence and the elixir of his being. Therein are the forces that made him, and his father and his father's father before him. This is the dew of immortality. Let this go free, even as it will. Thou art not its master, but the vehicle of it. Chapter 19. The Leopard and the Deer. The spots of the leopard are the sunlight in the glade. Pursue thou the deer stealthily at thy pleasure. The dappling of the deer is the sunlight in the glade. Concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good, but no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore, the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23. Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out. For out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get you tea, then get O, and so at last get out. Chapter 24. The Hawk and the Blind Worm. This book would translate beyond reason into the words of reason. Explain thou snow to them of Andaman. The slaves of reason call this book abuse of language. They are right. Language was made for men to eat and drink, make love, do barter, die. The wealth of a language consists in its abstracts. The poorest tongues have wealth of concretes. Therefore have adepts praised silence. At least it does not mislead as speech does. Also, speech is a symptom of thought. Yet silence is but the negative side of truth. The positive side is beyond even silence. Nevertheless, one true God crieth really, and the laughter of the death rattle is akin. Chapter 25. The Star Rupee. Facing east, in the center, draw deep, deep, deep thy breath, closing thy mouth with thy right forefinger, press against thy lower lip. Then, dashing down the hand with a great sweep back and out, expelling forcefully thy breath, cry, Apo Pantos Kakodemonos. With the same forefinger touch thy forehead, and say, Soy, thy member, and say, O Phale, thy right shoulder, and say, space more swiftly than the stars? Would he eat, drink, and take his pleasure? There was none that did not instantly obey his bidding. In the whole system of 10 million times 10 million spheres, upon the 22 million planes, he had his desire. And with all this, he was but himself, alas. Chapter 28, The Pole Star. Love is all virtue, since the pleasure of love is but love, and the pain of love is but love. Love taketh no heed of that which is not, and of that which is. Absence exalteth love, and presence exalteth love. Love moveth from height to height of ecstasy, and faileth never. The wings of love droop not with time, nor slacken for life or for death. Love destroyeth self, uniting self with that which is not self, so that love breedeth all and none in one. Is it not so? No. Then thou art not lost in love. Speak not of love. Love always yieldeth. Love always hardeneth. Maybe I write it, but to write her name. Chapter 29, The Southern Cross. Love, I love you. Night, night, cover us. Thou art night, O my love, and there are no stars but thine eyes. Dark night, sweet night, so warm and yet so fresh, so scented, yet so holy. Cover me, cover me. Let me be no more. Let me be thine. Let me be thou. Let me be neither thou nor I. Let there be love in night and night in love. N-O-X, the night of Pan, and Layla, the night before his threshold. Chapter 30, Jhana Dreams. Dreams are imperfections of sleep. Even so is consciousness the imperfection of waking. Dreams are impurities in the circulation of the blood. Even so is consciousness a disorder of life. Dreams are without proportion, without good sense, without truth. So also is consciousness. Awake from dream, the truth is a black triangle is he. In his claw he beareth a sword. Yea, a sharp sword is held therein. This eagle was burnt up in the great fire, yet not a feather is scorched. This eagle was swallowed up in the great sea, yet not a feather is wetted. So flieth he in the air, and lighteth upon the earth at his pleasure. So spake Iacobus Burgundus Molensis, the grand master of the temple, and of the god that is ass-headed did he dare not speak. Chapter 34. The Smoking Dog. Each act of man is the twist and double of an hare. Love and death are the greyhounds that course him. God bred the hounds and taketh his pleasure in the sport. This is the comedy of Pan, that man should think he hunteth, while those hounds hunt him. This is the tragedy of man. When facing love and death he turns to bay. He is no more hare, but boar. There are no other comedies or tragedies. Cease then to be the mockery of God. In savagery of love and death, live thou and die. Thus shall his laughter be thrilled through with ecstasy. Chapter 35. Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me who will. Chapter 36. The Star Sapphire. Let the adept be armed with his magic rood, and provide him with his mystic rose. In the center, let him give the LVX signs. Or, if he know them, if he will and dare do them, and can keep silent about them, the signs of NOX, being the signs of puer, vir, puella, mulier. Omit the sign IR. Then let him advance to the east, and make the holy hexagram, saying, Pater et Mater, unus Deus Ararita. Let him go round to the south, make the holy hexagram, and say, Mater et Filius, unus Deus Ararita. Let him go round to the west, make the holy hexagram, and say, Filius et Filia, unus Deus Ararita. Let him go round to the north, make the holy hexagram, and then say, Filia et Pater unus Deus Ararita. Let him then return to the center, and so to the center of all, making the rosy cross as he may know how, saying, Ararita, Ararita, Ararita. In this the sign shall be those of Set triumphant and of Baphomet. Also shall Set appear in the circle. Let him drink of the sacrament, and let him communicate the same. Then let him say, Omnia in duos, duo in unum, unus in nihil. Haec nec quator, nec omnia, nec duo, nec unus, nec nihil sunt. Gloria Patri et Matri et Filio et Filiae et Spiritui Sancto. Externo et Spiritui Sancto. Interno ut erat est erit in saecula, saeculorum sex in uno per nomen septum, in uno erita. Let him then repeat the signs of LVX, but not the signs of Shabbat is the shadow of the eclipse of Luna. Samadhi is the shadow of the eclipse of Soul. The moon and the earth are the non-ego and the ego. The sun is that. Both eclipses are darkness. Both are exceedingly rare. The universe itself is light. Chapter 38. Lambskin. Cowan skidoo, tile. Swear to Hile all. This is the mystery. Life. Mind is the traitor. Slay mine. Let the corpse of mine lie unburied on the edge of the great sea. Death. This is the mystery. Tile. Cowan skidoo. Chapter 39. The Luby. Only Lubies find excellence in these words. It is unthinkable that A is not A. To reverse this is but to revert to the normal. Yet by forcing the brain to accept propositions, of which one set is absurdity, the other truism, a new function of brain is established. Vague and mysterious and all indefinite are the contents of this new consciousness. Yet they are somehow vital. By use, they become luminous. Unreason becomes experience. This lifts the leaden-footed soul of the experience of that, of which reason is the blasphemy. But without the experience, these words are the lies of a Luby. Yet a Luby to thee, and a booby to me, a Balacius ruby to God may be. Chapter 40. The High Mob. A red rose absorbs all colors but red. Red is therefore the one color that is not. This law, reason, time, space, all limitation blinds us to the truth. All that we know of man, nature, God, is just that which they are not. It is that which they throw off as repugnant. The high mog is only visible insofar as he is imperfect. Then are they all glorious who seem not to be glorious, as the high mog is all glorious within. It may be so. How then distinguish the inglorious and perfect high mog from the inglorious man of earth? Distinguish not, but thyself extinguish. High mog thou art, and high mog shall thou be. Chapter 41. Corned beef hash. In V, 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 V is the great work perfect. Therefore, none is that pertaineth not to V, 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 V. In any may he manifest, yet in one hath he chosen to manifest, and this one hath given his ring as a seal of authority to the work of the AA, through the callings of Frater Père de Rabot. But this concerns themselves and their administration. It concerneth none below the grade of exempt adept, and such an one only by command. Also, since below the abyss reason is Lord, let men seek by experiment, and not by questionings. Chapter 42. Dust devils. In the wind of the mind arises the turbulence called I. It breaks. Down shower the barren thoughts. All life is choked. This desert is the abyss, wherein is the universe. The stars are but thistles in that waste. Yet this desert is but one spot accursed in the world of bliss. Now and again travelers cross the desert. They come from the great sea, and to the great sea they go. As they go, they spill water. One day they will irrigate the desert till it flower. See, 5 footprints of a camel. V, 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 V. Chapter 43. Mulberry tops. Black blood upon the altar, and the rustle of angel wings above. Black blood of the sweet fruit, the bruised, the violated bloom. cries, "Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark." He gives the sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar see me stand with light and music in mine hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abrahadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Take thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake in the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liber legis, and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burin he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks, get up and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, and cries, Abrahadabra. I entereth in with woe and mirth, and now go forth and with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth, among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. Chapter 45. Chinese music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these 2 asses be sent to grind corn. May, might, must, should, probably, may be, we may safely assume, ought, it is hardly questionable, almost certainly. 4 hags, and let them be turned out to grass. Proof is only possible in mathematics, and mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions. And yet doubt is a good servant, but a bad master. A perfect mistress, but a nagging wife. White is the lash of the overseer. White is black is the watchword of the slave. The master takes no heed. The Chinese cannot help thinking that the octave has 5 notes. The more necessary anything appears to my mind, the more certain it is that I only assert a limitation. I slept with faith and found a corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night with doubt, and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46. Buttons and rosettes. The cause of sorrow is the desire of the one to the many, or of the many to the one. This also is the cause of joy. But the desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death satiety. The desire of the moth for the star at least saves him satiety. Hunger thou, O man, for the infinite. Be insatiable, even for the finite. Thus, at the end, shalt thou devour the finite, and become the infinite. Be thou more greedy than the shark, more full of yearning than the wind among the pines. The weary pilgrim struggles on. The satiated pilgrim stops. The road winds uphill. All law, all nature must be overcome. Do this by virtue of that in thyself, before which law and nature are but shadows. itself at the southernmost boundary of theta is the number 7. This is the seal that mankind has lived before we were of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of our Lady, for it is the number of a woman, and her number is 156. Chapter 50. The Vigil of St. Hubert. In the forest, God bid the stag beetle. All worship me, quoth God, for I am all great, all good, all wise. The stars are but sparks from the forges of my smiths. Yea, verily, and amen, said the stag beetle. All this do I believe, and that devoutly. Then why do you not worship me? Because I am real, and you are only imaginary. But the leaves of the forest rustle with the laughter of the wind. Said wind and wood, they neither of them know anything. End of chapter 0 through 50. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, chapters 51 through 91. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. Interior Work. Doubt. Doubt thyself. Doubt even if thou doubtest thyself. Accomplish this mission. One of the most important elements in this package will be extending the 2017 Trump tax cuts. And we've all been talking about this a lot. You've all been writing about it, but some of the recent reports show there was a study that came out about 2 weeks ago that said that we risk losing 6 million jobs and $1.1 trillion in GDP if we don't extend those tax cuts. We have no margin for error. We must get this job done. And by the way, had Democrats won the House, that's what would be happening. They would have given Americans the largest tax increase ever. We're not going to do that. Thankfully for American families, Republicans are leading the House and the Senate, and President Trump is back in the White House, and Vice President J.D. Vance is in the White House, and they are working together. We're all working together. We're going to deliver on these promises through their reconciliation package. We've been using our time together in Miami to work through a few pieces of this process, and we will get this job done. And some of the elements, the key elements of that will be coming together this morning. We apologize for disparate outfits here. We're all playing different roles and responsibilities in the last day here. And I wish I didn't have a tie in Miami. I think it's some sort of crime here. With that, I'll take your questions. Charlie. Well, we'll be getting to that final number. What we've emphasized with our group is that we want to have some flexibility in how the instructions are given to the committees. I mean, this is a complicated process for reconciliation, but if you put the ultimate objective in the reconciliation instructions themselves, then in some ways it can be self-defeating, because if you don't quite hit that number, that goal, then that piece of the reconciliation process can fall out. That title can fall out of the legislation. So we want to be careful in setting that. We want to come out with a number that shows the serious nature of what we're facing, and the high level of cuts that are necessary to get fiscal sanity and responsibility restored to the federal government, but not put everything in there. So in other words, my recommendation and my hope, my admonition to my colleagues here, is that we set a number that's really a floor in what we hope to achieve by savings, and not the ceiling. And there's a lot of strategic reasons for that. But so stay tuned for the number. It will
be substantial because it has to be. I mean, we have a $36 trillion federal debt. And we're committing that in this process, anything we do is going to be deficit neutral at least, and hopefully deficit reducing because we think we've got to change that trajectory. So that is part of the healthy discussion we've been having, and everyone has lots of opinions about that, of course, and opinions are welcome, and we'll come to consensus on it. Well, no, we've been, this is exactly what we've been engaging in for many weeks. In fact, some of the members are so exhausted with going through the list menu of cuts and options that they said they're now tired of talking about it, which is exactly where I wanted them to be. Now we got to move to the action step. So what we've been doing is we empowered the committee chairs, as you know, to come up with lists of areas, suggestions in their areas of jurisdiction where some of these cuts can be done, meaningful cuts to really reduce the size and scope of government and get government to be more efficient and effective for the people. So that's these are lots of handouts and sheets and big screens we've been going through for many weeks now, and we're finalizing all of that now. So stay tuned. I mean, we're not going to publish the list at this point, but that's part of this process to make sure everybody's on the same page about all of it. So separate. Yeah, they've been great. Of course, they're not comfortable with it. Drastic times call for drastic measures, and they've been doing this for 4 years under the Biden administration. They had full license, apparently, did not come to work. And it's terrible frustration for us and for the American people. And because the civil service laws is what people have to understand, this is not like a private company. It should be that way, but it's not. The new president can't come in and just walk into an agency and say you're all fired, you know, which that probably be appropriate in some of these places, but he's not allowed to do that under the law. And so the president is thinking outside the box. His team is thinking outside the box. Well, how can we address this problem if we can't fire people for lack of showing up for work? Let's give them the option to take a parachute. You know, we don't like that, but it's better than the alternative of having people not work and stay on the payroll. So they estimate that maybe 5 to 10% of the federal workforce will take their golden parachute. They'll be paid through September, I think, is the proposal, and maybe they leave the workforce. Fantastic. I hope they do. But the estimate is if 5 to 10% leave, you can save $100 billion for taxpayers. Just with that downsizing of the size and scope of government. There will be other creative ideas on how to do this, but I think it's the right move. Is it frustrating? Yes. Should it not be that way? Yeah. I wish we didn't have civil service laws that require that kind of action, you know, that they need to be reformed. But the president's looking at the reality and the law, and he's trying to do everything within his power to make good on the promises and the demands of the American people. And it's right. I think it's right. Yeah, the objective is to, by the time we leave here today, is to have a blueprint that will inform the budget committee for when they work on that budget resolution. And they're going to begin that process, the committee work in the markup when we return to Capitol Hill. So they'll have sort of the parameters for that. And what we've emphasized to our colleagues here is, remember, the resolution is just the first step in a long process. It unlocks the reconciliation procedures and processes itself. And so the real battle is not in the budget resolution, it's in the final package. So everybody here still maintains their voting card, and they have the right to stop this process at some point down the road if we're not achieving the level of savings that they desire or committed to. But we have to begin it, and we have to start it, and this is the necessary step. So. receive those benefits and to make them longer lasting to sustain the programs. And so those are the ideas that are being talked about: efficiencies, cutting fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, some of these programs are terribly abused, and it's infamous, and everyone knows it. Now is our opportunity to go in and fix all that, and we are excited about that opportunity. The members are anxious to get it started, and the administration is as well. But benefits will not be affected. So that's the delicate balance that we're working through. But there's a lot of good work to be done, and we're excited to do it. Look, we want to thank y'all again for being here, and hope you've had at least a little sunshine, warmer weather. We've had a great retreat. It's going to wrap up well today, and we'll see you back on the hill as we begin to do all this good work. So thanks so much.
All right, there you have it. The House Republicans, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, answering some questions from members of the media over there in Doral, Florida. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. The first one of the hour at 9:11 on the East Coast and 6:11 on the West Coast. We'll be right back here as we head over to the Senate Judiciary Committee as they are now discussing Pam Bondi, Trump's pick for an attorney general, as they decide whether to advance her to the full Senate for a vote on confirmation. That's coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back. You're on live now from Fox 9:13 on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Do want to head right now over to the Senate Judiciary Committee as we are hearing from Senator Grassley. He's a Republican from Iowa. All of this as they vote on whether to advance the nomination of Pam Bondi as Attorney General.
Against Ms. Bondi on this point of a partisan double standard. Some of my colleagues also implied that Ms. Bondi's lobbying career should be disqualifying. This too was very unfair. Ms. Bondi disclosed her lobbying work and her clients to this committee beyond what she was even required to do. She's been more transparent than other recent nominees, and there is no reason to think that she would not follow the law and recuse herself when conflicts of interest are shown. Democrats did voice concern when one of President Biden's DOJ's nominees worked for China and Huawei during his time in private practice, nor terms, with Miss Bondi's lobbying career, she was unable to point to anything specific. She just kept repeating that Miss Bondi's former clients would give, quote unquote, the appearance of impropriety. Vague assertions of potential conflicts of interest are not a reason to oppose a nominee pledged to follow established procedures regarding these conflicts. Some of my colleagues also suggest that Ms. Bondi's loyalty to President Trump is somehow disqualified. It is not persuasive in any way. There's nothing wrong with President Trump appointing someone who has fiercely defended him to a high position. Ms. Bondi, publication.
Guess who just got a raise? Spoiler alert. It's me. Thanks to Free Tax USA. With free federal filing and super low state fees, it's like getting a bonus for doing your taxes. A wise choice today will bring rewards tomorrow. Huh. Must have heard about Free Tax USA. And because I filed early, my tax refund just became my travel fund. More money in my pocket means more stamps in my passport. Free Tax USA. The bonus you didn't see coming. Visit freetaxusa.com today, where your maximum tax refund is guaranteed.
The last 4 years, and a few examples would be Vanita Gupta on opening night of the Republican National Convention in 2020, tweeting, quote, "Don't know if I can take 3 more nights of racism, xenophobia, and outrageous lies," end of quote. Matt Olson, Assistant Attorney General for National Security Divisions, was penned an op-ed to Time Magazine in 2016 entitled, quote, "Why ISIS Supports Donald Trump," end of quote. Judge Dale Hall, who suggested that his work was motivated by, quote, "hate for conservatives," end quote, and who described himself as a, quote, "wild-eyed sort of leftist," end of quote. These openly partisan statements didn't bother my colleagues, so if they're fair, they shouldn't be bothered by Miss Bondi's support of President Trump. Finally, I want to address a smear from the legacy media who claimed that I was repeating a, quote, "discredited myth," end of quote, when I said that the, quote, "FBI opened dozens of investigations into parents who voiced concern at school board meetings regarding curriculum choices and COVID-19 mandates," end of quote. To started using the new threat tag. As of October 27th,